You know, the WWE has watered down the identity of Survivor Series. You know, wasn't it supposed to be the Thanksgiving elimination match tradition? First they take away the Thanksgiving part, and now we should be thankful if we get one elimination match. And on top of that, the teams in the elimination match don't even make sense. It's like they were thrown together as an afterthought. Even the website called them a hodgepodge of wrestlers. You know, remember when Survivor Series teams made sense? They're watering down the identity of Survivor Series, and I don't like it. They need to go back to the roots of what Survivor Series is supposed to be about. Of the big four pay-per-views during this crappy WWE era, Survivor Series is probably the one that gets me the most upset, because in my opinion, it's the one that's been most robbed of its identity. The Survivor Series was always about purpose-based alliances formed from storyline, each with their own cause and their own flag that they carried into battle, alright? It's not about these random teams just thrown together 2 weeks before the show starts, you know? That's meaningless. It's embarrassing, and it's an insult to what Survivor Series once stood for. Since my early videos, one of the consistent complaints I've had about TNA has been its cheesy, gimmicky set, particularly in the Impact Zone. I mean, you had these two entrance tunnels, one for the good guys and one for the bad guys, each leading down striped ramps to this gimmicky ring that had 6 sides for no apparent reason in front of a bunch of bleachers. You couldn't take it seriously looking at it. It looked like a Nickelodeon daytime show. Yet, now that TNA seems to be starting to get rid of some of this crap, people are actually complaining? What? Wasn't one of the main complaints was that TNA had too much gimmicky stuff? You mean people actually want the 6-sided ring and that little entrance tunnel with those little flashing lights inside? I mean, come on. You know, people are saying, oh, now they're copying the WWE set. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that the WWE invented the 4-sided ring in the standard entrance aisle. And come on, it looks nothing like a WWE set. If anything, it reminds me of the Clash of the Champions set with the raised entrance platform in front of a smaller venue. It looks nothing like the WWE. This is ridiculous, you know? Since when was converting to a normal ring and a normal entrance aisle controversial? So we have fans who actually seem to be inexplicably complaining about a 4-sided ring. They want a 6-sided ring. But why? Is it for tradition? No. So is it then for performance? No. Does anybody here actually think that the 6-sided ring made guys like Jeff Hardy and Christian Cage wrestle better? And not that they're not in the 6-sided ring, they're not as good? Come on. There is no evidence that 6 sides makes a performance difference. So is it then for clarity? You can see the ring better with 6 sides? No! With a 4-sided ring, you can look straight through to the other side. With a 6-sided ring, you got these 2 extra pillars that get in the way, which have gotten in my way at live events. So basically, in my opinion, people are wanting the 6-sided ring for no reason. Gee, thanks New Age fans. You've made wrestling so much better. Now, before I get to Survivor Series, let me talk a little bit about career-ending matches in wrestling. Career-ending matches in wrestling mean nothing. Alright? Did anybody actually think that WrestleMania 7 would be Macho Man's last match? Did anybody actually think that WrestleMania 24 would be Ric Flair's last match? Alright? The career-ending stipulation for Taker vs. HBK at Entertainment 26 means nothing. It adds nothing to the match. Does anybody actually think that's going to be the last time we see Shawn Michaels, even if he doesn't win? No, it's bogus. Alright? And why are you even accepting Taker vs. HBK for the millionth time? Shouldn't you be demanding what they could be giving us? So we know that Shawn Michaels is probably fighting Taker again at Entertainment. And I'm guessing Bret Hart might be in John Cena's corner for his rematch from SummerSlam against Batista. So, are you just going to sit there and accept these rematches? Are you saying there's no way the WWE can provide better than this? I have an idea. How about we switch opponents a little bit? How about this? Oh, now we're talking. The Taker streak on the line against the unstoppable John Cena? Meanwhile, Bret Hart in Shawn Michaels' corner? Now we're talking. But we're not going to get this, are we? Because the WWE, they have no reason to give it to us. Now let's talk about Survivor Series. Now I know a lot of viewers are probably expecting me to be trashing the WWE like crazy for canceling it, but I think a lot of people have already done that. So I'm going to take a happier approach. This is going to be my celebration of the great legacy that is Survivor Series. sharing some of my personal favorite memories of Survivor Series and Survivor Series related moments, and commencing the first ever Pspower Awards! Now let's start with 1989. Now, one of the best things about the earlier Survivor Series were the teams and their identities. For example, you had Rude's Brood, which was comprised of all these arrogant, self-absorbed jerks. Then you had Roddy's Rowdies, who were just a bunch of nuts. You see what was lost when the WWE stopped building identity into teams? It became random and lost meaning. Roddy's Rowdies versus Rude's Brood is one of the most memorable Survivor Series team matches for me. Piper versus Rude, the perfect Plex victory, and the post-match celebration. Celebrating Turkey Day the ravishing way. Was that perfect or what? 1990. Now, while people these days like to make a big deal of the Taker's debut at that Survivor Series, back in the day as it was happening, it wasn't a big deal at all. It was just another monster heel debut like Zeus. I wasn't thinking about the Taker's debut. I was thinking about Vipers versus Visionaries. 1990, though, also had the greatest Survivor Series team, the Warriors! Look at this, the greatest team, and the Pspower Award winner for Best Survivor Series Team. Now let's recall 1991. Hulk Hogan had pretty much spent the time kicking the crap out of Sergeant Slaughter through WrestleMania, through SummerSlam, and I expected him to continue kicking the crap out of Sergeant Slaughter, who I never really considered any sort of serious threat. He was basically Hulk Hogan's punching bag. I get my issue of WWF Magazine, I turn the page, and I see this! Oh shit! I remember exactly where I was when I first saw this poster. Now, if only the WWE would do Cena vs. Taker at Entertainia. 1992. The Warrior leaves. Macho Man needs a new partner. What do you think about that? Wet Weasel! And the Pspower Award for Best Survivor Series Face Turn. 1994, Razor Ramon is outnumbered 5-1, but Shawn Michaels' entire team is counted out at the same time when Diesel chases him down the aisle. Get back here! Razor Ramon's in the ring by himself, wins the match, gets up, looks around, and it's like, yeah! The Pspower Award for Best Heel Turn goes to Diesel vs. Brett, 1995. I'm back! The Pspower Award for Most Memorable Ending goes to the Montreal Screwjob, 1997. In one of the most memorable Survivor Series of all time, 1998, the Foley-McMahon Rock Saga and the birth of the Corporate Champion, which is the runner-up for both Best Heel Turn and Most Memorable Ending. In this recent WWE era of stupid, illogical teams, it's amazing that one awesome team was able to come from it. 2006, Team DX. Look at how awesome this team looks. It's like the Warriors for this generation. And it gets the Pspower Award for Best Recent Team. Are you missing Survivor Series yet? One of the consistent criticisms of the WWE and wrestling in general these days has been the lack of new stars. I mean, we've talked about it a million times. The next Rock, the next Austin, the next Brett, the next Shawn, the next Piper, the next Flair. Where are they? What we seem to be getting, though, is a cycle of empty promises. I mean, a while ago, people would message me declaring that Elijah Burke and Carlito were the next faces of WrestleMania. Now, people seem to be talking about how Kofi Kingston and Jack Swagger are the next big things. It's like a revolving door of empty promises where nothing ever actually happens. And that's the theme, empty promises, that I would like you to keep in mind during this review, because it's something that we'll be touching on over and over again. WrestleMania 25 was head-scratchingly ridiculous, and this WrestleMania seemed to try to correct many of the mistakes of that debacle. First of all, they actually bothered to air the tag team title match this time. Wow! Gee, thanks WWE! You think maybe you can air it again next time too? That'd be great! But where have tag teams gone in the WWE? The Miz and the Big Show? R-Truth and Morrison? What is this, like continuing the legacy of Regal and Tajiri, these clusterfuck teams? Where's the Hart Foundation? Where's Demolition? Where's the Rockers? Where are the Hardy Boys? Where are the real tag teams? Because when teams are all random like this, people don't care about them because they're forgettable. Big Show and The Miz, their victory will not be talked about. They will not have the legacy of Demolition. As far as I'm concerned, the triple threat match pretty much exposed Cody Rhodes and the Million Penny Man more than ever. These guys are not stars, which goes back to our theme of empty promises. I mean, remember when the WWE would actually try to build wrestlers into characters? Like they take a Scott Hall and they package him into Razor Ramon. They don't seem to do that anymore. I mean, here you have Cody Rhodes walking down the aisle in generic tights, and the people are just standing there looking at him quietly, waiting for his entrance to end. I mean, I heard no pop until Randy Orton came out. I mean, these guys, DiBiase and Rhodes, they look like two jobbers going up against a real star. They look like two Brooklyn Brawlers kicking at The Rock. The WWE has not properly packaged them yet. They are not ready yet. By the way, during this match, did you notice how boring the commentating was? They did not sound excited to be at a WrestleMania at all. They sounded like they were calling a golf tournament or something, like all these long pauses. Like, where's the charisma and humor of Bobby Heenan, the intensity of Jesse Ventura? You know, they came across as quiet as the crowd. You know, what is this boring crap? So basically, this triple threat match consisted of two jobbers beating on Randy Orton in front of a quiet crowd with boring commentary. In other words, Randy Orton is all by himself out there. He is completely alone. He is the only one on the screen. His intensity and star power were the only things carrying this match. And given those circumstances, I must say, he did an admirable job. Next was Money in the Bank. Now, the one from WrestleMania 25, that debacle of a pay-per-view, actually kind of sucked. I mean, you think, how could a Money in the Bank be boring? But it was. It felt like they planned it out at the last second. It felt stale. This one, however, was vastly better. Right? It felt like they spent more time planning it out. I mean, you had the spots with the two ladders going into the middle. Those ladders seem specially made, by the way, and bendable. They don't seem like the ones you get at the hardware store. And you had Kofi walking on the stilts. It was a fun time, a good match. I have no complaints about it. But when you look at the participants of this Money in the Bank, it just goes right back to our theme of empty promises. I mean, you have Shelton Benjamin. Where's this guy been? All right, the commentator actually called him a 10-year veteran, but it doesn't feel that way because he never amounted to anything. Then you have Jack Swagger, which the commentator boldly said would carry the WWE one day. Oh, really? You mean like Shelton Benjamin? Then you have Intercontinental Champion Drew McIntyre. Who in the blue hell is this Rudy Poo Candy Ass? Scottish sensation. This guy is 1% of Roddy Piper as Intercontinental Champion. Face it, the biggest stars in this Money in the Bank were the guys from the Attitude Era. Kane, Christian Cage, and Matt Hardy. All I got to say about the Hall of Fame is, dude, Bob Uecker looks the same. Now that Triple H has beaten Sheamus into obscurity, this brings up a question. Why did that guy even become WWE Champion? Why was he randomly champion with no build-up from TLC to Elimination Chamber if the title match was just going to be Cena versus Batista? You know, like, what the fuck, you know? Why didn't he just get a traditional build-up? Start him out as Intercontinental Champion. He would have been a heck of a lot stronger than Drew McIntyre, you know, Rudy Poo Drew. You know, this could have been Sheamus' path, proper path, towards a world title, but he's already had it, so it messes it up. I did like how they showed the Warrior squashing Triple H, though. That was fun to watch. But imagine if Triple H, rookie, randomly won and lost the title before fighting the Warrior. That would have been messed up, right? Edge's Slim Jim commercial, in my opinion, pretty much summarizes who the WWE's target audience is these days. Are you one of them? The Jericho Edge match and the CM Punk Mysterio match were pretty routine matches. They were routine matches. You can't really hate on these matches, but you're not going to really love them either. The highlight, though, was CM Punk. He comes out with his microphone, dissing the crowd like he's IRS, and I loved his quick pin. So old school. CM Punk clearly out-wrestled and outsmarted Rey Mysterio in that match. He technically dominated that match. But yet, after all that, Rey Mysterio does two moves and wins the match. Oh, brother. As much as I like Bret Hart, his match at WrestleMania was awkward. You know, it was awkward. First of all, he seemed really nervous. Second of all, it was just awkward the way the Hart family came down to the ring to be lumberjacks. Some still wearing their tuxedos and evening gowns. You know, it was weird. It was awkward. In my opinion, here's how it should have happened. Bret Hart comes down to the ring to his new music. Vince McMahon then comes out with a mic and says, "Tonight's the night Vince screws Bret because he's hired some extra muscle to help him in this no DQ match." The other half of the Hart Foundation, Jim Neidhart. The original Hart Foundation music then starts playing. Jim Neidhart comes out and walks with Vince into the ring. Bret then grabs the mic and says, "No, tonight's the night Bret screws Vince." The bell rings. Jim Neidhart clotheslines Vince McMahon and holds him up, and Bret Hart gives Vince the heart attack and pins him immediately. 1, 2, 3, just like WrestleMania 6 all over again. Bret then puts Vince in the sharpshooter and refuses to let go as Neidhart chases the referee away. Eventually, Bret lets go of the sharpshooter, and now the Hart family makes its way to the ring, and they celebrate in the ring and put Bret on their shoulders just like WrestleMania 10. That, in my opinion, is how it should have happened. In my opinion, the Batista-Cena match was pretty much acknowledgement by the WWE on just how far things have declined in wrestling. Think about it. In the promotional video for this match, Batista calls himself and Cena the two biggest stars since the Attitude Era. Yet here we have the two biggest stars since the Attitude Era colliding for the heavyweight title of the world at WrestleMania. And it's not even the last match on the card. If that's not acknowledgement, I don't know what is. Instead, these two biggest stars since the Attitude Era take a back seat to a career match between Shawn Michaels and Taker, two aging Attitude Era guys. Even Lawler said on the air that everyone he ran into that week said they came to see HBK Taker. So there you go. As far as the HBK Taker match goes, it kind of reminded me of the CM Punk Mysterio match in that Shawn Michaels clearly out-wrestled and outsmarted the Taker in this match kayfabe-wise. By the way, it's nice to know that at least the Taker seems to know how to properly sell a leg injury throughout the entire match, unlike John Cena, who magically healed and seemed to forget that he was supposed to be injured halfway through his WrestleMania match with Shawn Michaels. And Taker hesitating to end Shawn Michaels' wrestling career was pulled straight from Warrior at WrestleMania 7 and Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 24. So once again, like CM Punk, Shawn Michaels wrestles the smarter match, but doesn't win. So then, what's the point of wrestling a smarter match if it doesn't work? Just do one or two moves and win, like Taker and Mysterio. And once again, this is not the last time we're going to be seeing Shawn Michaels in the ring, alright? First of all, he's 44 years old. That was not his last match. Second of all, I think we're going to be seeing him as stuff like guest referee, commissioner, and all that other crap. Alright? I wasn't emotional at all at the end of this show. I turned off the TV normally at the end of this WrestleMania, which was decent and a heck of a lot better than WrestleMania 25. When you were a freshman in high school, did they give you a senior buddy? When I was a freshman, they gave us senior buddies. Each freshman would be paired with a fourth-year student who would guide them, answer questions, show them the ropes, and basically get the freshman over. Get him in, make sure he's not left out. I loved my senior buddy because I got the icon. I got the big man on campus. You had all these hot girls going up to him, inviting him over. It was awesome. That guy taught and showed me so much, both school and non-school related. J-Body hated his senior buddy because his senior buddy that he got was an asshole. He picked on him, sent ugly girls to go kiss him. My point is this. The point is that this seems to be what TNA seems to be trying to do. They seem to be taking these young guys, these not-as-over guys, and pairing them up with senior buddies, these established veterans. And this is a great idea. The issue with this, though, is that some of the pairings they've made are not very good. AJ Styles looks ridiculous trying to be the Nature Boy. He's clearly better as a babyface. Let's take a look at some of these pairings. Here seem to be some of TNA's senior buddy pairings. Abyss is with Hogan, AJ's with Flair, Eric Young was with Kevin Nash, but is now aligned with Jeff Hardy and RVD against Kevin Nash. And Mr. Anderson's feuding with Kurt Angle. Now, some of these pairings seem to be off. First of all, the Monster Abyss does not make any sense being with the All-American Hulk Hogan. Likewise, AJ Styles does not make a good heel. He does not make a good Nature Boy. AJ works best as one of those likable All-American baby faces. You see what I'm getting at? AJ Styles is better off with Hulk Hogan. Yeah! Look how good this looks! A heck of a lot better than AJ in a fluffy Ric Flair robe. Now, if AJ is paired with Hulk Hogan, then who should be with Ric Flair? Who would team with the kiss-stealing son of a gun? Is there currently an arrogant heel on the roster trying to impress his woman? Now that's what I'm talking about. Look how much more sense this makes. Look how much better things can be with a more proper alignment of baby faces and heels. So we got AJ with Hogan and Wolf with Flair. So who should be with Abyss? Well, someone that makes sense. Someone that can complement his hardcore nature. This is almost like making Survivor Series teams. It's better when it makes sense. So what can I say about Jack Swagger? I can say that this post-Attitude Era has yielded some of the weakest WWE champions of all time. Gone are the days of guys like Hogan, Savage, Flair, Bret, Rock, and Austin proudly carrying the belts. Now we have guys like JBL, Khali, Sheamus, Jack Swagger, and I'll even include two guys I like, Jeff Hardy and RVD. Because even though I like them, their title reigns seem so passing that you don't really associate them with the belts. You know, it's more like, oh yeah, he was world champion, wasn't he? Like that, you know? You don't automatically picture him with the belt like you do Bret Hart. And that's the promotion's fault. So JBL, Khali, Sheamus, Swagger, Hardy, RVD, some of the weakest world champions of all time, all in this post-Attitude Era. You know, what are they doing? They really need to go back to just having one properly built world champion. The WWE seems to have things all back-asswards. You don't throw the world title on a newbie to make him a star. You build the newbie into a star to make him worthy of the world title. Because if you just throw the belt on a newbie, it's just a nobody as world champion, a Rocky Maivia as world champion, a ringmaster Steve Austin as world champion. If they made Austin world champion while he was still the ringmaster, then we probably would have never gotten Stone Cold. A proper champion is built through time. For those of you who still don't seem to get it, let's compare Jack Swagger's push with a proper push. Let's start with Jack Swagger. Jack Swagger debuted in ECW in September of 08. Within 4 months, he's already ECW champion. He then goes to Raw's larger audience in June of 09 and would follow with completely craptacular appearances at the big pay-per-views. He loses at SummerSlam, is one of only 2 guys eliminated from his team at the Survivor Series, and lasts only 2 minutes at the Royal Rumble. 2 minutes! So he's a nobody, right? Well, guess what? He's world champion 10 months after debuting on Raw. How are we supposed to buy this? How are we as fans supposed to connect with this? Now let's look at Steve Austin. Austin made his Raw debut in late 1995. He would follow this with wins at the big pay-per-views. After lasting 11 minutes at the Royal Rumble, Austin would win his WrestleMania match. He would then win the King of the Ring tournament and give his now legendary speech, then win again at SummerSlam. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call build up. Austin Mania at this point was gaining steam. Signs were showing up at the crowds and people were starting to chant his name. But does this mean he's ready to be world champion? No! 10 months after his Raw debut, in the time it took Swagger to become world champion, Austin was still feuding with Hunter Hearst Helmsley in the mid-card. Though Austin would get some title shots in early 97, he would not touch a tag title until May. This here is approximately the same amount of time. In about the time it took Austin to get a tag title, Swagger is already world champion after being ECW champion. That's nonsense. What you see on the right side of the screen, as far as I'm concerned, is bullshit. On the other hand, what you see on the left side of the screen, to me, is a proper push. A slow and steady build-up that added depth to the character and allowed for fans to connect with Austin and his journey. His steady rise through the ranks and initial inability to win a world title only increased emotion and the anticipation for when he would finally break through, such that when he did, over 2 years after his debut, it felt momentous, climactic, and was the start of a new wrestling era. This is how you do it. This is not how you do it. Which in my opinion is why this wrestler at WrestleMania 14 resonates so much more than this guy. Hey Austin, in about the time it took you to get a tag belt, that Swagger guy is already 2-time champion. In my opinion, pretty much the same point can be made with comparisons to Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Randy Savage, The Rock, and to a lesser extent Nash and Warrior. Though these two had a faster road to the world title, they still solidified themselves in the IC title ranks. Nash was teamed with HBK, and people were absolutely going crazy for the Warrior by the time he fought Hogan. In my opinion, the guy on the right simply looks like he doesn't belong. And let's not even get started on Sheamus. Because Jack Swagger didn't have time to establish credibility, and because there was no real journey for fans to connect to me he's just a nobody who just happens to have the belt. He doesn't even look cool on a superficial level. Like, he doesn't look slick like The Rock or Bret Hart. You know, like J-Body says, he has that horse face, you know, like kind of like Madison Rayne. Maybe they should get married, have some little ponies. But he shouldn't be world champion, at least not before he's had time to connect with the fans with an established personality. Lack of personality is all over wrestling these days, not just in the WWE. You want to know the truth? The truth is, I don't even like Kurt Angle that much anymore, and he's one of my favorite wrestlers. Remember when Kurt Angle was awesome? Remember the 3 eyes, playing the guitar, hitting on Stephanie McMahon, giving Stone Cold the little medal, driving around in the milk truck, going around college campuses promoting abstinence? Remember he'd walk up to college students and be like, if you want to suck on something, suck on this, and he'd give them lollipops? That's Kurt Angle. By the time he transferred to ECW, they changed him into this wrestling machine, which was not as good but still cool, but now we don't even have that anymore. These days he just walks out in a suit and talks about how he respects AJ Styles and he's gonna get Mr. Anderson for what he said, blah blah boring. That's not Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle hops around on one foot, he goes, woo, and walks around backstage with Bob Backlund. So to be perfectly honest, personality-wise, I don't even like Kurt Angle that much anymore. Personality-wise, he might as well just go stand next to Jack Swagger and Rudy Puchu. What happened to personalities in wrestling? Almost everybody is boring. Jeff Hardy tries to make himself look all cool, but the second he gets on the mic, he sounds just like everybody else. The only pretty interesting personalities these days are D'Angelo De Niro, Ric Flair in the wheelchair, and maybe CM Punk. How come almost nobody has interesting personalities anymore? Don't give me that Miz crap. Where are the follow-ups to Flair, Savage, Rude, Perfect, Roberts, Piper? What happened? NWO invading WCW, ECW invading the WWF, the Alliance invading the WWF. Tell me, how is a bunch of rookies pushing around Bret Hart going to be so much better? I do not understand the point of NXT. I do not understand it. Just like New DX, I do not understand why NXT exists, why there is a need for a rookie show. I mean, even if a wrestler is clearly new and clearly has a ladder to climb, why would you want to emphasize it constantly with a rookie label slapped onto him? What good does that do? Does that really bring him up more than it keeps him down? Instead of slapping a degrading rookie label on a performer that's probably wrestled all over the world already, why not just do it the way promotions used to do it? Why not just package him properly, push him properly, and then just let him go as high as he can go based on charisma, talent, and fan approval on a ladder that's clearly established? Before the current clusterfuck, where we now have guys like Jericho and CM Punk winning IC titles after world titles, the WWF used to have pretty clearly defined categories. The lines were not rigid, but as a fan you generally knew where a wrestler fell. Like in 1992, it was pretty clear who was where. You had guys like Warrior, Flair, and Savage in the world title scene, guys like Bret, Piper, and Bulldog carrying it up for the IC title. Then you had the mid-card guys like Bossman, Tatanka, and Crush, who were popular in their own right. And then you had the undercard, with people that nobody really took too seriously and seemed to be there just to fill up free TV time, like the Berserker. Now, when you bring in new wrestlers like a Scott Hall or a Charles Wright into this system, do you just call them rookies and stick them at the bottom? No! You package them into interesting personalities and push them as high as they can go. The bad guy, Razor Ramon. The mysterious Papa Shango. Razor attacks Savage, costing him the world title. Shango plays mind games on the Warrior. You're trying to maximize what you can get out of these guys. And yes, the results will vary. So whereas Papa Shango was kinda interesting at first, but eventually fizzled, Razor Ramon successfully entered the IC title realm and is now a legend. Now, imagine if Razor Ramon and Papa Shango operated under today's NXT format. They'd be down here! We wouldn't even have Razor! We'd be looking at young gun rookies, Scott and Charles down here with a bunch of other rookies having mentors and featured over here on the C show that almost nobody watches. How is this maximizing a push? How is this getting people over? In my opinion, I think guys like Triple H probably love it like this, because it keeps the young guys at bay and segregated on a program known as The Rookie Show that almost nobody watches. Even when they invade Raw, it's not like the charismatic Razor Ramon attacking Randy Savage. It's just a bunch of no individuality rookies attacking Cena. Get rid of the label! Why does NXT exist? Get rid of this rookie identity where they're implied as nobodies. Start them out as somebodies. Just like the way they made Jack Swagger world champion, the WWE has their format completely back-asswards in my opinion. What they should have is no segregated rookie show and an established ladder of success that well-packaged wrestlers can fall into somewhere. But instead, they have a clusterfuck up here where the IC belt means nothing and guys like Sheamus and Jack Swagger can become world champion out of nowhere. And under the clusterfuck, they stick a bunch of new guys on a show that almost nobody watches. How is this going to get people over? And what exactly is the difference between Jack Swagger and the rookies? Swagger became a world champion only 4 months into the company. What the fuck's going on? When WCW Nitro first started, WWF was still in its traditional format using jobber matches, as it should have been. But things got so heated, and WCW was putting so many big matches on free TV that the WWF needed to respond to that. But as a result of that, we are now stuck without one of the key components to pay-per-view build-up and character development: jobber matches. Jobber matches help to develop characters and hype up the pay-per-view. When Razor Ramon is kicking some jobber's ass, the fans are connecting with the character's gimmick and the strength of his moves. The spinning punch, the short clothesline, the razor's edge. The jobber is getting destroyed by these moves that look so strong on free TV, such that when he finally fights a real star on pay-per-view, like a Bret Hart or something, it's like, oh shit, what's gonna happen now? You know, these two guys who've dominated are now fighting on pay-per-view, you know, it's hyped up. But without jobber matches, the wrestlers can never look individually strong. Two superstars in the ring means they have to share the spotlight. So it's like you're trying to get your finishing move over, but yet he has to kick out of it because he has to look strong too. So besides Cena, everyone else starts converging towards this average medium where nobody looks really strong. Look at Fortune versus Lethal in TNA. All these stars, everyone has to look strong, nobody gets over. Fortune's supposed to be this awesome new developing group, yet its members are getting pinned every episode. Abyss is supposed to be in the middle of this unstoppable streak, but yet he has to fight Jeff Hardy on free TV, so he has to get pinned. It's like nobody gets anywhere. They would all be better off just squashing jobbers. People like to criticize Raw and Impact matches, like, oh, how dare Jeff Hardy versus Joe end in a draw. But in my opinion, we shouldn't be getting those matches in the first place. All putting all these big matches on free TV means is that the pay-per-views are going to be filled with all this boring, gimmicky stipulation shit. Back in the day, the WWE had their big 5 pay-per-views. Then they started adding these smaller, lower-priced in-your-house pay-per-views. By the Attitude Era, though, you had 12 full-fledged WWF pay-per-views to go along with another 12 WCW pay-per-views, not to mention ECW. But the thing is, things were so exciting and badass back then that we didn't care. But now that things have calmed down and demand is not what it used to be, they are still giving us all these freaking pay-per-views. At one point they had, 16 pay-per-views at WWE alone? You know, that's ridiculous. Who the hell wants to watch this boring product that much? The Ultimate Warrior and Rick Rude fought only 3 times on pay-per-view. Bret Hart and Stone Cold fought only 3 times on pay-per-view. Yet these are 2 of the all-time classic rivalries. Because the characters were so interesting, the feud was so cool, and the matches were so well built up. You know, less matches actually made it better. Now, how many times have we seen the mix of Triple H, Orton, and Cena wrestle each other? The loss of jobber matches in combination with too many pay-per-views means we're seeing the same wrestlers in the same matches over and over again. And to make up for this repetition, the WWE starts throwing out all this last man standing, handicap match, no holds barred gimmick shit, right? Guys these days wrestle each other so many times that it all just starts blending together and becoming meaningless. And this affects the value of the belts. The wrestling product and feuds were so much better when it was less matches over a longer period of time. We've talked about this a lot already. Too many belts in combination with a lack of a clear hierarchy resulting in a mess of a product with no proper mid-card. You have guys like CM Punk and Jericho winning mid-card titles after being world champion. Now why the heck would they want a mid-card title after being world champion? It messes up the hierarchy. And without the hierarchy, how are you supposed to get anyone over? Right? And arguably, this has some of its roots in the Attitude Era, with all its new belts and things like Shawn Michaels winning the European title. It used to be simple. You had one world champion and he was the man. There was no doubt in anyone's mind who the man was. Then you had the Intercontinental Champion, someone who had strongly established himself and who could one day possibly challenge the man. Right? And that was it. That was it. A clearly defined hierarchy. You cut your teeth to become Intercontinental Champion, then worked your way up for a possible world title shot. By the Attitude Era, though, you had all these new belts. The Hardcore belt, the European belt, the Lightweight belt. And all it served to do was dilute the strength of the mid-card and the Intercontinental Champion. You weren't sure who ranked where anymore. You started losing track of who was Intercontinental Champion. The mid-card started disappearing, and it sure isn't helped by this brand split crap. Everyone loved Raw vs. Nitro, one of the most exciting times in wrestling. After it was over, though, the WWE tried to make up for it with this brand split crap. You know, Raw versus SmackDown, this artificial competition to give the fans a side to choose. You know, but nobody cares about this crap. Nobody cares who's on what side. Everyone knows it's fake. All it does is water down storylines and characters and build up. When you're building a star, he needs as much exposure as possible, meaning he needs access to all the shows. Guys like Razor Ramon were everywhere. Raw, Superstars, the pay-per-views, everywhere. But now, wrestlers' storylines are limited to only one show, given only a fraction of the audience. Everything is all split up, and nothing can get full exposure. And what about having 3 world champions? You know, what did they think? You know, well, with 1 world champion, we got The Rock. So with 3 world champions, we can have 3 Rocks, right? No! It doesn't work that way! All having multiple world champions does is serve to dilute the strength of the main event division. Just like having too many mid-card titles diluted and made the mid-card disappear. You know, so instead of having 1 world champion as strong as The Rock, you have 3 world champions not even close to The Rock! An obvious result of the Attitude Era is the loss of WCW and its ability to keep the WWE on its toes. Hornswoggle and DX, Sheamus as champion, the celebrity guest host. Do you really think we'd be getting this crap if Nitro was still around breathing down Raw's neck? When WCW Nitro first started, the WWF still seemed somewhat serious at that point about presenting a legitimate women's division. Look at Survivor Series 1995. But then, Medusa appears on Nitro, drops the women's belt in the trash can, and the next thing you know, we got Sable taking her shirt off, the cat flashing the crowd, and that was the end of that. It's come to the point where they didn't even bother announcing the women wrestlers' names at WrestleMania 25. When I talk about the Attitude Era, I'm not just talking about WWF, I'm talking about everything. Austin, Rock, DX, the NWO, the Outsiders, Hollywood Hogan, ECW, RVD, the Hardcore Revolution. And now we have The Miz. It's like, how dare you? You know, how dare you claim to be the follow-up? Cena and Batista, the biggest stars since the Attitude Era? Who cares? How dare they attempt to fill shoes they are unqualified to shine? They are but a mere fraction of what we once loved. And that's the attitude that a lot of fans still carry with them. The shadow of the Attitude Era, the last boom period. Soon after the Attitude Era, I remember reading about the WWF beginning a re-education process to reacclimate fans to normal wrestling matches. Because at that point, we were still all pumped up on Crash TV. You know, the non-stop action, the run-ins, the chaos. Kane would be hitting someone with a chair, then DX would come out, then Stone Cold would come out with a chair, tables would crash, barricades would fall over, like all this stimulation, and you're just standing in the crowd like, yeah! So when the WWE started focusing on normal matches again, it was like, huh? You know, and you could see it in the crowd. Like these two wrestlers would be grappling for 10 minutes and the crowd would just be standing there like, what the heck is this? Where's Stone Cold with a chair to destroy these fools? You know, and I still think there's that influence. Because we've been through the Attitude Era. We've been through Crash TV. We've been through ECW and hardcore wrestling. So when the WWE not only goes back to normal matches, but starts watering them down on top of that, it's really, really noticeable to me. You know, I went to a pay-per-view WWE in 2007, and it really looked like they were going in slow motion. It looked like they were practicing. Hypothetically speaking, what do you think would be the reaction around here if Shawn Michaels walked into the Impact Zone and kicked the shit out of Eric Young? People around here would be bitching like crazy, right? Oh, TNA's burying the young talent again. Oh, they're letting the WWE guy win again. Oh, they're not thinking about the future again, right? But let's reverse that point of view for a second. Who do you think you are, asking a legend like HBK to lay down to Super Eric? You know, what's that guy ever done? Yet that seems to be the mentality around here sometimes. There seems to be this over-infatuation with, oh, the young guy has to beat the older guy, which is complete bullshit. I mean, what if the younger guy's not as good? What if the older guy is still the more charismatic, more appealing, more complete package? Now, don't get me wrong. I agree that we need to push new talent. We can't stick with the same old farce forever. But the thing is, a lot of these geeks take it way overboard. Talking like we need to support a bunch of 20-year-olds and have a bunch of 25-year-old world champions, which is utter bullshit. Hulk Hogan, arguably the biggest wrestling star of all time, was already turning 32 by the time WrestleMania 1 rolled around. You know, let's take a look at some of the biggest stars of all time. Not when they were at their prime, but before that, at the beginning of their push. When the Ultimate Warrior debuted as a nobody, he was already about 28 years old. Taker was around 25. Shawn Michaels threw Marty Jannetty through the window when he was 26. And get this, Razor Ramon debuts at 34 years old. Kevin Nash, also 34. When Stone Cold gave that King of the Ring speech that started everything, he was already 32 years old. The Rock joins the Nation of Domination at 25, and Kurt Angle debuts his Boy Scout gimmick at 31 years old, the same age Goldberg was on his win streak. Look at how old the NWO was at formation. And DX wasn't exactly a bunch of kids either. Average age of these wrestlers at their start, 27. Average age of DX, 32, and get this, average age of the New World Order, 39. Okay, now, where are the 20-year-olds? Where? See, imagine if geeks ran wrestling. In my opinion, we would not have gotten DX, we would not have gotten Stone Cold, and we definitely would not have gotten the NWO if geeks ran wrestling. I mean, they're too old, right? Thank goodness these nerds don't run wrestling. Thank goodness. When 41-year-old Kurt Angle gets in the ring with 32-year-old AJ Styles, guess who I'm cheering for? Kurt Angle! Because AJ's character is nothing to me. His personality, his charisma, and his mic work have done nothing to draw me away from Kurt Angle and to him. I'm not going to automatically cheer for him just because he's younger. I'm going to be cheering for Kurt Angle, who has that appeal, who has that it factor. And until AJ proves to me, shows to me that he has it too, it's not going to change. There's no entitlement here in pro wrestling. You've got to earn the cheer with the complete package, not just a good drop kick. Both AJ Styles and Joe are former world champions, and guess what? They sucked. Let's be honest here. They absolutely sucked as world champions. And it's not just from the writing either. I'm a fan of Joe, right? When he became world champion, I was so ready to support him. Just give me something to support, you know? I was so ready to support Joe as world champion. I was like this. here we go. Ready to support you. Give me something to cheer for. Then he gets on the mic and he's like, you know, you gotta hand it to Kurt Angle. He's one of the finest professional athletes in wrestling today. Blah, 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 blah. So what? You know, where's the charisma? Where's the Stone Cold? Where's the Rock? Where's the Shawn Michaels? I got none of it. You know, how dare you bore me as I wait to support you? And you can't say these younger guys haven't gotten enough airtime. Guys like AJ, Lethal, and Matt Morgan have gotten a shitload of airtime to show off their personality. Yet for some reason, I'm still cheering for Kurt Angle. Because these younger guys have done nothing in terms of character and charisma to draw me in their direction instead. AJ's current presentation and promo skills is not going to do it. Matt Morgan talking like he's two people is not going to do it. So until these guys give me some incentive to draw me in their direction, I'm still going to be cheering for Kurt Angle, regardless of age. I'm not mercy cheering some ham and egger just because he's young. Show me you've got the complete package. Give me something to rally behind. Shawn Michaels threw Marty Jannetty through a window and gave us the Heartbreak Kid. What have you got to give? Generic promos? Ric Flair impersonations? Styles and Lethal, who cares how old they are? If either of them gets in the ring with Shawn Michaels, I'm going to be cheering for 45-year-old HBK to super kick the shit out of them. Because these guys, they're so plain Jane that you can't get behind them. Lethal can pin Ric Flair 100 times, and it's not going to do anything if he's like this boring guy, you know, like, I can't believe it, man. I was in the ring with Ric Flair, you know? What the fuck? You want me to cheer for Sylvester the Cat over there? Over the Heartbreak Kid? Sweet Chin Music his ass to the moon! I read somewhere that AJ was venting some of his frustrations. The first thing that came to mind was, was his venting as boring as his promos? Will I also fall asleep during it? It's like, I'm sorry, AJ. Your frustration venting was as boring as your world title reign. But wait, I'm supposed to cheer for him unconditionally because he's this young guy with a lot of cool moves, right? I'm supposed to cheer for him automatically. No, it doesn't work that way. You're not entitled to get put over just because you're a young guy with a bunch of cool moves. You cut your teeth in the mid-card first to prove that you're the complete package. Guys like Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, The Rock, and Kurt Angle prove themselves as high-powered, super charismatic Intercontinental Champions before main event world champions would lay down for them. Have AJ Styles and Lethal proved this yet? Is AJ Styles even close to Shawn Michaels as Intercontinental Champion or Kurt Angle as Eurocontinental Champion? I'd say no. In my opinion, AJ Styles as World Champion has about half the power as Kurt Angle in the WWF mid-card. The bottom line is that I think we can all agree on this one particular point. That as a fan, you have got to prove to me that you make one badass Intercontinental Champion, that you make one badass TV champion before I even begin to support you for a world championship. Ignore guys like Hogan and Goldberg. They're anomalies. They're exceptions. Everyone, every wrestler, young and old, has got to prove to me, to you, to each and every one of you fans, that they make one badass mid-card champion first. They earn our cheers step by step. Because otherwise it's meaningless. Lethal beat Ric Flair. Who cares? He hasn't established himself yet. It almost feels like a mercy win. Like Kidman beating Hogan. You don't want it like that. You have got to establish yourself as a Bret Hart level guy before you beat Ric Flair. You don't impersonate the Macho Man and then beat Ric Flair. It feels forced and not credible. So to me, bringing back some high standards, regardless of age, before a guy like Hulk Hogan or Kurt Angle or Sting or Ric Flair even thinks about putting you over, you had better prove yourself first as one of the all-time mid-card champions, a true force of charisma and high power that could potentially one day fill their shoes. Because if you don't, if you're just Sheamus strolling in and becoming world champion, you ain't proving shit to me. There's no way I'm getting behind you, and your title reign ain't worth shit to me. People have been talking for a while now about how these new WWE world champions somehow just feel so subpar. J-Body talks about it all the time. He's like, I'm watching these guys, Sheamus, The Miz, Jack Swagger, and I just can't get into them. For some reason, I just can't get into them the way I did Bret Hart and Stone Cold and The Rock. I mean, The Miz was technically a mid-card champion just like those guys, but for some reason he just feels so much lesser. So, what is it? What are these new guys missing? What criteria are they not filling? This video is going to be my opinions on the criteria for an effective WWE World Champion. It's going to have two parts. It's going to have the must-haves, the stuff I think a WWE World Champion must have, and it's going to have the should-haves. Stuff that's not absolutely necessary, but he should have these things. I think you'll agree with most of my list. Now, let's start with the must-haves. The absolute number one must-have, like it or not, is the looks. The world champion needs to have that world champion look. You know, back in the day, you got the sense that there was a certain unofficial standard for looks in the WWF. You had to have that WWF look. You had your Bret Harts, your Ultimate Warriors, your Roddy Pipers. The WWF was all about the glitz and the glamour, and the celebrity-like looks of its wrestlers reflected that. WCW, on the other hand, did not have that kind of presentation. It had better matches a lot of the time, but it wasn't as looks-driven. This is why, back in the day, sometimes when a WCW wrestler would go to WWF, you'd be like, what the hell? He doesn't have the look. He doesn't have the WWF look. Like when Tully Blanchard went to WWF, it's like, what the hell? How dare he go to WWF? He looks like a soccer dad. He belongs in a minivan, not the WWF. He doesn't have the WWF look. Therefore, what the hell? But for some reason, the WWE today is polluted with all these average-looking ham and eggers. You know, Wade Barrett, Drew McIntyre, Rudy Poo Drew. You know, where did the criteria go? Where are the Rocks and the Bret Harts of the world? Instead, today's new stars look one of two ways, in my opinion. Either they look like obnoxious frat boys, like The Miz and Jack Swagger, or they look like dorks. You know, like Wade Barrett and Alex Shelley, you know, who look like they belong in a comic book store. You know, they don't have that authoritarian presence about them, like The Rock, Stone Cold, Ric Flair, Bret Hart, who are larger than life and look like celebrities, you know? These new guys, they make Tully Blanchard look good. They look like jobbers. They look like the guys that the real stars used to beat up. You know, I've always been a fan of Bret Hart. Even when I was a kid and he was just a relatively anonymous tag team guy, I always got the sense that he was going to get big someday. Why? Because he had that look. You know, the greasy hair, the pink and black, the sunglasses, and the women all loved him, and he had that attitude about him. He just had that look. You just knew if given the proper chance, he was going to get big someday. And the same goes for Shawn Michaels. Current generation nerds like to talk about how, of the Hardy Boys, Matt Hardy is the better wrestler. They used to say the same thing about Marty Jannetty. When I was a kid, last generation nerds used to go on and on about how Shawn Michaels may have the looks, but Marty Jannetty is actually the better wrestler. Hey, newsflash, pal. The guy with the looks is going to win. Hardy Boys, Rockers, Jeff Hardy, Shawn Michaels, and that's just the way it is. This is a promotional-driven industry. You got to have the looks first. And when I talk about the look, I'm not talking about a look. I'm talking about the look. Guys like Goldust, Coco Beware, Val Venus, they all have a look. But do they have the look? That special magnetism that just separates the best, that distinguishes the cream of the crop, like The Rock and Stone Cold. The Miz has a look, but does he have the look? Is he a Ric Flair, a Rock? No, he isn't. He looks like a goofy frat boy, you know, those fish lips? You know, does he look like a Stone Cold equivalent? No, he looks like he belongs in the Mean Street Posse getting his ass kicked by Stone Cold. The difference is like so clear, you know, just think about Stone Cold, right? Now think about The Rock, Ric Flair, Brock Lesnar, Bret Hart, all these larger-than-life world champions. Now look at The Miz, right? The difference is so clear, you know? The Miz will look like a fool standing next to The Rock. 'Cause it doesn't matter who you are! You know, he looked like a child. He looked like a boy standing next to The Rock. I mean, he has a look. Coco Beware had a look. You know, everybody loves Coco Beware, but would I imagine him as world champion? No, because he doesn't have the look. Must have number 2 is a world champion caliber character that supports the look. If Bret Hart went along with being a cowboy gimmick instead of the Hart Foundation, do you really think things would have gone as well? In my opinion, the pink and black was a critical must-have in support of the Bret Hart look. He has to have the proper gimmick. Next, the champ must have the charisma that supports his look and character. Samoa Joe has a cool look. He also has a character that really supports that look. You know, he comes out in the shorts and the towel around his neck. But the thing is, the second he starts talking, he becomes Mr. Generic Angry Man. You know, people criticize the Ultimate Warrior for being one-dimensional. The Warrior has more character depth than Samoa Joe. Samoa Warrior stuff was downright creative. Joe is Mr. Generic Angry Man, and that's it. You know, it's almost, in my opinion, become to the point of self-parody, you know? It's like, oh, look, Joe's pacing around backstage angry again. Getting in people's faces angry again. What else is new? You know, there's like zero depth, you know? It's parody at this point. It's like, oh, look at Joe. He's angry last weekend. He's angry again because he's Mr. Generic Angry Man. The champion legends in my mind, the Rocks, the Stone Colds, the Shawn Michaels, the Ric Flairs, all had a more complex charisma that supported their look and character that brought them to the next level. Number 4, and this one's obvious, the champion must have that world champion caliber credibility. This is usually achieved through a sustained and effective build-up, but can come from different sources. Number 5, the world champion must have more than just loud pops. He must have a world champion level groundswell of fan support. In their primes, guys like Tatanka got huge pops, arguably way louder than guys like Sheamus and Jack Swagger today. So, does that mean make him world champion? No! A true world champion should be more than that. More than just loud babyface pops. It should surpass that and basically become a movement, this groundswell of public support for this wrestler that's become larger than life. Like when college campuses were imitating Austin shirts, when professional athletes were wearing NWO shirts under their uniforms, when people would just randomly imitate The Rock on the air. This breakthrough level of public support. This breakthrough level of being over, right? It's not just Matt Hardy coming out pop, yay, make him world champion. No, it should be far greater than that. It should be this massive movement, this tidal wave of support, and the wrestlers just riding on top of it. The Austin era, Hulkamania, NWO for life. That's what I'm talking about. As far as should-haves, they include being a powerful mid-card champion and having that powerful and memorable mid-card feud. Not only should a world champion be a former mid-card champion, but he should be one of the all-time best mid-card champions. Like a Bret Hart, where you basically associate him with the Intercontinental title belt. You know, not like Val Venus, where it feels more like an afterthought, where it's more like, oh yeah, he was IC champion, wasn't he? Like, how does that help? What does that do? So not just a mid-card champion, but one of the best. And not only should the world champion be a former powerful mid-card champion, he should also have had at least that one epic mid-card feud, that Austin versus Bret, that people will remember forever. You know, when people think of Stone Cold Steve Austin, one of the first things they think about is his feud with Bret Hart, something he did in the mid-card. Right? So when I'm talking about powerful mid-card feud, I'm not talking about The Miz versus Bryan Danielson. I'm talking about Stone Cold versus Bret, Warrior versus Rude, Austin versus Rock. So this is it. My opinion on the must-haves and should-haves of an effective world champion. So in my opinion, why does Jack Swagger feel so lackluster as world champion? This is why. And why does Stone Cold feel so incredible as world champion? This is why. You know, something dawned on me recently. There are no more stars that I like in the WWE. I have nobody to cheer for at WrestleMania 27. No matches to anticipate, no stars to cheer for. Don't some of you feel the same way? Can you really imagine our demographic being like, yeah, go Wade Barrett, yeah! Really? I kind of wish Kurt Angle would sign a one-show deal to appear at WrestleMania just so I at least have one person to cheer for, one star to look forward to seeing. Because Wade Barrett, Sheamus, The Miz, Cena, I care nothing for these guys. I have nobody to cheer for. No Rock, no Austin, no HBK, no Kurt Angle. people talk about Raw's declining ratings. I'm surprised they're getting the 3.1s they're still getting. I mean, what are people looking at? What are they watching that keeps them watching and buying tickets to shows? I mean, are they really like, yeah, I can't wait to see Sheamus tonight. Yeah, you know, really? People actually anticipate seeing guys like Sheamus and Wade Barrett? Really? But the thing is, a lot of these stupid fanboys are going to cheer for this crap. They're going to cheer for whatever the WWE tells them to cheer for because they're so low maintenance. We're not going to get a dream card at WrestleMania 27. We're going to get a subpar WrestleMania card as usual. But the WWE, they don't need to give us a dream card. All they need to do is edit together some cool promotional packages, and all these stupid fanboys are going to be drooling all over it. Here's my prediction on what's going to happen. We're not going to get a WrestleMania dream card. We're going to get another subpar WrestleMania card. We're not going to get the dream matches we've been asking for. We're going to get matches that almost nobody asked for, such as the rumored Wade Barrett versus Undertaker match. People are going to read the list of matches online, and they're going to think about how mediocre it is. But then, the WWE is going to throw out this epic promotional package with epic music. The Undertaker, I'm back. Wade Barrett, I'm going to end the streak, Taker. WrestleMania. And just from that, all the idiot fanboys will suddenly be like, oh, this is gonna rule. Oh, I think Wade Barrett might actually end the streak. Oh, this is how little it takes to please me. Yes! You know? And then the WWE is gonna do the same old, lazy, overused routine crap that it seems to consider build-up these days, where the bad guy attacks the good guy on Raw, then starts backing up the ramp with the evil look on his face. Then they're going to show the low angle of the good guy in the ring with the WrestleMania banner hanging in the background as he intensely looks at the bad guy awaiting his WrestleMania match. And just from that, all the idiot fanboys are going to be like, wow, what incredible build-up. I mean, what more could you ask for? This is how low maintenance I am. And just like that, the WWE will have once again got its fanboys cheering for and defending mediocrity with matches that, in my opinion, are more suited for Raw, such as the rumored Miz vs. Cena match. Hey, wait a minute. I think that was a Raw match. Yay, WrestleMania! Even before WrestleMania 26, I was talking to people about how I thought there was no way it was going to get 1 million buys. No way! Because there was nothing exceptional about it. It was headlined by HBK versus Taker, where, as good as it was, you can't take away the fact that it's from the WrestleMania 25 mid-card. And then you had Cena versus Batista, which they already gave away at SummerSlam. So how is this going to get 1 million buys? How? But the thing is, the rumored matches for WrestleMania 27 seem even less than WrestleMania 26. Wade Barrett versus Undertaker seems even less appealing than the HBK Taker rematch. The Miz versus Cena seems even less appealing than the Batista-Cena rematch. So how's this thing in itself going to get 1 million buys? How? It almost feels like the WWE has to get someone from the outside. Someone like a Mike Tyson, a Brock Lesnar, a LeBron James, a Sting. Someone to look forward to watching. And in my case, someone that I could actually possibly cheer for. Where have all the appealing characters gone in the WWE? You know when someone's doing a great acting job, pulling off a great character performance? In my opinion, it's when you forget about the actor. Like in that new movie, The Fighter. I forgot it was Christian Bale playing the part. You know, that's how you know when it's a great character performance. When you forget about the actor, right? What do you think the last great character in the WWE was? The last great character. In my opinion, for the longest time, it was Reza Ramon. You know, the whole look, the attitude, the accent, the dialogue, you know. You forgot it was Scott Hall. You know, the toothpick, the body language, you know, gold around my fingers, gold around my neck, you know. People still imitate this guy that was last officially performed in 1996, you know. That's how good it was. But in my opinion, as of right now, the last great character in the WWE was Kurt Angle 2000. The 3 eyes, wrestling's first real athlete, the whole innocent Boy Scout routine, yet he was a heel. Pure genius. I mean, here we are in the Attitude Era, where everyone's trying to be a hard ass, and out comes this Boy Scout telling us to drink our milk and preaching abstinence, you know? And then there was his innocent, childlike crush on Stephanie McMahon. Dude, this guy was awesome! Kurt Angle's character was basically a walking heel parody of the generic all-American babyface. You know, Hulk Hogan, John Cena, The Patriot, Made in the USA Lex Luger, Sergeant Slaughter. His character was basically a sarcastic version of all these goody two-shoes. You know, which is why I'm so surprised that the WWE would go on with this generic Marine Super Cena crap after the Kurt Angle character already made a mockery of the whole concept. You know, after the Kurt Angle character, I'm surprised that WWE would go through with all this. So what are my thoughts on the 40-man Royal Rumble? First, let me talk about generally what I want out of a Royal Rumble. Number one is star power. The Rumble has to have enough star power. It has to be filled with all these big names in the ring beating each other up. Like Royal Rumble 92. That one had Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, Roddy Piper, Macho Man. It had like everybody. You know, if the Royal Rumble is filled with all these people that I don't care about, then I don't look forward as much as to who's coming out next. It's got to have the star power. Number two, I want a Royal Rumble to have that Iron Man component, where guys like the $1 Million Man and the British Bulldog might not actually win it, but they're in there forever. You know, therefore, a Royal Rumble has to be long enough for that to happen. Royal Rumble 95 sucked because they came in every 1 minute and everyone was out in half an hour. You know, in my opinion, a 30-man Royal Rumble, they should come in every 2 minutes so that there's a full hour between number 1 and number 30. Number 3 are the character performances. The Royal Rumble is not your traditional match, so therefore you're not going to get your traditional type of in-ring performances. Therefore, in my opinion, things like charisma, personality, the little intangibles, and the character performances take center stage. You know, Roddy Piper flying down to the ring with his arms out. Ric Flair low-blowing everyone. The ringmaster clotheslining Shawn Michaels and imitating him. You know, the little things. The demonstrations of personality. Number 4 is the booking. You have 30 wrestlers and 60 minutes to tell a story. Tell a good one. Number 5 is execution. You may have the best script in the world and the best wrestlers in the world, but you still have to actually go out there and actually perform the show. You know, I heard one of the things that WWE is proud of about Royal Rumble 2004 is that it was one of the only ones where everyone went in and was eliminated in the exact order that they were supposed to. That's what I heard. You know, the wrestlers have to go out there and perform the show properly. So how good do I think this 40-man Royal Rumble is going to be? Well, it depends. In my opinion, it depends on 3 things. Number 1 is the ham and egger count. You got 40 guys. How many of them are no-names and rookies that we don't care about? Because in my opinion, if there are too many ham and eggers, it's going to get boring watching them come out one by one. You know, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, oh, here comes a star. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no name. You know, it's going to get old, you know? In my opinion, one of the major appeals of the Royal Rumble is not just find out which wrestler is coming out next, it's find out which star is coming out next. I would rather have a 20-man all-star Royal Rumble than have a 50-man Royal Rumble filled with mostly no-names, you know? So what's the ham and egger count here? Number 2 is the Iron Man component. How long between wrestlers coming out to the ring? 2 minutes is good for 30 guys, but for 40 guys, that's an hour and 20 minutes long. That's too damn long. On the other hand, 1 minute means between 1 and 30 is only 40 minutes long. That's too short. I think the optimal choice is 1.5 minutes. I think whether you have 30 guys or you have 40 guys, you want them all out in about an hour. Finally, why are they increasing the Royal Rumble to 40 wrestlers? You know, what's the purpose? You know, is it for artistic reasons? No, really. Is it for artistic reasons? You know, do they have a truly original, creative story to tell that's better with 40 wrestlers? Or is it for practical reasons? Are they planning to make a wrestler like The Undertaker look strong? Look, throw out a ton of guys, maybe break the record for a number of guys thrown out by a single wrestler, so that's why they're loading up the Royal Rumble with more guys? Or is it for some BS marketing reason? Is it because they feel like there's not enough hype going into the pay-per-view, so they're throwing out this last-second marketing gimmick? You know, it's the first 40-man Royal Rumble. Because if that's the reason, then that's lame. So yeah, Do I think this 40-man Royal Rumble is going to be good? Well, it all depends. If it's being done for artistic reasons, if they truly have an original story to tell, then that's great. Bring it on. But if it's just some stupid, half-assed marketing gimmick there to spice up a half-assed product, then in my opinion, once again, the WWE will have given us an exercise in mediocrity. This is my top 5 WWE makeovers. What do I mean by makeover? It's when a wrestler starts out with a certain gimmick and it just doesn't seem to be working. You know, the fans are booing, they're indifferent, and they just don't seem to care. So the WWE takes this character, modifies it, tweaks it, sometimes just a little bit, and now all of a sudden, like, all the fans like them. After I do my opinion on the top 5 makeovers, I'm going to do just the reverse of that, where a wrestler's gimmick starts out good, but then for whatever reason the WWE changes it, and now it's not as good anymore, or outright sucks. You know, what I call a make-under. So my opinion on the top 5 WWE makeovers, then my opinion on the top 5 WWE make-unders. For the top 5 makeovers, coming in at number 5, the Edge and Christian Tag Team. I forgot to mention this in my last video. Besides being the Rated R champion, the other time I liked Edge was when he was in a tag team with Christian, and it started to get really entertaining, you know, when they started to get really arrogant, alright? But let's start at the beginning. When Edge first debuted, I recall people joking on the message boards that Edge's heat stopped once his music stopped, you know? It sometimes almost felt like people were cheering for his music more than him. But soon the WWE started to tweak his character, and it kept getting better. You know, Edge, Christian, and Gangrel were in the Brood, and they would rise up on the platform, you know, din, 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 jing, 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 you know, and that was an improvement. That was far more interesting. But when Edge and Christian started really getting good was when they split up with Gangrel, and they started getting really arrogant. They started getting really cocky, you know, like, sure, I'll give you an autograph, kid. That'll be $10, you know. And they'd be chilling backstage with their huge sunglasses and posing in the ring like this, you know. And I think Kurt Angle joined them at one point. That was the best, you know. What an awesome makeover, or should I say, it reeked of awesomeness. Coming in at number 4, Hardcore Holly. I feel like I gotta include Hardcore Holly. This guy started out as Thurman Sparky Plug. He started out as Thurman Sparky Plug with his checkered flag tights. Then he became Bob Sparkplug Holly and fought Hunter S. Helmsley at SummerSlam 95. You know, but you could tell the WWE was trying to make it better. After briefly being in the New Midnight Express with Bart Gunn, he became Hardcore Holly, and it was so much better. He had his storyline cousin Crash, who would come out with the scale. You know, even the action figure included a scale. And his storyline cousin Molly Holly, it was so much better. That is one heck of a makeover. At number 3, Mr. Bob Backlund. Bob Backlund comes back to the WWF. At WrestleMania 9 against Razor Ramon, Backlund is supposed to be the good guy, but like the whole crowd is chanting, Razor! 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 And even Razor's like, you know? So the WWF starts to modify the character. On Raw, Bob Backlund cinches in his finishing move on some ham and egger, starts going crazy, you know, and from then on, he turns into this elitist heel who talks down on people, and when he gets in the ring, starts looking at his hands like, ah! You know, and it starts getting better. I think number 1 and number 2 are obvious. The Rock and Stone Cold. Two of the biggest stars in wrestling history started out as Rocky Maivia and the Ringmaster. I think that's all that needs to be said, right? I put The Rock as the number 1 though, because though the fans didn't seem to mind the Ringmaster that much, many of them seemed to despise Rocky Maivia, chanting Rocky sucks and holding up Rocky sucks signs. To go from that to being one of the biggest wrestling stars in history, in my opinion, has got to be the best wrestling makeover. And now, on to the top 5 make-unders. Characters that, in my opinion, started out good, but then the WWE modified them, and they were not as good. Coming in at number 5, Kurt Angle. I've already discussed original versus current Kurt Angle character in a previous video. In my opinion, Attitude Era Kurt Angle is one of the greatest wrestling characters of all time. By 2006, however, they turned him into this more serious wrestling machine type character. You know, like, what? Was Kurt Angle's hair the source of all his comedic power or something? Is that why when it got shaved off, he got gradually more serious? Coming in at number 3 and 4, Val Venus and The Good Father. The Good Father used to come out with all these women. Val Venus used to compare himself to a Rubik's Cube. They went from that to wearing shirts and ties as a part of the Right to Censor faction. If that's not a make-under, I don't know what is! Coming in at number 2, the unmasked version of Kane. Man, I don't even want to talk about this one. Let's just move on. Coming in at number 1, made in the USA, Lex Luger. From the narcissist to made in the USA, Lex Luger. You know, why is this number 1? Because in my opinion, the narcissist had the potential to be one of my favorite wrestling characters of all time. You know, going into 1993 as a wrestling fan, I was all about the narcissist Lex Luger and Razor Ramon. These two heels that debuted in 92. You know, I was a fan of Razor Ramon, and I was a fan of the narcissist Lex Luger. You know, coming out with all these women, you know, you know, posing. Man, narcissist ruled! But next thing you know, Hogan leaves, Luger body slams Yoko, and all of a sudden it's made in the USA Lex Luger, you know, coming out in the Stars and Stripes with a shorter haircut, wearing the USA flag jacket. I was like, it felt like they had plans for the narcissist, you know? He attacked Bret Hart on WrestleMania 9 weekend, you know? But I guess Hogan left, and they looked at Lex Luger and decided to make him the next Hogan. You know, man! Some people have said to me that if I was a kid, I would like babyface Boy Scout John Cena. I don't think so. I was a kid when they turned Lex Luger babyface Boy Scout, and I was like, no! So there you have it. My opinion as a wrestling fan on the top 5 WWE make-unders and the top 5 WWE make-overs. Finally, The Rock has come back to the WWE, and finally, we have that direct, side-by-side comparison on what a star is supposed to look like. No, it's not Wade Barrett, it's not Sheamus, it's not The Miz. Stop sending me messages telling me Jack Swagger's a star. After 7 years away, The Rock walks in and instantly blows them all away. What does that say? It says that that is what a star is supposed to look like. Alright? That's what I mean when I talk about having the look, the magnetism, that charisma that just draws people in, right? The PG era fans now have a small taste of the kind of stuff that we used to get every single episode, and how stupid some of them sound to me when they're on here trying to convince people that guys like Sheamus are stars, right? You sound like a damn fool, alright? That's number 1. Number 2, once again, one of the best Raw moments had nothing to do with a wrestling match. What have I been saying for literally years now about that dumb star rating system that people seem to use to judge product quality? About how it's not just about match time per show. Maybe finally, now some of you will begin to understand what I'm talking about. Number 3, in my opinion, the reaction to The Rock just shows how starved we are as wrestling fans. Look, as happy as I am to see The Rock in a wrestling ring again, let's get something straight. Let's get something straight. The Rock has a new movie coming out. Fast and Furious 5 comes out April 29th, and he's here to guest host WrestleMania 27, right? That's it, right? That is it. Vince might dish out more money for an offer later on, but as of right now, that is it. He's here to host WrestleMania, maybe do a People's Elbow or two, and that's it, right? Yet we are so starved that The Rock walks out, and all of a sudden I'm seeing people online talking about who The Rock's going to wrestle at SummerSlam and who's he going to team up with at Survivor Series. Where the hell did all this crap come from? Right? Look how desperate this Super Cena era, this era of Nexus and Hornswoggle has made us. Look how starved we are for something, anything to look forward to. That The Rock can walk in and immediately be the biggest star. That the biggest star of Entertainment will arguably be its guest host. Let's not forget that by WrestleMania 20, The Rock was actually getting kind of booed, right? A lot of fans were turning on him and booing him for choosing Hollywood over wrestling. But now, at this point, we are so starved that he walks in and everyone's going nuts. He looks like the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, like he's like up here and all the other wrestlers are like down here. That is how starved we are. But as much of a relief as The Rock is to our starvation, I think you would agree that he is by no means a long-term solution. The issues with the WWE have not gone away. We still have mid-carders pretending to be main eventers. We still have worthless title belts. We still have no mid-card. We still have watered-down wrestling. That's my fourth point. What happens the day after WrestleMania when The Rock flies back to Hollywood? We're gonna once again be left with all these non-Rocks boring us to tears. And as for what The Rock said on Raw, of course I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because, in my opinion, it represented what many of us Attitude Era fans have been saying forever. That we went from Stone Cold and The Rock to this. You know, that we went from the Attitude Era to The Miz and Cena. You know, here's my fear though. Here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that the WWE is going to chicken out again. I'm afraid that the WWE is going to have The Rock come out and backtrack on what he said. Have him come out and be like, well, The Rock does think The Miz is awesome, and he actually loves C-Nation. Or have a storyline where The Rock is actually teamed up with John Cena and helps him win at WrestleMania. You know, just backtrack out of what he said. So before I make any more comments on The Rock's promo, I'm going to wait and see if the WWE actually lets it stand as is. But back to the original point, The Rock. That is what a star is supposed to look like. Is that clear, new era fanboys? Not Jack Swagger, not The Miz, that. And as for John Cena's response to The Rock on Raw, I have not watched it, and I have no interest in ever watching it. Why? It's not due to blind hating. It's because the John Cena character seems incapable of answering criticism, right? Whether it's why he wrestles wearing jean shorts, why he wears spinny belts, or Triple H confronting him about not being a good wrestler, or The Rock making fun of his bright shirts and waving his hand in front of his face, he never actually answers it. He never says why. He always sidesteps the question with stupid fourth-grade jokes that makes him look like a complete wussy. And you want to know why the Cena character never seems to directly respond to criticism? It's because he can't. It's because the character legitimately sucks. You know, like, what's he supposed to say? You know, like, well, you know, the reason I wear these bright colored shirts and wave my hands in front of my face is because it makes my 8-year-old fans super happy. You know, like, you know, he can't say shit. You know, he can't directly respond to the criticism, so he changes the subject. And that's what I'm guessing he did to The Rock. I heard he did another rap. Of course, that's the only thing he can do. The Rock verbally destroys him, so he randomly memorizes another rap that answers nothing. You know, like, why does he have to go back to Thugonomics just to respond to The Rock? After being Ronald McDonald for so long, why does he have to rap his response to The Rock? Why can't he just answer the damn criticism? Answer the damn question! You know, why does he have to momentarily go back to being a rapper just for this? You know, Cena sucks! Finally, The Rock has come back to wrestling, and finally, we are getting some side-by-side comparisons between the Attitude Era and the Entertainment Era, between greatness and foolishness, between how to respond like a man and how to respond like a chump. The Rock returns to Raw and immediately represents, saying what so many of us have been feeling for such a long time. His two main points on Cena? You can't see me and those bright-ass shirts, or as The Rock puts it, peekaboo and fruity pebbles. What the hell is all that about? Finally, Cena is confronted about this crap. Finally, we're gonna get some answers, right? Cena says he's gonna respond. Great, we're gonna get some damn answers. He comes to the ring, grabs the mic, and starts talking about movies. What the fuck? Where did that come from? Something about Brokeback Mountain and a whole bunch of BS about polishing balls or whatever. What the hell? Then he goes on this generic stuff about he's there for the fans. Like, what is this? What's going on? I thought Cena was going to respond to The Rock. Where's the response? The Rock then responds, and unlike Cena, he directly answers Cena with a true response based on what Cena said. He talks about why he left, why he called out Cena, and questions why Cena would rap to him. In other words, he responds to Cena. You get that, Cena lovers? Did The Rock go off changing the subject, talking about music or Cena's album or whatever? No, he answers the damn question like a man. Cena then, quote-unquote, responds and starts talking about satellites. What the hell? Where did that come from? He talks about The Rock appearing through satellite, even though Cena himself has appeared through satellite. How can people cheer for this rapping fool? Imagine if someone criticized my vids. Imagine if he's like, Pspower, your videos suck because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, imagine if I say I'm going to respond, but when I actually do, I start talking about movies and Brokeback Mountain and generic stuff about how I'm there for my viewers. If I responded like that, what would you think of me? Exactly. And there's another comparison right there between the no-nonsense approach of the Attitude Era and the diddle-dallying, purple-rapping Candyland that is C-Nation. And oh yeah, don't forget to capitalize the N. It's C-Nation. Hello, C-Nation. Please. You know, as our standards for wrestling have gradually declined, sometimes subconsciously, here comes The Rock that's still up here to remind us of what we used to expect. Like I said a few vids ago, there used to seem to be a certain standard in the WWE. You had to have that look, that charisma, that special something about you that made you feel like a celebrity. But these days, there are all these average-looking everyday Joes all over the WWE, and I don't know why they're there. You know, you really think the mainstream's gonna pick up on these guys? The quality of characters just isn't where it used to be. I remember a while ago I was watching Raw, and there was this big, fat, balding guy in Nexus, and I had no idea why he was in the WWE. You know, he looked like your average, run-of-the-mill guy off the street. He looked nothing like a star. He looked nothing like a Rock or a Shawn Michaels. He looked nothing like a pay-per-view star. He looks like your average ham and egger who stands outside the 7-Eleven with a Big Bite in his hands. Your everyday Joe, and I had no idea why he was in the WWE. Remember that period of time where we had Stone Cold, The Rock, DX, The Corporation, and Monday Nitro with NWO all at the same time? See, that was when wrestling was at its best. And I'm glad The Rock is temporarily back to give us some small side-by-side comparisons. The difference between attitude and PG. The difference between greatness and foolishness. And you want to know what the most frustrating thing about all of this is to me? The most frustrating thing about The Rock's return is just how powerfully it shows just how much of a failure the Cena experiment is. After all we've been through, after Cena being shoved down our throats all these years, after all the WWE has sacrificed, The Rock walks in and easily exposes him right away. So then, what was this Super Cena thing all about anyways? Is this all it amounted to? Was it really worth letting this fake Marine steamroll the entire roster, sacrificing everyone, and watching him crush all our favorite wrestlers? For what? For this? The Cena experiment has come with a very high price tag. Think of all the opportunities lost to Cena. There are so many wrestlers with so much potential that I will never know how big they could have gotten because the WWE was so preoccupied with protecting Cena's fragile popularity that he had to crush them. Cena won the title at WrestleMania 21. By that SummerSlam, he was already getting half booed. Anytime Cena fights a real star, like a Shawn Michaels or a Triple H, he gets booed. The only time he gets any kind of significant support is when he's fighting unlikable guys like Khali, or when he's crushing underdeveloped talent. So, all this underdeveloped talent got thrown under the Cena steamroller. You know, was it worth it? Seeing as how The Rock is easily outclassing Cena right now, was it worth it? Did the WWE just waste our time between WrestleMania 21 and now? I don't see how anyone Cena lovers included could call the Cena experiment a rip-roaring success. Because it's not. Now, there have been achievements. You can say there have been achievements. You could say, after the Attitude Era, Cena carried the ball and brought in a whole new generation of young fans who love his merchandise. You can say that. But achievement is not the same thing as success. Given all we've been through, given the current state of the wrestling industry, and the reaction Cena has been getting compared to The Rock recently, I don't see how anyone could call the Cena experiment some kind of bona fide success. But despite the apparent failure of the Cena experiment, and I can't believe I'm saying this, despite The Rock easily exposing Cena, there still seem to be fanboys out there that still want Cena to dominate. If Vince ends up dishing out the big bucks to get The Rock back in the ring, these fanboys seem to want The Rock to lay down for Cena. All under the faulty logic that just because the guy is an active wrestler, just because Cena is an active wrestler, The Rock should lay down for him. Are you insane? Now, this is a topic that I planned for a future video. And I have touched on it in the past when some fanboys seem to expect Ric Flair to lay down for Jay Lethal. But I will say this for now. In my opinion, it is faulty logic. Especially for Cena. What? Has Cena not been put over enough? You want to give him more? What, did he win the lottery or something? You want to give him more? Half boot to hell. And you want to give him more? You want to give him The Rock too? This rapping fool has already brought the industry back to the Stone Age. And looking at the rest of the WrestleMania 27 card just further proves my point. The WWE seemed to be so preoccupied with protecting Cena's fragile popularity that the lack of new megastars is now fully exposed. That's why this card looks so lackluster. Cena versus Miz? Del Rio versus Edge? Cody Rhodes versus Rey Mysterio? This card sounds barely qualified for the Great American Bash, let alone WrestleMania. This card sounds like it's for like a really good episode of Monday Night Raw, doesn't it? And they're having to use it for WrestleMania? But I've got to give credit to the WWE's promotional department for successfully making this WrestleMania feel much bigger than it actually is. I mean, the way they built up this WrestleMania, you almost got the feeling that it was going to be Rock versus Cena, right? But it's not Rock versus Cena. It's merely Cena versus Miz. But the main event is so weak sauce that the WWE seems to be trying to fog it up to make it feel like something else. Think about how embarrassing that must be. Imagine if WrestleMania was Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels, but Bret Hart spent the whole build-up arguing with Hulk Hogan. Think about the lack of confidence that represents in the main event. The WWE promotional department has done a really nice job of hiding the weakness that is Miz versus Cena. But back to the original point, in my opinion, the Cena experiment is clearly not a success and clearly needs to end immediately. Change up the gimmick, finally turn him heel, something. You've sold your spinny belts, you sold your Fruity Pebble shirts, it's time to move on. Yes, I know this is late. Yesterday's news. But the truth is, I wasn't even planning to upload a WrestleMania 27 review. I mean, I think the pay-per-view speaks for itself, Look at it, The fanboys can make all the excuses they want, but look at it. Still, a lot of viewers have been asking me, filling my inbox with requests that I make a boring match-by-match review. So here's a boring match-by-match review. Let's get this over with. Let's go! So, is Entertainia 27 the crappiest WrestleMania of all time? Some may say so, but I think we can all agree that it's at least a nominee. It can at least be nominated for crappiest WrestleMania. And because, in my opinion, Entertainia 27 brought the WWE product to new levels of suctitude in a variety of ways, I would also like to nominate it for a variety of categories. The first category is shittiest opening match. They opened the show with the world title match. I repeat, the WWE opened a WrestleMania with the world title... Let's try this again. They opened the show with the world title match. I repeat, the WWE opened a WrestleMania with the world title match. Made it. The world title match was first, and that should be enough said. But for you dumb Cena lovers, let me explain why. Build-up does not just take place before a show. It also takes place during the show. That's why match order is so important. When you're waiting the whole show for Warrior versus Hogan, for Austin versus Rock, whatever, it's building up that anticipation. It makes the match feel more epic when it happens. Putting the world title match first is outrageous. It's disrespectful. Imagine if at WrestleMania 17 they made Austin versus Rock go out there first, right? It would deflate everything. By putting the world title match first, in my opinion, the WWE is basically saying to Edge, you don't matter, your world title ain't worth shit, and you're not worth anticipating. And so go out there and get it over with, right? So for its disrespect of the world title, for its disrespect of Edge as world champion, I nominate Edge versus Del Rio as the crappiest opening match in WrestleMania history. I was wondering how the world title match could take place before the US title match, but it turned out the US title match couldn't even make it on the air. Didn't the WWE just take the tag team title match off another recent WrestleMania? So that wasn't a fluke. They're just taking title matches off WrestleManias. The champions in the WWE are not stars. The main event is now mid-card, and the mid-card is now off the air. The lack of star power in the WWE has reached new levels of patheticness. Since when, in an era with real stars, does a promotion take its champions off the air? The fanboys should have nothing more to say. And another thing, Edge seriously needs to leave a shirt on when he wrestles. Alright, dude, this guy has no physique. He has no pecs. You know, it just curves straight down like a chicken breast. You know, it's like these scrawny arms and legs and like this plump KFC in the middle. You know, like, dude, you know, it's distracting. The next match was Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes decides to wear Lay Cool's outfit down to the ring. My nomination for lamest use of Diva gear. Lay Cody with a Virgil mask. Rey Mysterio's outfit, however, was pretty good. I think that'll be remembered for WrestleManias to come. But regardless of that, why was this match on TV and not the US title match? And on top of that, it felt like a Raw match, you know, with the heel stealing the victory and walking up the ramp, and now the feud continues? I thought this was WrestleMania. I thought WrestleMania is supposed to be the climax, the raging climax. There it is, WrestleMania, the raging climax. That didn't feel like a climax. That felt like more build-up. And after that was the Snoop Dogg segment, my nomination for crappiest, most useless backstage segment in WrestleMania history. Alright. Unless it's coming naturally from wrestlers, the WWE seriously needs to stop attempting humor. That American Idol thing was embarrassing. Right? Zero entertainment value, unrelated to any match, no reason to exist. Generally, I do not mind celebrity wrestler interactions at WrestleMania. Bob Backlund playing chess with Jonathan Taylor Thomas at WrestleMania 11, you know, I like that. But this was an embarrassment, a total embarrassment. The Rock Mae Young segment, on the other hand, was okay, if only because we got to see Rock Stone Cold one more time. But you know, it was bittersweet. You know, back in 2007, when Chris Jericho was about to come back to the WWE, I made a video saying how I love Chris Jericho. I love watching him perform, but, you know, I kind of don't want to see him wrestle again because I don't want him associated with the current product. And a lot of these Cena-loving fanboys back then didn't get it. They're like, if you truly were a Chris Jericho fan, why would you not want to see him wrestle, you know? After WrestleMania 27, now do you better see why? The Rock and Stone Cold will now be forever associated with WrestleMania 27 and the shitty-ass product, you know? So I would kind of rather them stay away, even if it means I don't get to see them. Next match was the Big Show and Kane versus Team 7-Eleven. 4 things. Number 1, wasn't Kane just world champion like a second ago? What's he doing in this useless throwaway match? Number 2, despite being in this useless throwaway match, Kane's match was still after Edge's world title match. Like, what kind of mess is this? Number 3, why was this match on TV and not the US title match? In my opinion, a legit nomination for most pointless match in WrestleMania history. And number 4, Team 7-Eleven, Walmart, Nexus, Core, whatever the hell you want to call them. Weren't they supposed to be a big deal? Didn't we just spend 2010 watching them boringly attack Bret Hart and John Cena every single episode? Weren't fanboys raving about how they were the best things going on in wrestling? Like, what happened to that? They couldn't even make it to WrestleMania without becoming pointless jobbers. You Cena-loving stupid fanboys need to remember that the next time you overhype factions containing big fat balding guys that don't look like they even belong in wrestling. Ooh, Carlitos, he's gonna be the next big thing. Ooh, John Morrison, he's gonna be the next big thing. Ooh, Elijah Burke, he's gonna be the next big thing. Ooh, Nexus, they're gonna be the next big thing. Shut up! The Rock Pee Wee Herman segment was short and harmless, though I wonder how people who bought Cena's big purple shirt feel now that the WWE itself seems to have made fun of it, with Pee Wee Herman pointing at it and saying, "Ha! He looks like a tool!" Look at that. Cena lovers. What a bunch of suckers. Michael Cole versus Jerry Lawler. Oh, man. Michael Cole versus Jerry Lawler. Up for the following nominations. Shittiest match in WrestleMania history. Biggest waste of time in WrestleMania history. Most laughable costumes in WrestleMania history. Shittiest match finish in WrestleMania history. Least talented participants in WrestleMania history. Biggest WrestleMania embarrassment in WrestleMania history. And most drawn out crap in WrestleMania history. Man, from the entrances to the Booker T stuff, this thing took forever. Just when you think Bret versus Vince dragged on, this takes the cake. You know, they couldn't have given some of this time to Daniel Bryan? And I wonder how Edge feels. His world title match was the opening act for this. And all this talk about Jerry Lawler finally performing at WrestleMania, they couldn't even at least give him a clean match finish? Not even at least that? You know, man, I don't even want to hear you fanboys trying to defend this. Don't even want to hear it. I don't know why people keep praising Triple H versus Undertaker. This match was so stupid. Triple H must be the dumbest character in the history of the WWE. The second half of the match was just him laying around, wondering what to do, because half unconscious Undertaker over there keeps kicking out. Hey, newsflash, idiot! This is a no-holds-barred match. Stop doing pedigrees. He keeps kicking out. Here's an idea. Take a crowbar and rip his balls out. He's not going to kick out of that. What do you mean you can't get the pin? You know, punch him in the throat, smash his face in, rip him a new asshole. You know, what do you mean you can't get the pin? You know, this is a no-holds-barred match. Rip him into little pieces. You know, what do you mean you can't get the pin? So you got to lay around, looking around, wondering what to do. You know, what are you, some kind of moron? And don't give me any excuse about how Triple H had some kind of honor. Alright, do I really need to reference previous matches? This is Mr. Sledgehammer we're talking about. Mr. Do Anything to Win. And again, this is an agreed upon no-holds-barred match. There's no dishonor, right? Triple H did eventually grab the sledgehammer, but only to stand over the Undertaker and bend over him and get caught in a submission. What an idiot, right? Triple H. My nomination for dumbest WrestleMania big match performance. It almost felt as if the dumbass writers originally wrote this as a regular match, changed it to a no-holds-barred match at the last minute, but kept the original script. I mean, if I was Triple H and this was a regular match, then yeah, I'd be doing repeat pedigrees, trying to knock him out. But if it was a no-holds-barred match, repeat pedigrees would be the last thing I would be thinking about doing. I'd be hitting my opponents with objects until he stopped moving. But no, I'm Triple H, let's keep doing more pedigrees. You know, it was like regular match psychology in a no-holds-barred match. It made no sense. As far as Cena versus The Miz goes, man, let me tell you what happened. Before making my last video, I was talking to my friend J-Body on the phone, and the topic of Cena's Fruity Pebble shirts came on. J-Body asked me, he's like, dude, what do you think Cena's next color shirt is going to be? And this is almost exactly what I told him. I said, well, Cena's done green, he's done purple, he's done orange, and he's done blue. The only two colors of the rainbow left are yellow and red. And he's probably not going to do yellow because that's too much Hulk Hogan. So yeah, WrestleMania 27, we're probably going to see Cena running out looking like a stop sign. Sure enough, WrestleMania rolls around, Cena runs out wearing this big red shirt, and J-Body's like, dude, you called it, you predicted it, man, did you put it in your last video? I'm like, no, I didn't, I forgot. Man, so now I can't prove that I made that prediction. Well, man, that would have been a pretty good prediction, wouldn't it? As far as the Miz versus Cena match itself goes, when it got started like all normally, I thought to myself, I was thinking, is the WWE really gonna do it? Are they really gonna let the Miz versus Cena anchor WrestleMania like in a normal match? Because to me, everything they've done leading up to the match with all the Rock stuff indicated a total lack of confidence. But sure enough, the double count out, the Rock comes out, and you know the rest. Two things. First of all, in my opinion, The Rock did not prevent us from seeing some kind of classic WrestleMania match in the making, alright? The Miz vs. Cena was a Raw level match that should have never been booked for WrestleMania in the first place. Number two, I said in a previous video how I thought The Miz would look like a boy standing next to The Rock. And in my opinion, he did. After retaining the belt, The Miz is standing in the ring, sees The Rock staring at him, and The Miz is standing there like this, all scared looking, right before The Rock runs in and destroys him, you know? I almost felt sorry for The Miz. He looked so out of his league, you know? But overall, in my opinion, this match qualifies for 2 nominations. The crappiest WWE title match and the crappiest match to end the WrestleMania. So overall, as far as WrestleMania 27 goes, don't ever talk trash about WrestleMania 9 again. I take WrestleMania 9 over WrestleMania 27 any day. Even with Snooki doing the Hakushi thing. You know, if you gave me a tape of WrestleMania 9 and 27, I would take WrestleMania 9. I would take Shawn Michaels versus Tatanka, Lex Luger versus Mr. Perfect, the Steiners versus the Head Shrinkers, and Bret Hart versus Yokozuna over this stuff I just went over. Right? I mean, I don't think it's biased either. I think it's just honest quality assessment. WrestleMania used to be the raging climax, the granddaddy of them all, where everything came to a head. Now, though, it feels more like, you know, just another episode leading into the next episode. Cody Rhodes getting the best of Rey Mysterio, Michael Cole sneaking away with Jerry Lawler, and now their storylines continue into the next episode, you know? It doesn't feel like a climax. It feels more like a segue into the next episode. A $60 segue. With no stars. And meaningless belts. And Khali singing. Oh man, I am done talking about this. Despite all these supposed creative minds, wrestling just can't get it right. Look, one of the reasons why wrestling is in the shape it's in is due to the lack of new stars. One of the reasons for the lack of new stars is the lack of individuality. And one of the reasons for the lack of individuality is promotions not letting wrestlers shine on their own. And one of the ways promotions don't let wrestlers shine on their own is by bunching them up wholesale into these big groups. Like, remember after the WWE brand split, when they made all the Raw guys wear red shirts and all the SmackDown guys wear blue shirts, and they'd be rumbling in the ring, red versus blue? No individuality, no characters, just a bunch of nameless bodies. 2 colors fighting each other. 4 brain-dead fans by lazy writers at the expense of valuable individual character growth. At this past Destination X, when Brian Kendrick was about to get his ass kicked by Scott Steiner and Bubba Ray, you see all the X Division guys running down to the ring together. baby faces and heels mixed together for no other reason except being in the same division. You see Austin Aries standing next to Shark Boy, standing next to Douglas Williams. But at that point, they're just a bunch of nameless bodies, a bunch of nobodies bunched together. Now, you might say, oh, well, they were just protecting the X Division title. That's pathetic, alright? Can you imagine if the Intercontinental title was threatened, having Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect, Razor Ramon, Rick Rude, and the Ultimate Warrior all run down mixed together? No! Because they're all each individual huge stars all on their own. You got Razor Ramon over here with all his individuality and all his charisma. And then you got Mr. Perfect over here with all his individuality and all his star power and all his charisma. You don't just put a red or blue shirt on them and have them run out there like some nobody. Hey, stupid promotions. These wrestlers put their bodies on the line and literally sweat their ass off for you. Don't bunch them up into these groups of nobodies. Nexus. Let them individually shine. I don't want red or blue. I want Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Razor Ramon. I want Austin Aries, Frankie Kazarian. I want individuals. I want the next big stars. Everything that WWE is doing is wrong. You want me to talk about it. You want me to talk about how shitty Capital Punishment was. You want me to talk about Christian's 2-day title reign. But why bother? You're already probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking. The belts are worth nothing. It used to be that when you won the world title, you felt like a true main eventer. Austin, Hogan, Angle. Now you got guys like Sheamus and Christian winning it, and they still feel like mid-carders. The belts are worth nothing. And when the belts are worth nothing, it makes you wonder why the wrestlers are even chasing it. And if you wonder why the wrestlers are even chasing it, you wonder why they're even wrestling, and the whole kayfabe falls apart. Adding to the train wreck, the early announcement of Rock vs. Cena has rendered this entire wrestling cycle pointless filler. Even if you're excited about Rock vs. Cena, it must have felt a little weird that they announced it so damn early, because it defies common sense. Number one, you announce a match too early, the hype is going to wear thin. Yes, even for The Rock. In movies and everything, they time the promotion such that the hype is at its exact highest point when the movie comes out. It's common sense. You announce it too late, there's not enough time to build up, but if you announce it too early, it's going to wear thin. It has to be the exact right timing, and that's what the road to WrestleMania is for. It's tried and true. It's the proven way. Number two, there's still the small issue that in between WrestleMania 27 and Rock vs. Cena at WrestleMania 28, you still have to go through every other pay-per-view. By setting the dream match so far in advance, you're undermining all the other shows. I mean, how can you announce Rock vs. Cena, but then at the next pay-per-view give us Cena vs. Miz vs. Morrison? You know, SummerSlam is going to have this huge shadow looming over it because there's no way its main event can possibly be as big. Number three, The Rock vs. Cena undermines the entire roster. You talk about your youth movements? You talk about me living in the past? Well, what about this shadow of The Rock? From WrestleMania 27 all the way to WrestleMania 28. A shadow that looms large as John Morrison tries to be a main eventer at Extreme Rules, and R-Truth tries to be a main eventer at Capital Punishment. A shadow that has rendered them completely pointless filler. The roster has been completely undermined, and the pay-per-views have been completely undermined. You know how a music CD has like 16 songs, but only 2 of them are any good and the rest is useless filler? Well, that's what the wrestling industry is right now. Everything in wrestling between now and Rock vs. Cena is just going to be useless, pointless filler. Something the Cena era has been depressingly filled with. I mean, what was the point of Khali vs. Cena? What was the point of Bobby Lashley versus Cena? I mean, come on. Those guys were never going to win the spinning belt. They were there just there to kill time, to be pointless filler. The R-Truth just fought Cena at Capital Punishment, but already I don't see anybody talking about it anymore because it was filler and now it's over. So, why would the WWE pre-render an entire pay-per-view cycle as useless filler? In my opinion, it's for the same reason they moved up the draft. Desperation. They have no stars and they know it. So they're going to announce this dream match super early, then have The Rock make all these sporadic, part-time appearances to make him look like a member of the active roster. And you say I'm living in the past? How can you say I'm living in the past and then support the prolonged build-up of a part-time Attitude Era star that undermines the young roster? Are you stupid? As much as I like the guy, John Morrison was nothing but filler. R-Truth, was nothing but filler. And this whole CM Punk thing going on right now is nothing but filler. So CM Punk comes out and says how we feel. Who cares? We already said it. Saying the problem's not the same thing as solving it. It's like a politician that comes out and says, hey, guess what? Gas prices are high. No shit, asshole! Now what are you gonna do about it? It doesn't mean anything if you don't plan on doing anything about it. And this filler is especially infuriating to me because it toys with our true emotions. The WWE has basically taken how many of us feel and turned it into a short-term filler storyline. CM Punk's promo doesn't actually represent anything. It doesn't actually represent a true reform of the wrestling product, which is what we want. All it is more filler, more Great Khali, Bobby Lashley filler to waste our time until Rock vs. Cena. By WrestleMania 28, we're not even going to be talking about this anymore. Like, I can almost imagine the WWE meeting room. Like, all the people are probably sitting around talking about, I can almost imagine the WWE meeting room. They're looking at their pathetic buy rates and all these fans of theirs going to UFC when one simpleton stands up and is like, hey, I know. Why don't we take CM Punk, who's one of their favorites, and have him go out there and run through a carefully worded promo that name drops Brock Lesnar and Ring of Honor. That ought to hold them through the next pay-per-view. At least the dumb ones. Hey, WWE, look! We're not the dumb, gullible kiddies you keep leading around with this Cena crap. We recognize bullshit. You don't announce The Rock versus Cena at WrestleMania 28, then have us buy into Morrison, R-Truth, and CM Punk in the meantime. We don't want you to repeat our complaints. We want you to solve them. A true commitment to revitalize and improve the wrestling product. Not to take some of what we said and turn it into a short-term filler storyline. We know the difference. As Scott Hall said at the Great American Bash 1996, you don't jack us around. All we want is true product reform. A true improvement of the wrestling product. That's all we want. You hear us, WWE? I've been getting some messages from people who, let's just say, don't completely agree with my opinions about CM Punk. Let's get something straight, alright? I'm a CM Punk fan. I have videos on here where I'm wearing a CM Punk t-shirt. I want CM Punk to experience success in wrestling. I'm with you on that. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be defending every single thing that has to do with CM Punk. As always, I'm going to be calling it just like I see it. First of all, CM Punk is way too scrawny to be in the heavyweight division. This guy's even smaller than Edge. Like, when they were in the ring together, even Vince McMahon looked so much bigger than CM Punk. It was embarrassing. A while ago, when me and my friend went to Saturday night's main event and CM Punk walked out with the heavyweight title, my friend was in shock. He was like, that shrimp is the heavyweight champion? That guy? When Cena fights CM Punk at this upcoming Money in the Bank pay-per-view, take a quick second. Take a look at the size of John Cena's arms. Then look at CM Punk's arms. Take a look at John Cena's physique. Then look at CM Punk's physique. It's embarrassing. Even medium-sized champions like Bret Hart, they look huge compared to CM Punk. CM Punk's out there trying to be all intimidating when it looks like Vince McMahon could kick his ass. You know, in my WrestleMania vid, I said Edge needs to put a shirt on when he wrestles. CM Punk, he needs like a whole winter coat, man. He needs to be wrapped up like an Eskimo. Now, I'm not saying that every wrestler needs to look like Batista, but if you're gonna be in the heavyweight division, you can't look too scrawny either. Second of all, John Cena versus CM Punk, to me, it is filler. It is. Doesn't mean it can't be enjoyable. Bret Hart versus Hakushi was enjoyable. Bret Hart calls it one of his favorite matches. It's one of my favorite matches. But it was filler. It was there to fill a spot of an in-your-house pay-per-view. By the time Survivor Series rolled around, Hakushi was on this throwaway team with Marty Jannetty and Barry Horowitz. I like CM Punk. We all like CM Punk. But I gotta call it like I see it. After WrestleMania, Cena fought Morrison. Then it was R-Truth. Then it's CM Punk. Then it's going to be a bunch of guys after CM Punk, all leading up to The Rock. When Cena went into the ring this last Raw to confront CM Punk, one of the first things he mentions is The Rock. And it's on purpose. This is just a prolonged road to WrestleMania, and guys like CM Punk and R-Truth are just guys along the way. Can't you see that? Even if they extend this feud, even if CM Punk ends up staying with the company and they give him another world title reign and he starts teaming with Vince McMahon or whatever, I think my point still stands. I mean, look at Sheamus. And another thing, didn't John Cena already kick CM Punk's ass on Raw like a while ago? I remember people online complaining about it, about Cena squashing CM Punk. And there was a picture of it on WWE.com of CM Punk being locked in the STFU like, ah! You know. So, why is CM Skinny all of a sudden a challenge now? You know? Shouldn't John Cena grab the microphone and be like, hey, yo, sorry, scrawny Pepsi boy, but this feud is a no-go. Because you see, I already kicked your ass on Raw like a while ago, so why don't you take your complaining ass and go bother Randy Orton or something? How could CM Punk respond to that? He couldn't. And people are actually trying to say that CM Punk Cena is the most exciting thing since the Attitude Era? Are you serious? Are you saying that from the Attitude Era all the way till now, the most exciting thing is CM Punk calling Cena a New York Yankee as ratings soared to 2.9? What about Shawn Michaels confronting Bret Hart? What about Shawn Michaels Hulk Hogan when Shawn Michaels wore the fake Hogan mustache and super kicked fake Larry King off the stage? What about Kurt Angle John Cena? What about Hogan versus Rock? Are you saying that CM Punk mentioning Ring of Honor beats all of that? Are you just blind fanboys? Don't you remember saying the same bullshit about Nexus? Do these phrases sound familiar? Nexus is the greatest thing going on in professional wrestling. Nexus is the most refreshing thing since the Attitude Era. Does that sound familiar? It should, because it's the same bullshit you were saying about Nexus that you're saying about this, while conveniently forgetting you already said about that. You know, like, what are you, like Goldfish, like 2-second memory? What's going on here? In recent times, Eric Bischoff's on-screen character, named Eric Bischoff, has feuded with the X Division. Eric Bischoff has dismissed the X Division as nothing but crap. I'm here to say, I agree. It is crap. Because in my opinion, not only does the X Division seem to carry very limited appeal beyond the fanboys, it's also arguably causing as much damage to wrestling as the WWE PG era is. I have 2 points to support this opinion. First of all, the X Division title has no place in TNA. Let's look at some other promotions. In the UFC, it's divided into weight classes. To be the number one guy, you qualify for a weight class and beat the champion. Simple as that. In the WWF, you had your world title, who's the number one guy, and then you had the Intercontinental title, who's pretty much the number two guy. Wrestlers climbed the ladder through the Intercontinental title to the world title. It was very clear. Simple as that. The frameworks for these titles were very clear. Now what the hell is the X Division? Where does it belong? TNA likes to say it's not about weight classes, it's about attitude. What the hell does that mean? What it means, what they're trying to communicate, is that it's going to be one of those over-coordinated ballerina matches. But think about it for a second. If wrestling was real, how the hell does a promotion know what type of match it's going to be? The only way a promotion can predict what type of match it's going to be is if the wrestlers agree to wrestle that type of match beforehand, because wrestling's fake. You're advertising that wrestling's fake. A promotion should base its titles off weight classes and or hierarchy. That's it. You can't base a title off a type of match. It's like having a high flyers title, or a brawlers title, or a technical wrestlers title. If wrestling's real, you can't predict what kind of attitude the match is going to have. What if a high flyer decides he's going to keep it on the ground this match? What if a brawler decides to go airborne? You can't predict. Having a title based off a type of match is basically a huge flashing sign saying, we're fake, we're fake. The existence of the X Division title kills believability and breaks suspension of disbelief. Second of all, I question the value of all these ballerina matches. I mean, yeah, you got some matches like the Austin Aries match at Destination X, which I thought was fantastic, but then you have all these other ones, like Sabin versus Shelley, where they're hopping and skipping and swinging, and it looks like they're figure skating. Disney on Ice. You know, I almost expected Sabin to lift Shelley up as they skate by the crowd. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Don't you want your matches to actually look like fights? I mean, we talk about how the WWE has moved too far away from wrestling, but when an X Division match crosses the line into looking blatantly fake, doesn't that compromise wrestling as well? Alright, let's get something straight. Back in the day, you had guys like Shawn Michaels, the Macho Man, Ricky Stupid cartwheeling Cabbage Patch Kid. Whew. Where was I? Oh yeah, high-flying matches. Let's get something straight, alright? The X Division does not define high-flying matches. You had guys like Shawn Michaels, the Macho Man, Ricky Steamboat, and RVD that were tearing it up before there even was an X Division. And they were doing it in these badass matches that I would take over the X Division any day. I remember when Shawn Michaels was going to fight the British Bulldog on Raw. I was so excited for that match that I thought about it all day, couldn't sleep that night, then thought about it all day in school the next day, all the way up until the show. Why? Because I knew it was going to be this badass, high-flying, high-impact match featuring two of the biggest stars in professional wrestling. Why do we need this ballerina figure skating crap when we had guys like the British Bulldog, who unlike CM Punk was this huge guy, but was like doing flips in the ring in combination with high impact power slams? Wouldn't you rather have your matches with people like that? Wouldn't you rather have matches that actually look like legitimate fights? The X Division has talent. It's got guys like Kazarian and Austin Aries. But why relegate them to some stupid division? Why not just have them in the regular division, like Shawn Michaels and the British Bulldog? Instead of Austin Aries versus some ballerina chasing some big plastic X, why not Austin Aries versus Kurt Angle chasing the world title just like everybody else? Doesn't that sound better? Eliminate the X Division, cut the ballerina crap, extract the talent, and put them in the regular division. So what's my response to all these fanboys overhyping this whole CM Punk thing? Dude, they do this every time. Every time when the WWE first starts a gimmick, these fanboys start spazzing out like it's the greatest thing of all time. And you can't have a conversation with them at that point because they're too busy orgasming. You're like, oh, the comeback has begun. Oh, the Sheamus era has begun. Oh, Nexus has arrived. You know, the last orgasm wasn't even that long ago. Remember just after The Miz won the title, how nuts these fanboys are going? Like, oh, the era of awesomeness has begun. Oh, this is it. This is the future. A true built-up champion. This is the new era. You know, does that sound familiar? You know, you can't talk to these geeks at this point because they're too busy orgasming. They're not going to listen. But as time goes by, the nerds start calming down and the big picture becomes clear. You know, all the people talking about the Sheamus era. What happened to that? All the people talking about how The Miz was a true built-up champion, the next big thing. You know, what happened to that? You know, where's the era of awesomeness? Where'd it go? You know, oh, there he is, getting beat by Rey Mysterio. You know, as time goes by, the big picture becomes clear. But instead of facing reality, these fanboys just move on and overhype the next thing, which in this case is CM Punk. I've talked about CM Punk for 2 videos in a row now. So with that said, I think I'm going to hold off and stop talking about the topic for a while, then come back later on when the big picture becomes more clear. I think that's best for the conversation. But before I do, here are some closing comments. You know, when CM Punk won the title and ran away with the belt and they announced the title tournament, me and my friend immediately speculated that they were just doing a Shawn Michaels 1994, where Shawn Michaels wins the Intercontinental title, leaves, they have a title tournament and crown a new champion, then Shawn Michaels comes back and is like, whoa, 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 I'm still the champion. You know, we thought that CM Punk was going to disappear off TV completely for a while. John Cena wins the title at SummerSlam. Then while Cena's celebrating in the ring, CM Punk walks out with the belt and is like, hey, not so fast. I'm still the champion. You know, then they have a ladder match where both belts are hanging above the ring like Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon. That's how we thought it was going to be. But the WWE didn't wait till SummerSlam to bring CM Punk back. Instead, they waited 1 whole episode. That's no comeback. Wrestlers miss 1, 2 episodes all the time and don't even mention it's nothing. And he was at Comic-Con in between, so it was like he never left. And you want to know why? You want to know why the WWE can't keep CM Punk off TV for even more than 1 episode? It's because they can't. It's because he's all they have. It's because the product has not been fixed. It's because the new era has not begun. If you take CM Punk off TV at this point, all you're left with is the same old broken product. The tag division, the women's division, the mid-card division. Mid-carders with briefcases getting instant title shots. You know, they're not going to keep CM Punk away for a second. You know, ratings are already at 2.9, and you want the WWE to hold off all the way until SummerSlam without The Rock or his filler? You know, they have nothing left. You know, this is what I'm talking about, all right? The WWE has taken our complaints and turned it into a filler storyline instead of actually solving the problems. Maybe when you're done orgasming, you'll realize that. And one more thing before I move on to other topics. People are actually trying to say that this CM Punk storyline represents good writing? Are you kidding? It's the same nonsensical garbage that feels like it was written by a 10-year-old. It's like a 10-year-old watched the Shawn Michaels Razor Ramon storyline and decided to make his own version, except this version makes no sense. There's a huge gap in writing quality between Shawn Michaels and CM Punk. Storyline-wise, Shawn Michaels was a proud and happy Intercontinental Champion who would dance around in the ring with the Intercontinental belt, which was his pride and joy. Then he gets injured, they have a tournament and crown a new champion, then Shawn Michaels comes rushing back like, no, wait a minute, I'm still the champion, this is still the real belt. And his actions make complete sense. The storyline makes complete sense. You understand why Shawn Michaels would be rushing back to reclaim his pride and joy. But none of this applies to CM Punk, does it? Storyline-wise, unlike Shawn Michaels, CM Punk is not happy. CM Punk has had enough of the WWE. He wants to win the title and run away with it and bring question to the credibility of all future champions. And you know what? At Money in the Bank, he actually does it. He wins the title and runs away with it. Success! Mission accomplished! Unlike Shawn Michaels, he got exactly what he wanted. Right? So then, unlike Shawn Michaels, why would he ever come back? After getting exactly what he wanted, mission accomplished, why would he then get on an airplane and fly all the way to San Diego to go bother Triple H at a comic book convention? You know, what? Is he a loser with no life? Being straight edge is that boring? You know? And then on the next Raw, he walks in with new merchandise on. You know, what the hell? You know, you see how this feels like it was written by a 10-year-old? You know, even if they make up some excuse, oh, I came back because of this, you know, dude, you undermined the entire build-up to Money in the Bank where you said you would win the title and run away with it, you know? And you fanboys call this good writing? Alright, enough talk about fillers. Let's get to what it's really all about, and that's The Rock versus Cena. Alright, now, I think even Cena fans will admit that Cena gets booed. You know, he gets booed, right? And when he's fighting a top tier guy like a Shawn Michaels or a Triple H, he gets especially booed, right? So, this brings up an issue. At WrestleMania 28, he's getting ready to fight The Rock, one of the biggest stars of all time that arguably destroys him in mic skills. So, what's he gonna do? What's the WWE gonna do? The obvious solution would be to turn Cena heel. But the topic of turning Cena heel and whether the WWE will be willing to do it, that's for another video. Assuming John Cena stays relative babyface, here is my list of 5 ways to help Cena look better against The Rock. Some of these the WWE has done already. Number 5, boost Cena with heavy direction. The Rock is one of the greatest mic talkers in wrestling history, and he verbally destroyed John Cena so bad that John Cena had to come back with a memorized rap about the Tooth Fairy and Brokeback Mountain and have one of those flowery things as a prop. But the thing is, that is a solution. Hire a team of writers to support Cena, to produce these killer promos where all Cena has to do is memorize it, go out there, and say it. Everything out of John Cena's mouth should be pre-written. All his motions in the ring should be carefully rehearsed. It's like a movie director. Direct the shit out of John Cena to make him look better. So Cena is boosted up with heavy direction, and to go along with that, we can water down The Rock. Let's face it, The Rock could verbally destroy John Cena and this whole PG era anytime he wanted. And I do get the sense that he has been holding back. But the WWE could tell him to hold back even more. Get The Rock to agree to be The Rock, but not full-on 100% Rock. Get him to be 60% Rock. You know, say the catchphrases, make fun of Cena's t-shirt some more, but that's it. No more. Get The Rock to agree to let Cena win some arguments. You know, basically, bring The Rock down to a manageable size that Cena can compete with. Next, attach Cena to a popular brand. When Cena used to get booed, the WWE would sometimes team him up with something popular, like D-Generation X, such that when the crowd cheered for DX, it sounded like they were also cheering for Cena. Just attach him to something popular. Cena could team up with Stone Cold against The Rock, or he could get DX or Mick Foley to come with him to the ring, or get a famous celebrity like Eminem to sing his intro at WrestleMania. Just basically ride the popularity of another. Number 2, attach Cena to a noble cause. For example, hypothetically, let's say John Cena dedicates his WrestleMania 28 match to this little kid who needs a heart transplant. And at WrestleMania, the little kid is sitting front row with tears in his eyes. So basically, if you dare to boo John Cena, you're booing the little kid as well. It's a ridiculous example, I know, but I'm illustrating the strategy of attaching John Cena to something that's hard to boo. You can't boo it. And finally, number 1, money, money, money. Let's face it, it's all about the promotion and it's all about the money. Pump resources like crazy into John Cena. Have everything for John Cena be better than The Rock's. Have his entrance be so much bigger and so much more extravagant than The Rock's. Have his video packages be so much cooler and high budgeted than The Rock's. Because, let's face it, wrestling fans today are stupid and shallow. A lot of them like WWE better just because it's in these big colorful arenas and TNA's in the small impact zone. Make John Cena look like WrestleMania. Make The Rock look like the impact zone. The stupid shallow fans will eat it up. So there you have it. My list of 5 ways to make John Cena look better against The Rock. I'm not saying I want the WWE to do these things. I'm saying these are things that could hypothetically be done. Based on the product being put out, I am now thoroughly convinced that the WWE is being written by a 10-year-old. It's being written by a 10-year-old. Stephanie McMahon's kid, who was just born, is now the head writer of Raw. That's what I think. That's the only thing I can think of. Right? Because, look, if you were a WWE or TNA wrestler at the end of your contract and you hated the promotion and you won the title and ran away with it, why would you ever come back? As long as you never come back, all their champions from now on are illegitimate. Right? If I was a wrestler who won the belt and ran away with it and I hated management and they wanted me to come back to re-legitimize their belt, it would cost them a fortune, right? I would demand a $10 million signing bonus. $10 million more to put the title on the line, a private jet, a private locker room, t-shirts for all my fans, and a shitload of other demands, right? Because look, I have all the leverage. The cards are in my stack, right? If they want to re-legitimize their belt, it's going to cost them a fortune, right? But since CM Punk is obviously a total moron, not only does he sign a contract after 1 week, he then puts his title back on the line for free. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? You said you came back to initiate change. You don't initiate change by coming back. You initiate change by refusing to come back, by refusing to sign a contract unless this laundry list of demands have been met, right? CM Punk could have initiated the most important changes before ever setting foot in the ring again by making them conditions in the contract. But by signing a contract after 1 week, he forfeits all of that. Now he's just an employee again, and Triple H gets to re-legitimize his belt. You idiot! What are you doing? Look, CM Punk, you should never become a sports agent. Your athletes would get nothing because you make no demands, alright? Storyline-wise, ODB and Jackie are running rampant all over TNA without a contract, doing whatever the hell they want. Why would you sign a contract, give up all your leverage, and then try to be a rebel? You idiot! I do not believe in you because you are a fool, alright? The only reason to care about SummerSlam at all is the possible appearance of The Rock just because it's in Los Angeles, alright? Your character is written by a 10-year-old. Me and my friends were talking about this recently. Remember when Carlito Cool was really popular for like a minute? Remember there was like this period of time where his character was really on a roll, his gimmick was taking off, he was getting all this attention, people were wearing his shirts, but yet, the next thing I know, I can't find him on TV anymore. It's like, 1 minute, his character's on this big roll, standing next to Stone Cold and Roddy Piper, and like, the next minute, it's over. And what about MVP? There's another one. For a minute there, it really felt like his character was about to take off, right? For a minute there. They were spending all this money on all these elaborate entranceways. At WrestleMania, he had this big inflatable entranceway with all these cheerleaders, fanboys predicting him as the future of the WWE. But next thing you know, he's jobbing his ass off, and then he's off TV. And now he's out of there. What the hell was that? And that's the main topic for this video. With an all-time legend like The Rock looming between WrestleMania 27 and WrestleMania 28, let's talk about some of these would-be superstars that were popular for like a minute. What I like to call the 1-minute superstars. Like Mr. Anderson, there's another one. Bobby Lashley, there's another one. For a minute there, fanboys were really getting behind these guys, calling them the future of the WWE. They would take the WWE into the future. But next thing you know, they're walking around TNA. So much for that. Have you noticed these are all entertainment era guys so far? I'll get to that. But as an example of a non-entertainment era guy, remember the Patriot? This guy walks in, main events with Bret Hart, then nobody's talking about him anymore. Remember how he debuted? A bunch of guys were coming out to confront Bret Hart. Ken Shamrock walks out first. Then Stone Cold walks out and stands next to Ken Shamrock. Then this guy we've never seen before with a USA flag mask walks out and stands next to Stone Cold. And Stone Cold looks over like, who the fuck is this guy? That's how they introduced him. That's how they introduced the Patriot. So here are, in no particular order, my top 5 momentary stars of the WWE. For a minute there, it looked like they could get really big in the WWE. But the next thing you know, they're not even in the company anymore. Then there were guys like Eugene and Hurricane Helms. Remember that guy? For a minute there, people were loving these guys. The difference is that I don't think anybody really expected Eugene to be like a big future world champion legend or anything. But for guys like Carlito and MVP, for a minute their fanboys were really predicting big things for these guys. But yet, the next thing you know, they're off TV. Instead of building up long-term stars like Stone Cold, The Rock, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Kurt Angle, the entertainment era seems characterized more by these momentary stars, these flash in the pans that the WWE pushes and makes popular for like a minute, and then they hit a ceiling and then they're done. Me and my friend were guessing as fans that all of this might be on purpose. That the WWE, they don't want big stars like The Rock and Kurt Angle anymore. Because after you build them up, they might leave. They might go to the competition. They might go to TNA. They might go to UFC. They might go to Hollywood. But if a promotion holds the wrestler down, if they give them a ceiling, bring them up, bring them down, push them up, bring them down, push them up, bring them down, push them up, bring them down, then they don't have to worry about that anymore. Just focus on the overall brands. The WrestleMania brand, the Nexus brand, the WWE Universe brand. Stuff that can never go to TNA or UFC. This way, if a member of Nexus leaves to TNA, who cares? He was never a star to begin with. Just grab some other ham and egger, put a Nexus shirt on him, and you're done. That's my guess. That's my theory as a fan. I call it the disposable talent theory. Keeping all your wrestlers to a medium level value so you don't have to pay them as much. And if they go to the competition, who cares? They were never stars to begin with. Hulk Hogan goes to WCW. That's a big deal. But if Wade Barrett goes to TNA, who cares? He was never that big a star to begin with. He was only medium. They're all only medium value. Keep them at the promotion keeps all the wrestlers at this medium value and all their matches looking the same, then you can mix and match and they don't have to worry about that anymore. Anyway, before I end this video, I just want to say, For all you fanboys that overhype every little thing that WWE does, from Carlito all the way to The Miz, I just wanted to say that I think I know how you feel. I think I know how you feel. Look, remember in the late 90s when the WWE really started getting good? Like, they were going from Doink the Clown to Stone Cold, and it was really starting to get good? Well, I was working at the mall at that time, and I remember during that period of time trying to get my coworkers to watch wrestling, and they'd be like, come on, man, why are you still watching that stupid kiddie shit? You know, because they were still thinking Doink the Clown. And I'd be like, no, it's not like that anymore. It's good now. You know, and then one day, for whatever reason, at the mall, they started showing some WWF. And they were showing Triple H cross-chopping and Road Dogg on the floor pointing up at it. And I remember my coworkers were like, oh my goodness, what is this? You know, I remember within 2 weeks, they were all wearing Stone Cold shirts and watching every episode of Raw. You know, and that was such an awesome period of time because you could start seeing the change. You started seeing wrestling get big again. At that mall, nobody used to wear wrestling shirts because it was embarrassing. But when the Attitude Era started, you saw wrestling shirts everywhere. Stone Cold, NWO. It was so awesome watching wrestling get big again. As a wrestling fan, one of the best times is when wrestling first starts getting big again. When it first starts getting huge and you're watching everyone getting into wrestling. That's one of the best times to be a wrestling fan. And I think that's what many of you fanboys are looking for. You want to feel that again. You want to be in those days again, or feel it for the very first time. And I think that's why you latch on to every little thing that WWE does, from Nexus all the way to The Miz, because you're hoping that's the one. You're hoping that's the thing that starts the next big thing. So when a guy like me comes in and says my opinion that, no, I don't think that's it, in my opinion, and here's why. You don't want to hear it. You do not want to hear it, right? You don't want to hear it. What you want to hear is that Nexus is the next big thing. That they are the next NWO. What you want to hear is that CM Punk is the next big thing. That he is the next Stone Cold. That the new Attitude Era has begun. It has arrived, right? That's what you want to hear, right? That's how some of these YouTubers get popular around here, right? With that blind optimism. You see wrestling fans like me as being negative. I see us as a much needed, realistic counterweight to all these YouTubers out here that use this blind optimism to enhance their popularity, right? I think I know how you feel. You want to be in those days again, and if you do, I'm with you on that. I want to be in those days again, when wrestling is really starting to get big. But I don't believe that blind optimism is the answer. I want CM Punk to experience success in wrestling. I'm with you on that. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be defending every single thing that has to do with CM Punk. As always, I'm going to be calling it just like I see it. John Cena versus CM Punk, to me, it is filler. It is. Doesn't mean it can't be enjoyable. Bret Hart versus Hakushi was enjoyable. I like CM Punk. We all like CM Punk. But I gotta call it like I see it. After WrestleMania, Cena fought Morrison. Then it was R-Truth. Then it's CM Punk. Then it's going to be a bunch of guys after CM Punk. All leading up to The Rock. When Cena went into the ring this last Raw to confront CM Punk, one of the first things he mentions is The Rock. And it's on purpose. This is just a prolonged road to WrestleMania. And guys like CM Punk and R-Truth are just guys along the way. Can't you see that? What did I tell you? Huh? What did I tell you? Right? Don't even try to hide or play off what happened at SummerSlam. At SummerSlam, the WWE pulled the plug on CM Punk. The belt goes to Del Rio without having to pin Cena. Cena goes to Del Rio, and CM Punk goes to Kevin Nash. It's over. Right? All the build up to Money in the Bank, it's gone. It's nothing but a memory. And just how stupid does CM Punk look now? Huh? Here's a guy who had it all. He had all the power in his hands. He was a world champion without a contract. And never had to defend it again, right? He had the power to control the credibility of all future WWE champions. And what does he do? He comes back for no reason and throws it all away. That's supposed to represent us? To take our only leverage, come back a week later and throw it all away? That's supposed to be our leader? If that's supposed to be our leader, then we need a new leader because that one's an idiot. If that's supposed to be our leader, then I propose a vote of no confidence in the election of someone more capable. Going into WrestleMania 27, it was all about The Rock versus Cena. Going into Survivor Series, it's once again all about The Rock versus Cena. But during the time in between, while The Rock was away, Cena needed something to do. So they gave him Morrison, they gave him R-Truth, CM Punk, and Del Rio, right? How is that anything but filler, right? CM Punk's whole rant about initiating change and running away with the belt it's completely irrelevant at this point. He's not even in the title match anymore. Because it was filler, and now it's over, right? The CM Punk character sank himself, right? He threw it all away. He has no one else to blame but himself. Not Kevin Nash, not Triple H, right? I don't know how you fanboys relate to a character like this. What? But wait, let me guess. The Del Rio era has begun, right? The wrestling product is very, very stale. And as many fans will tell you, it's been this way for a while now. And in my opinion, one of the reasons wrestling is so boring these days is because the promotions keep doing these same old, tired-ass routines over and over again. Well, in my opinion, it's time to call wrestling out on its laziness. Here's a list of 10 lazy-ass routines that, in my opinion, wrestling needs to stop. At number 10, backing up the ramp. John Cena wins the last match on Raw and is celebrating in the ring when, out of nowhere, the new bad guy comes in, knocks Cena out, and then starts backing up the ramp with an evil look on his face, nodding his head, showing his teeth. Gee, I wonder who Cena's next pay-per-view opponent is going to be. Sometimes it's like a bunch of guys backing up the ramp together, like Fortune in TNA. I'll see you at the pay-per-view. Enough of that, man. It is so old, so tired, so played out, alright? But the wrestling promotions have gotten so lazy to the point where it's like a mandatory thing now. Believe it or not, PG era fans, that is not the only way to tell a story. It's simply the only way you're getting it. At number 9, that WrestleMania banner. John Cena wins the last match on Raw and is celebrating in the ring when, out of nowhere, the next bad guy comes in, knocks Cena out, and then stands over him, evilly looking down as the WrestleMania banner hangs in the background. Gee, I wonder who Cena's WrestleMania opponent is going to be. Every road to WrestleMania now, you can expect that same old, familiar, low-angle camera shot of the two wrestlers in the ring and that WrestleMania banner hanging in the background. I guarantee you that on the road to WrestleMania 28, we're going to get that low-angle camera shot of The Rock and Cena with that banner hanging in the background. Enough of that. It is so played out. Think of something new. But again, the promotion has gotten so lazy to the point where it's like, just a mandatory thing right now. At this point, I'd rather them just put the WrestleMania logo at the corner of the screen. How about hiring a new director? One that can actually produce new scenes that we haven't already seen a million times before. At number 8, stupid mystery wrestlers. TNA especially likes to do this. The mystery opponent, the mystery tag team partner. Then it just ends up being Shark Boy or something. Alright? Douglas Williams had a mystery opponent at Destination X, and everyone's guessing who it is, and then it just ends up being, some ham and egg or nobody cares about. Stop that. Fans are going to stop being excited about your mystery wrestlers if they keep ending up being stupid. Right? If you're going to do a mystery wrestler, it better be worth it. It better be Stone Cold or something. At number 7, the in-ring contract signing. One of my first memories of wrestling is Macho Man Warrior WrestleMania 7 contract signing. There's almost always a table in the ring. The wrestlers come out. The table gets flipped over or someone smashes through it. It's so old, so tired, so played out, and at this point I don't want to see it anymore. It's boring. At number 6, PG era versions of Attitude era stuff. I've already talked about this. Back in the day, DX was Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Chyna, and Rick Rude. Then it was Triple H, Chyna, X-Pac, and the New Age Outlaws. And they'd be coming out, cross-chopping, beer flying everywhere, women pulling off their tops. Now we have glow sticks. We went from tits to glow sticks. You know, Shawn Michaels and Triple H coming out, smiling, waving, throwing their glow sticks at the, come on, man, what the hell is this? Stone Cold's like smiling all the time now and not even acting like Stone Cold, it's like ruining the legacy, Keep the Attitude Era away from the PG era. At number 5, NWO wannabes. The NWO, arguably the greatest, most culture-impacting wrestling faction of all time. You are not going to recreate that in this PG era, right? TNA gathers together a bunch of legends, and they try to take over. The WWE gathers together a bunch of rookies, and they try to take over, right? It's not going to work. Stop doing that. At number 4, promotions allowing and providing foreign objects. Remember when the promotion's job was to put on wrestling matches? The promotion would put on a wrestling match, but sometimes the heel would try to gain an unfair advantage by sneaking in brass knuckles or something. The heel is supposed to try to gain an unfair advantage by sneaking in weapons past the promotion. The promotion itself is not supposed to be sponsoring weapons, right? At Lethal Lockdown, you have all these weapons hanging from the top of the cage. There's a freaking guitar hanging on the top of the cage. Like, what is this, a cartoon? Weapons play a part in wrestling. But there's something that's supposed to be illegal in the storyline that the heel tries to sneak in. They're not supposed to be laying around the ring, a guitar laying there, a stop sign laying next to the ring as if a TNA employee went out and bought a stop sign and put it there, and who the hell keeps putting all those tables underneath the ring? Isn't there a better place to put them? It's played out. Change it or get rid of it. At number 3, Even Stevens. The Undertaker beats Randy Orton at WrestleMania 21. But at SummerSlam, Randy Orton has to come right back and beat The Undertaker. Why? Because it has to be even. It has to be even Steven. I win one, you win one. I win one, you win one. Double count out, controversial finish. No clear superiority. No hierarchy. CM Punk is world champion. Then he's Intercontinental champion. Then he's jobbing. Then he's world champion again. No true rise. It has to be even. Fuck even. Give me hierarchy. Give me exceptionalism. Give me a true main event scene. A dominant Intercontinental champion. A true mid-card. And a distinct up-and-coming undercard. Make it anything but even. Number 2 and number 1 are 2 lazy storytelling shortcuts that have plagued wrestling and that I feel have heavily contributed to the staleness of the product. First, at number 2, the Invisible Cameraman. The Invisible Cameraman, as well as number 1 on my list, are in my opinion 2 of the laziest storytelling shortcuts in wrestling today. They are the source, in my opinion, of all these stupid skits that we have to watch, right? I can't stand the Invisible Cameraman. Like 2 wrestlers would have a private conversation and the cameraman's like right there broadcasting them to millions and they act like they don't even know? Or supposedly spontaneous events like Hollywood Hogan smashing his truck into The Rock's ambulance. For some reason, we have all these different camera angles of it, including from inside the truck. It's like the X Division. It's like they're not even trying to be believable. Remember when we watched Stephanie McMahon's Dream on Raw? That was like the pinnacle of this foolishness. And finally, at number 1, I am so tired of this repetitive, lazy general manager format. Enough of the general managers, commissioners, executives, or whatever the hell you want to call them, and their stupid little office scenes. Instead of having quality storytelling that develops naturally into matches, now we just have some dumbass in a suit coming down the ramp. Guess what? At the pay-per-view, you're fighting him. Or the guy sitting in his office when a wrestler barges in, it's like, I want a match with that guy. Well, you know what? You got it. But guess what? It's gonna be a cage match. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Right? But the thing is, wrestling's been doing this for so damn long that the new era fans are like used to it. Like I'll read comments from some fans like, gee, I wonder who the next general manager is gonna be. Who cares who the next general manager is going to be? How about no general manager? How about some good writers instead? Ones that can write storylines without general managers. Or some sort of centralized decision-making device, making up random Survivor Series teams. Fuck that! So there you have it. My list of 10 boring-ass routines that I think wrestling should move away from. Wrestling used to have Stone Cold, The Rock, and the NWO to keep us entertained. In their absence, though, wrestling really had the opportunity to take it to the next creative level. But instead of doing that, they've settled in on these boring-ass routines, replayed over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, to the point where I think many of today's wrestling fans can't imagine wrestling without them. You mean there can possibly be a wrestling show that doesn't involve Cena being attacked by the next bad guy and then backing up the ramp as the banner hangs in the back and then the general manager comes out and announces the match? That's impossible. No, that's not impossible, alright? You merely think it is because the WWE has conditioned you to only expect that, right? It's time to think outside the box that wrestling has created. It's time to reject the status quo. Here's something I think we can all agree on. As wrestling fans, I think we would all agree that creatively in the wrestling business, the promotion needs to stay ahead of the audience. In fact, one of the most important jobs, in my opinion, of a wrestling promotion is to stay ahead of its fan base. As we wrestling fans talk and speculate about what's going to happen next in wrestling, the promotion needs to be like 10 steps ahead of us, right? A successful promotion is ahead of the wrestling fan base because that's what makes the product cutting edge. The fans have no idea what's going to happen next, but once it finally happens, it makes perfect sense and it rocks. When the promotion is ahead of the fan base, the product becomes addicting. But when the promotion falls behind the fan base, then the product becomes so boring because fans can see things coming a mile away. Nowhere is the problem of the promotion falling behind the fan base more evident than the issue of turning Cena heel. If the WWE had turned Cena heel back in 2007, it would have shocked the wrestling world, right? But by the WWE dragging its feet, it's come to the point where every single one of us wrestling fans started talking about Cena turning heel like a long time ago, and now we're just sitting there waiting for it to happen, right? The fan base is ahead of the product, and that makes the product no good. In an effort to sell more Fruity Pebbles t-shirts, the WWE has fallen severely behind the fan base. A successful heel turn like Hulk Hogan is one where the fans never saw it coming. It was completely unexpected. One where the promotion was ahead of the fan base. And usually, the promotion has a very limited amount of time to pull it off. There is a small window of opportunity for effectively turning a wrestler heel. That small window of time where the wrestler is still considered a fan favorite, but you can tell it's not going to last. You're starting to hear the boos coming in from the back of the arena, and you can tell the fans are just starting to disconnect with the wrestler. It is at that point, that critical point, that you shock the fans by turning the wrestler heel, and by doing so, staying ahead of the audience. But that ship already sailed for John Cena a long, long time ago. Look, if the WWE turns Cena heel now, is that really being ahead of the game? People have been booing Cena since 2005. It's come to the point where not only are fans expecting and waiting for Cena to turn heel, but a lot of other fans got tired of waiting and they don't even care anymore. Hulk Hogan started getting booed in 1994, around 1994. He turned heel in 1996, so around the 2-year turnaround time. Now, imagine if instead of turning Hogan heel in 1996, they waited until 2006. Do you think it would have had the same kind of impact? No! It took too damn long! Imagine if, instead of turning Rocky Maivia into The Rock, he stayed Rocky Maivia. 1998 to 1999, he's still Rocky Maivia. 1999 to 2000, he's still Rocky Maivia. It's going to come to the point where the fans are so tired of looking at this guy that they don't even care if he turns heel anymore, because it took too damn long. There used to be a time when the WWF really cared about its characters. When a wrestler wasn't connecting properly with the audience, they used to work really quickly to try to fix it. When Bob Backlund came back to the WWF in 1993, he was supposed to be this all-American babyface. The only problem was, the fans kept cheering for the other guy. You know, like, Bob Backlund would get into the ring, and the fans would automatically be cheering for the other guy. You know, he was like this babyface, but the fans kept cheering for the other guy. You know, it was funny at first, but then it just became sad. You know, this babyface and the fans kept cheering for the other guy. You know, like, remember when John Cena was world champion, and he fought Eric Bischoff for the world title? And a lot of the fans in the crowd were actually cheering for Eric Bischoff to win. You know, it's just one of those guys where fans just automatically want to cheer for the other guy. You know, but unlike John Cena, the WWF didn't leave Bob Backlund out to dry like that. They quickly modified his character, changing him into this crazy elitist heel, talking down on people. And guess what? It worked! It worked! And one of the reasons it worked, one of the reasons Hollywood Hogan worked, one of the reasons The Rock worked, is because it was done in a timely manner. The WWE has ruined John Cena. In an effort to squeeze out more Fruity Pebble t-shirt sales, instead of turning Cena heel, they have instead kiddified him to the point of no return. Look, for those of you who are still confused by this whole rise above the hate thing, it's because you're not looking at it from the perspective of its target audience. You're not looking at it from the perspective of a 10-year-old, right? This whole rise above the hate thing, it's for little kids. It's to give them a role model, right? Every single one of John Cena's segments now is basically an after-school public service announcement. You know, John Cena gets slapped by Roddy Piper, but walks away from the fight. Walking away from the fight. A good example for kids. John Cena beats Zack Ryder for a title shot, but then gives the title shot to Zack Ryder. Sharing with your friends. A good example for kids. Every time John Cena gets on the mic now, he's going to be saying things like, please, and thank you, and I respect you, you know. Good manners. Good for kids. You know, he's basically Barney the dinosaur right now, which may be confusing from your perspective, but from the perspective of a 10-year-old, it's like, wow, this guy's as cool as Pikachu. You know, instead of turning Cena heel, which is what's best for the product, the WWE has instead taken our booing and turned it into a role model campaign for little kids, right? He's basically a walking Happy Meal toy right now. And of course there's a t-shirt to go along with it. So basically, you have to look at it from that perspective. So then, as far as us older fans, what are we left with? A new Cena Sucks t-shirt. So basically, instead of turning Cena heel, they turn him super kiddie and then give us a new Cena Sucks t-shirt. And we're supposed to stay fans based on that? Hey, dumbass promotion. It doesn't work that way. When we chant Cena Sucks, it doesn't mean we're asking for a Cena Sucks t-shirt, right? When we chant Cena Sucks, what we're asking for is a better product. When you shove Cena down our throats, it's not going to cause us to buy a Cena Sucks t-shirt. When you shove Cena down our throats, it's going to cause us to buy a UFC t-shirt, right? See? That's the way it works, right? You know, for a 50-year-old company, the WWE's continued lack of customer understanding continues to surprise. You know, to the point where ratings are now 2.9, and they still seem to have no clue on what to do to build a sustainable product that's going to turn goes, if the WWE still wants to turn Cena heel, they can still do it. And the fans and the boys would still be acting like it's bigger than the Super Bowl, blowing it out of proportion. But would it have had the same impact as if they did it properly, in a timely manner? Of course not. Now, before I end this video, I wanted to talk a little bit also about Brock Lesnar. In my opinion, Brock Lesnar cannot come back to pro wrestling like this. Not like this. Not after getting his ass kicked 3 matches in a row, right? If he comes back to the WWE at this point, people are going to think that he doesn't have what it takes. And that makes wrestling look bad. You don't get your ass kicked in the UFC, come crawling back to the WWE, and start acting like you're this big winner all of a sudden. That makes wrestling look bad. That makes us wrestling fans look bad, right? Look, Brock Lesnar was supposed to be the face of the entertainment era. He was supposed to carry on after The Rock and Stone Cold. He was supposed to be the next big thing, not John Cena. But next thing you know, he ditches us to be a professional football player, and next thing you know after that, our world champion is Bradshaw, dressed up as the $1 Million Man, thus beginning the decline of professional wrestling. Now, after all this time, after getting his ass kicked in the UFC, Brock Lesnar comes crawling back as a loser, and we're supposed to cheer for him? Talk about embarrassing. No! Brock Lesnar needs to fight one more match in the UFC. He needs to go fight Frank Mir, look good in the match, not curl up in the fetal position every time he gets hit, and then come back to pro wrestling with some level of respectability, right? Because if he comes back now, he looks like a chump, and that makes wrestling look like it's picking up the scraps, right? Wrestling may be in the dumps right now, but we still need to maintain some level of standards and respectability. Brock Lesnar is the one that left us, so if he's going to come back to us, he better come back to us a winner. Some wrestling fans lately have been talking about how The Rock seems kind of, watered down against John Cena lately. Well, duh! Of course they have to water down The Rock against John Cena, because it's not a fair fight. In every aspect important to being a wrestler, persona, charisma, mic skills, ring work, fan support, The Rock utterly dominates John Cena, right? The Rock versus Cena is one of those matches where at first it seems like this big dream match, but then you realize it's not even close, right? It's like Superman versus Batman or Godzilla versus King Kong, At first it's like, wow, 2 big names. But then you realize, wait a minute, it's completely one-sided, Superman would destroy Batman in like 1 minute, right? Heck, he's faster than a speeding bullet. It might not even take that long. Godzilla is this big thing that's the size of a building and shoots flames out of his mouth. What's King Kong, A big gorilla that climbs a building, It's not close, right? So when they have matches like these, they have to water down one side, make one side smaller, and try to push the other side up. And that's exactly what they're doing with The Rock and John Cena, right? The Rock virtually dominates John Cena in every category so much that in order for the WWE to promote this as this big match of the century that they seem to want it to be, it's almost necessary for them to create this artificial balance, right? It's not going to work, but they're going to keep trying. Now, before I get started with the main topic of this video, I also wanted to talk about the idea of turning Cena heel at WrestleMania 28. Now, I understand that there are some pretty good arguments in favor of turning Cena heel to beat The Rock at WrestleMania. Number 1, it's at the biggest event of the year. Number 2, it's against one of the biggest stars of the Attitude Era and one of the biggest stars of all time. And number 3, The Rock would have nothing to be ashamed of because Cena had to turn heel and cheat to beat him, right? So I understand there are some legit arguments to turning Cena heel at WrestleMania 28. But still, I can't get behind it for what it would represent, right? First of all, with regards to Cena beating Rock by turning heel, I generally don't like bullshit finishes to big WrestleMania matches, and neither do you. Second of all, regardless of how Cena beats The Rock at WrestleMania, to me, this is a match that is loaded in symbolism that goes far beyond mere kayfabe, right? Look, On one side, you have The Rock, who, to me, represents everything we have to be proud of as wrestling fans. The Attitude Era, the Monday Night Wars, the 8.0 Raw rating, when wrestling was cool and accepted by society. Then on the other side, you have John Cena, right? Which to me represents everything we have to be embarrassed about as wrestling fans, right? The PG era, the spinny belt, C-Nation, Fruity Pebbles. Like, I have a lot of friends, a ton of friends, that are just going to order WrestleMania just to see The Rock. And I'm sure there are a ton of people out there that are ordering WrestleMania just to see The Rock. The image of C-Nation pinning the Great One in the middle of the ring might be just the last straw that just turns them off from wrestling forever, right? The symbolic violation is just too strong, in my opinion. Look, if you were going out to a very crowded public place and you could only pick between wearing a Rock shirt, a Great One shirt, or one of those Fruity Pebble Cena shirts, which one would you pick? I think every single one of us would be picking the exact same shirt because one represents everything we have to be proud of and one represents everything we have to be embarrassed about, right? So despite there being some legit arguments in favor of Cena beating The Rock, despite the fact that Cena's the full-time wrestler and Rock's the part-time wrestler, the bottom line is this. Do you really want that image of C-Nation pinning the People's Champion in the middle of the ring, the Great One, right? For me, the answer is never! And one more thing. I don't know how anyone can disagree that the build-up to The Rock versus Cena has been completely lackluster, right? There's no storyline. There is no storyline. It's just them talking back and forth, you know? The Rock says something. Oh! Then Cena says something. Oh! Then The Rock says something back. Oh! He really got him that time. That's it? That's the build-up? Remember when we had things like Austin versus Rock or Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man? The Mega Powers that actually had storylines that the fans can follow? You know, now it's just babbling back and forth and people are wondering why the ratings aren't skyrocketing? You know, and the WWE is advertising this as once in a lifetime? You know, once in a lifetime. Does that mean the WWE guarantees that there's gonna be no rematch? Or is it just all bullshit? Alright, but enough about WrestleMania 28 for now. For the main part of this video, I wanted to talk about wrestling in general and its disconnection with the wrestling fans, right? Because when you look at things like Eric Young as a knockout tag team champion or Michael Cole versus Jerry Lawler at WrestleMania, to me there is clearly a large gap, between what the fans want and what wrestling is giving us, right? It's the size of the Grand Canyon at this point, right? So I wanted to start a series of videos on my opinions on the various disconnections that wrestling has currently with its fans. This is chapter 1. This is what I call the everyman fallacy. Since Hulk Hogan, wrestling has somehow gotten the idea that any time an up-and-coming wrestler is about to get his big title push, that they have to take that wrestler, strip away all the qualities that got fans to like him to begin with, and transform him into this smiling generic Boy Scout, this smiling, sweatshirt-wearing family man, you know, jogging down the street, getting ready for his big match. You know, they took the cocky, heartbreak kid, Shawn Michaels, and turned him into the boyhood dream. They took the narcissist Lex Luger and transformed him into this patriotic guy on a bus tour. And of course, they took a sarcastic heel rapper and transformed him into this orange shirt wearing walking Happy Meal, right? But the thing is, even though wrestling seems to love doing this, it almost never seems to work, right? Usually it seems like the fans just start booing the crap out of the guy because he no longer has the qualities that got us to like him to begin with, and also because generally people don't like cheering for Boy Scouts. The only time this Boy Scout champion thing seems to work is when the character was kind of a Boy Scout to begin with, like a blonde surfer Sting or a babyface Bret Hart, such that when you make them the Boy Scout champion, it just seems like a natural progression of the character. But, when you take characters that are in total conflict with this Boy Scout persona, like a Shawn Michaels or a John Cena, and you force them through that same Boy Scout everyman filter, all you do is completely ruin the characters, right? In my opinion, Shawn Michaels' boyhood dream was a disaster. Babyface Big Daddy Cool was a disaster. Made in the USA Lex Luger was a disaster, right? And Fruity Pebbles John Cena makes it embarrassing to be a wrestling fan. Imagine if The Undertaker was getting ready for his big title push and the WWE decided to force him through the Boy Scout filter. So all of a sudden they start showing the dead man, jogging down the street in his sweatpants in his neighborhood, walking his dog in the morning, feeding his goldfish, in his living room, jumping around in front of his Nintendo Wii, like, if the WWE did that, would they really be supporting the character, making him relatable? Or are they just completely alienating the entire fan base? In TNA, Velvet Sky was a member of the Beautiful People. Her popularity was built on the premise of being a cocky ass bitch, right? Yet, after all this time of building and nurturing that character, the moment she gets a real title push, TNA cannot resist throwing her through that same filter, the Girl Scout filter, right? All those years of build-up out the window, because now she's coming out smiling, waving, thanking the fans, talking about how, when I was a little girl, I used to get scared to go on the school bus, because other kids, they used to pick on me. But I used to get on there anyway, because I didn't want my parents worrying about me. And I'm like, Velvet Sky, is that you? All that time of build-up out the window, just because of this unexplained tradition of pre-title push character decimation. This whole idea that when a wrestler is going for the world title, that you need to transform him into this Rocky Balboa, this Boy Scout everyman fighting against the odds, is totally outdated and it needs to go. Nobody wants to cheer for the Boy Scouts. And one of the reasons the Attitude Era was so badass is because it ditched this stupid premise, right? If you put The Rock and Stone Cold and all the badasses on one side and then all the Boy Scouts on the other side, which side are you on? I think it's clear. Nobody wants to cheer for the Boy Scouts. And don't give me some crap about how, but today's younger fans, they like these goody world champions. It's the only thing they want. No, it's not. If given a good choice, they'll go with the badasses just like everybody else. It's what we did when we were younger. Look, when you were younger, who was cooler? Cyclops or Wolverine? Of course Wolverine. Who was cooler? Superman or Batman? Of course Batman. Nobody goes for the Boy Scouts. Ninja Turtles. Which Ninja Turtle had the best personality? If you pick Leonardo, you must be a boring person, because who picks the moral good guy leader as the best personality? Nobody, right? The only way you would ever pick Cyclops is if there was no Wolverine. The only way you would ever pick a goody hero is if there's no Batman-style alternative. And in my opinion, the only reason these kids are going for John Cena is because they don't have that good, badass alternative. They don't have their Stone Cold. They don't have their Rock. They don't have the Ultimate Warrior to be the alternative to Hulk Hogan. They don't have the Stone Cold to be the alternative to Bret Hart. But if given a proper choice, they'll go with the badasses just like everybody else, just like we did when we were younger. To say that these kids only are capable of liking these goody watered down champions, in my opinion, is completely wrong. It is wrong and it is ridiculous. In this modern age of UFC, iPads, and online gaming, wrestling needs characters that are cutting edge and dynamic. Yet, outside of the Attitude Era, wrestling still seems to cling to this ancient idea that the world champion needs to be some watered-down Boy Scout babyface jogging down the street that we're supposed to relate to. Well, they can relate their asses right out of business because, in my opinion, it almost never works, right? They need to stop doing that, all right? They're going to lose half their audience if they keep. Here we are on the eve of WrestleMania 28. Last video, I talked about the idea of turning Cena heel to beat The Rock at WrestleMania, an idea I said I do not support. But what about the other way around? What about The Rock turning heel to beat Cena at WrestleMania? Now there's an idea I can get behind. Imagine a shocking heel turn by The Rock, who secretly teams up with Vince McMahon to secure his win against John Cena at WrestleMania. Think about all the possible benefits. Number one, The Rock wins, so Attitude Era fans go home happy. Number two, Cena still looks strong in front of C Nation because the Great One had to cheat to win. Number three, historically, it would be full circle from WrestleMania 17. And number four, it could mark the long-awaited return of the corporate champion, who could then make part-time appearances giving corporate elbows to babyfaces. Look at all these possible benefits. You know, in my opinion, part-time appearances from a heel corporate Rock would be way more entertaining than part-time appearances from a babyface Rock. So if John Cena still refuses to turn heel, let The Rock turn heel instead and show that spinny belt fool how it's done. Here's something that I think almost every wrestling fan knows, but that many have forgotten. Something that these fanboys rarely seem to take into account as they blindly predict who the next big star is going to be. And that's that a wrestler getting over does not just depend on himself. It also depends on who's standing around him, who he's fighting. Who a wrestler is around and who he fights can be the ultimate deciding factor on whether he becomes a star. Almost every top star in wrestling is associated with another wrestler. When I think of Stone Cold, I think of Bret. When I think of Hogan, I think of Piper. When I think of Warrior, I think of Hogan. When I think of Kurt Angle, I think of the Helmsley-McMahon era. You know, it's like high school. Your popularity is defined by who's standing around you. For example, let's take a look at Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin won the King of the Ring 1996 and then went on to cement his popularity in that legendary feud against Bret Hart. Bret Hart was absolutely critical to the rise of Stone Cold Steve Austin. You cannot do without him. Imagine taking Bret Hart out of Stone Cold's push. Imagine if, instead of Stone Cold feuding with Bret Hart, he instead feuded with Hornswoggle or Santino. Would it have been as effective of a push? No! Stone Cold would look like a complete joke because his opponent's a joke. It would cause damage to Stone Cold's push because here he is trying to establish himself as like a badass rattlesnake. Meanwhile, his opponent Santino's over there speed walking down to the ring doing duck things with his arms. You know, there's no overcoming that. You are the company you keep. Bret Hart was absolutely essential to the rise of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I assume most of you agree with what I have said so far. You have to put the right wrestlers against each other. Now, given that, if we all agree on that, then why the fuck was Eric Young TV champion? Why the fuck was Brian Kendrick X Division champion? By putting the titles on these goofballs, you're only setting the stage for ineffective wrestling pushes because now high potential wrestlers like Austin Aries have to go through them to become champion. Brian Kendrick has no business being in the ring with someone like Austin Aries. He is one of the biggest jobber-looking wrestlers ever to pretend to be a star. He looks like one of those guys that used to beat up on free TV. Like, remember back in the 90s when a free TV match would go like this? They'd show the jobber in the ring really quickly. And then the star's music would start. Triple H or whoever would come out, do his entrance, they'd introduce the star's music would stop, and then they'd really quickly introduce the jobber. And his opponent, Brian Kendrick. He looks like that guy. He looks like the ham and egger standing in the corner of the ring, watching Triple H spit water in the air. Why the hell did Austin Aries have to feud with that guy to become champion? That's not how you make a star. You are the company you keep. It doesn't matter how cool Austin Aries may be. Just the fact that he's in the ring arguing with goofball Brian Kendrick makes him look like a fool. If The Rock feuded with Hornswoggle, it doesn't matter how much the charisma The Rock has. It doesn't matter how much mic skills The Rock has. It doesn't matter how hard The Rock tries to make it work. Just the fact that he's in the ring arguing with a midget leprechaun makes him look like a fool. Alright? It's like in 2005 when they made Kurt Angle feud with Eugene. That was an embarrassment. You don't pair up high potential talent with these goofballs. It makes them look like fools. Former world champion Jack Swagger argued with Kermit the Frog and then got pinned by Santino with outside interference from a Muppet. Is there really any coming back from that? Come on, even if they try to make Jack Swagger look strong again, even if they put the world title on him again, it's not going to work. All it's going to do is devalue the belt. Hey, look, the guy who argued with Kermit the Frog is world champion again. It'd be an embarrassment, right? Wrestling needs to start respecting the fans' intelligence and our ability to remember build-up. You don't have Sheamus feud with Goldust and then win the world title. You don't have Sheamus feud with Hornswoggle and then win the Royal Rumble. All it does is devalue the world title and devalue the Royal Rumble. All it does is increase the disconnect between the fans and the product. WrestleMania 28 was the most enjoyable WrestleMania in forever. It has been forever. What a surprise. In my old videos, I used to talk about how ever since WrestleMania got into the 20s, the WWE seemed to forget how to put on a WrestleMania. It just didn't feel the same anymore. It didn't feel like those classic epic WrestleManias anymore. WrestleMania became this bloated, overproduced, 4-hour mess of mediocrity with all these rematches and triple threat matches that looked like they weren't even trying. You had Kid Rock singing for 10 minutes, substituting for the Diva intros. You had Jerry Lawler versus Michael Cole going on forever while the U.S. title match is taken off the air. And you had Edge's world title match as the opening match on the card. It just looked like they weren't even trying. It looked like they were just cashing in on the WrestleMania brand name while saving their good matches for other pay-per-views. A lot of people seem to begin to accept the mediocrity. Like, I would get messages from people saying, Pspower, I understand your criticisms about WrestleMania, but it's been that way for a while now. That's just the way it is now in the entertainment era. You might as well just take what you can get out of it. But I can't do that. I can't accept mediocrity. I can't drink flat soda. I think about the possibilities, how good things can be, and I call it like I see it. WrestleMania 28 was the first time in a long time where it felt like the WWE was actually trying. From the card to the show's execution, it actually felt like the WWE wanted the show to be good. As I was watching WrestleMania 28, this strange feeling came over me. Could this be the feeling of enjoyment? From a WWE product? That hasn't happened in such a long time. I assume most of you watched WrestleMania 28 or will watch it on your own at some point. So I'm not going to go through some kind of detailed match-by-match analysis. Instead, I'm just going to run through my thoughts and experiences during the show. First of all, indicative of the current state of pro wrestling, I could not find anyone to watch WrestleMania 28 with, okay? Look, WrestleMania 18, I watched that pay-per-view with a room full of maybe like 18, 20 people. WrestleMania 28, I watched it by myself, alright? I sent out a text message to all my local friends who watch wrestling, and I could not get one single I have the text message right here, alright? I can read some of them right now. Hold on. Right? Most of them are just, the typical, I'm busy, no thank you kind of stuff, alright? Alright? One guy says, fuck WWE. Another guy said, I can't bear to watch Cena beat The Rock. J-Body? J-Body said, to hell with that. These are not casual random fans. These are people that grew up with wrestling, and that's what they think of wrestling now. So I'm sitting there by myself. WrestleMania 28 begins, and I notice something about the intro. And that's that it completely ignores the world champions, right? They show The Rock and Cena. Then they show Undertaker, Triple H. And that's it, At no point during the intro does it mention CM Punk or Daniel Bryanson. And they're supposed to be our world champions, Yet another indication of the state of pro wrestling. So the first match begins, and once again, WrestleMania opens with the world title match. And on top of that, Daniel Bryan drops the belt in like 2 seconds. I was like, shit. My friends were right. They were right for refusing to come. Yet another worthless entertainment era title reign at another worthless WrestleMania. The second match on the card was Randy Orton versus Kane. And there's not much you can really say about this match because it was just regular. It was just regular. It was there to fill a spot on the card, right? But I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to get back to the topic of weight classes because I was thinking about that during this irrelevant match, right? Randy Orton. That right there, in my opinion, should be the minimum size of a heavyweight champion in wrestling, right? No Miz, no Rey Mysterio. The heavyweight champion doesn't need to be the size of Batista, but he's got to be at least, Randy Orton, The Rock, John Cena, something like that, all right? Because in my opinion, if you put the title on some scrawny-ass guy that looks like he can barely carry the belt, unless he's got the charisma, the level of Shawn Michaels, which odds are he doesn't, he's just going to look like some ham and egger with the belt, right? Like I said before, a lot of my fans couldn't believe their eyes when they first saw CM Punk with the heavyweight title. They were like, that guy's the heavyweight champion? That guy? Here's another example. One of my friends who doesn't watch wrestling much anymore went to a WWE house show in 2011. Like my other friends, he said he could not believe his eyes when he saw some of the wrestlers. He said that besides John Cena and Kane, he looked bigger than every wrestler that walked out that night. Every single one, besides John Cena and Kane. He said he could not believe that scrawny, wimpy-looking, straight-edge guy was the heavyweight champion, right? He was like, dude, I honestly believe that I would easily beat that CM Punk guy in a wrestling match. Easily, right? So, if we had a match and I pinned him, am I WWE champion? He said he was hoping CM Punk would issue an open challenge to anyone so that he could climb in there and become WWE champion. See, that's what happens when you have these scrawny-ass guys that the fans think they could beat in a wrestling match, right? The larger-than-life credibility of the world title is lost, right? Your fans should not be thinking that they can beat your world champion in a wrestling match. But, moving back to WrestleMania 28, the next match on the card was the Big Show versus Cody Rhodes for the Intercontinental title. Now, in my previous videos, I've been doing an ongoing opinion series on wrestling's disconnection with the fans. This match represents 2 upcoming chapters, so I'll talk about it then. But, I did want to compliment this match on respecting size differential, alright? No Rey Mysterio BS here. The Big Show takes a swipe, Cody Rhodes goes flying backwards. That's the way it should be, right? But a problem in this match was the Big Show, alright? He was smiling way too much, right? This is a WrestleMania title match. This is supposed to be important. Yet the Big Show's walking down the ring, all casual, with a big smile on his face, like he's taking a walk on the beach, right? Let's lay out the stakes here, right? This is an Intercontinental title match at WrestleMania. This is what the Macho Man and Ricky Steamboat fought for at WrestleMania 3. This is supposed to be epic, but yet, there's the Big Show with a big smile on his face like nothing's on the line, right? To me, that's disrespectful, right? You're supposed to sell the importance of the match, Throughout the match, I was like, stop smiling! Stop smiling, you big oaf! This is what Roddy Piper and Bret Hart fought for at WrestleMania 8. Stop fucking smiling, If you're gonna be like that, then Cody Rhodes should keep the belt. Next was the Divas match, which I have 2 quick comments on. First of all, Kelly's hair has gotten ridiculous, right? It's like down to her hips now, and it's like wrapping around her as she wrestles, right? It's like Tatanka wrestling while still wearing his headdress, It's ridiculous. Second of all, just like the Big Show, Maria Menounos, or whatever her name is, nearly ruined the match because she wouldn't stop freaking smiling, right? Look, storyline-wise, she's supposed to be scared. She is a non-wrestler in a match against 2 professionals that storyline-wise want to beat the snot out of her. She's supposed to be scared. Yet, when Kelly finally tags her in, she's walking in there like she owns the place, you know? Big smile on her face, strutting her stuff, you know? Like she's at her birthday party or something, right? Hey, bitch, how about respecting the other wrestlers in the match and selling your damn role? Next was the Triple H Undertaker match. Now to me, this was the WWE doing it over and getting it right this time. In my WrestleMania 27 review video and the TNA Lockdown video after that, I talk about how at WrestleMania 27, Triple H is the dumbest character in the history of wrestling. Because how do you have The Undertaker laying helpless on the mat and you can't finish him off? You know, it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. And because it didn't make any sense, I could not enjoy the match. WrestleMania 28, however, was like a do-over where they got it right this time, right? This time, Triple H is smashing Undertaker relentlessly with a chair, which is what he should have done last time, but this time, there's also reason for him to hesitate. This time, Shawn Michaels is in there pushing him back, being the source of compassion in the match. See, it makes sense now. And because it makes sense, I can enjoy the match. The WWE got it right this time. Next was my bathroom break, which was the useless-ass Raw vs. SmackDown tag team match. Now, you know how fanboys like to blindly predict who the next big star is going to be? Like, the era of awesomeness has begun. You know, well, how many of these so-called next big stars were in this useless-ass tag team match? Let's take a look here, all right? Let's take a look. Dolph Ziggler, The Miz, Jack Swagger, Kofi Kingston, Drew McIntyre, Rudy Poo, R-Truth. Look at all these so-called next big stars in this useless-ass red versus blue tag team match, right? Maybe you fanboys ought to rethink your criteria on who you think the next big stars are going to be. The next match was the WWE title match, which once again wasn't even a part of the show's intro. Now, first of all, why is CM Punk still carrying around that spinny belt? It doesn't seem to make sense given what the character is supposed to be about. Second of all, there was nothing epic about this match. It didn't feel like a WWE title match. You know, like when you think of matches like Flair versus Savage or Rock versus Austin, this match didn't have that big match feel, you know? Roddy Piper versus Bret Hart for the Intercontinental title felt bigger than this match. Heck, John Cena versus JBL felt bigger than this match. You know, there was no epic emotion to this match. You know, the best part of this match was the unintentional comedy of CM Punk trying to look pissed off. You know, like when he had Jericho in the fireman's carry and his eyes got wide and his eyes kind of crossed. Dustin the What a nerd, you know? And fanboys are trying to compare that guy to Steve Austin? What the hell? Finally we come to the main event. Rock versus Cena. The greatest WrestleMania main event of all time. Or should I say, one of the most slow and clunky WrestleMania main events of all time. Dude, Hogan versus Warrior played off more smoothly than that. Hogan versus Rock played off more smoothly than that. You know, at times it seemed like Cena and The Rock, when they're like doing each move step by step, you know, like they were practicing or something, you know. It looked like a Divas match at times, you know. Even the way the match finished played off clunky. You know, Hogan missing the leg drop played off more smoothly than the way The Rock and Cena finished their match. But oh, what a match finish it was. Thank goodness for that match finish. Thank goodness The Rock won. You know, like I said 2 videos ago, to a lot of Cena lovers, this was just probably another big Cena match. Another big name Cena challenge like Triple H or Bobby Lashley for Cena to overcome. But for a lot of us older fans, this was much more than that. This match represented everything we loved about wrestling versus everything it has since become. It struck at the heart of what we had and what we lost. You know, like when I was watching this match, I wasn't even cheering. Like many fans in the crowd, I was just sitting like this. Nervous and fearful anticipation. You know, and when the referee's hand finally hit that 3 count, yeah! You know, like I emotionally released just like many fans in the crowd. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for that match ending. Thank goodness that never in history will it say that at WrestleMania 28, he who represents the spinny belt defeated he who represents the people. Thank goodness. In 2011, the WWE signs The Rock to a part-time contract and showers him with attention. Now, the WWE signs Brock Lesnar to a part-time contract and showers him with attention. Okay, now, what does that say about the current state of the WWE roster? What does that say about CM Punk and Sheamus, who are supposed to be our world champions, right? If this were a boom period, if this were the Attitude Era, if we had full-time megastars like Stone Cold and The Rock, would the WWE need to sign stars from 10 years ago to come in part-time? No! Right? There's no long-term benefit to signing old guys part-time. They're not going to be on tour, they're not going to be at the house shows, and they're not going to stick around, right? So then, why would the WWE do this? It's because they have no confidence in their current roster. It's because people don't care about The Miz. People don't care about Jack Swagger. People don't care about Dolph Ziggler, right? So the WWE needs to go and call up The Rock and convince him to come in to show up on Raw every once in a while. And now they got Brock Lesnar to come in and show up on Raw every once in a while. Again, what does that say about Sheamus and CM Punk, our world champions? As you can see for yourself, The Rock and Brock Lesnar, they don't even fit in with today's PG era product, right? The Rock is a product of the Attitude Era. Brock Lesnar is a product of 2002, when the product was still edgy, right? In today's PG era, they stick out like sore thumbs, right? They look like men among boys, stars among ham and eggers. Brock Lesnar, he looks like this big grizzly bear surrounded by little teddy bears. He's a TV-14 product surrounded by all these cartoony PG era characters. 'Cause I'm awesome. Brock Lesnar feels completely different from that. It feels like he's from a different universe. And what about the hypocrisy of some of these WWE fanboys? Look, anytime you mention the Attitude Era, anytime you mention the 90s, anytime you mention the good old days, these fanboys come in, start bashing us, saying we're living in the past and we should just move on. Well, look at the WWE. They signed The Rock to a part-time contract, have him dominate WrestleMania 27, dominate Survivor Series, pin Cena clean at WrestleMania 28, and now we have Brock Lesnar part-time. Look, the WWE looks like they're living in the past as much as we are, yet these fanboys are supporting them every step of the way. Look, what hypocrisy! Yet I would expect nothing less of today's PG-era WWE fan base. Now, moving forward with my ongoing opinion series on wrestling's disconnection with the fans, we come to the next chapter, which asks the question, if everybody's special, then how is anyone special? Let's talk about champion saturation. There was a time when being a wrestling champion really meant something. Very, very few people used to become champion, and that's what made the titles prestigious, because they were nearly impossible to win, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it was. But that's not the way it is anymore, is it? To see the way things are going, let's take a look at the TNA Knockout division. Wrestling titles should only be for the best of the best, right? Well, here's a list of wrestlers in the TNA Knockout division, at least most of the roster. Of this list, 7 out of 10 are former world champions. That's 70% of this list are former world champions. Are you kidding me? But that's not the end of it. If you count the tag titles, then 100% of this list are former champions. Are you kidding me? How the heck do you have a division where pretty much everyone's been a champion? I forgot to put ODB on this list, and even she's a tag team champion right now. This is completely ridiculous. So if everybody's already been champion, and everybody's already fought each other, then what's the point anymore? It's time to pack up and go home. The WWE, in my opinion, needs to take a really close look at the TNA Knockout division, because it represents, in my opinion, a condensed version of what's happening to the WWE titles and the dangers of champion saturation. Look, being a WWE champion used to mean something. It used to represent the pinnacle of a career. Very few people used to become champion, and that's what kept the product going, because everybody else would be chasing it. But when you have a product now where you got all these guys becoming champion, when you got ham and eggers like The Miz and Jack Swagger posing as champions, what's the point anymore? When you have reached champion saturation, you have reached your creative end game. You have reached your product end game. The product is finished and the fans no longer have a reason to stay connected. The TNA Knockout division has dug itself to the point where almost everybody's been champion. It has reached its product end game. The product has come to its creative end, right? It's finished. It's over. In my opinion, the only thing they can do now is just clear out the roster and start all over, because the product is done. There's nothing left to see. All right. Now, moving along with our theme of titles in the wrestling, let's move on to Chapter 4, win streaks. You know the wrestler Crimson in TNA? I was thinking, could Crimson's win streak be the most pointless and irrelevant win streak in modern wrestling history? I mean, when you think about guys like Goldberg, Mr. Perfect, Tatanka, Samoa Joe, even guys like the Narcissist and Ludwig Borga, could Crimson's win streak be the most irrelevant win streak that nobody cares about in modern wrestling history? I mean, see, this just goes to show you the limitations of win streaks in wrestling. How win streaks can only play a supporting role in a push. How if a wrestler has not properly connected with the audience, just how useless that wrestling win streak is. I mean, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around, does it make a sound? Well, if a wrestler goes on a wrestling win streak, but nobody gives a shit, is it really a win streak? I mean, what exactly does he win? When the fans are connected with a wrestler, only then does his win streak matter. When Goldberg's win streak was going on, the fans were going nuts. When Tatanka's win streak ended, the fans, they were gasping, they couldn't believe it. And when the Honky Tonk Man's record-setting Intercontinental title streak was ended by the Warrior, the fans were flying out of their seats. But nobody cares about Crimson. He could win forever or never, and it wouldn't make a difference. When people think of win streak, they're still going to be thinking about guys like Goldberg, because they actually care about that guy. At WrestleMania 28, it was announced that Cody Rhodes is one of the longest reigning Intercontinental champions ever. I don't give a shit. I don't care about Cody Rhodes. People don't give two shits about Cody Rhodes. You sometimes even forget that he's even on the roster. Look, when he dropped the belt to the Big Show at WrestleMania 28, it felt nothing like the Warrior Honky Tonk Man. It felt nothing like some kind of epic thing happened, because people don't give two shits about Cody Rhodes. These days, the WWE seems to think that they can make stars simply by throwing belts onto wrestlers and giving them title reigns. TNA seems to think they can make Crimson a star just by having him win matches. What universe are these writers living in? Here's a novel idea. How about some consistent character development instead? Building characters that people actually care about and then patiently rising them through the ranks, huh? Are promotions willing to do that anymore? Are they willing to not be lazy anymore? Are they willing to make a wrestling win streak actually worth something? Even though we all know wrestling is fake, when a wrestler truly connects with the audience, none of that matters anymore. You are just going nuts for the wrestler, and any win streak he goes on, it almost becomes like a movement, you know? Like, here's an example. Do you want to know why you will never see me or any of my friends buying Taz merchandise, wearing any Taz t-shirt, or giving Taz any kind of major compliments whatsoever? It's because of this. How dare he end Kurt Angle's win streak? What the hell? You know, it's still the first thing I think about whenever I see Taz. Kurt Angle getting choked out by that Taz mission. You know, how dare he? We will never buy Taz merchandise. That's like customers lost forever, you know? If he wants to end Crimson's win streak, go ahead, who cares? But end Kurt Angle's win streak? No Taz merchandise purchased ever again. Who cares if wrestling's fake? You know, Taz should have refused refused to beat Kurt Angle. He should have been like, you want me to beat Kurt Angle? What the hell? That is an Olympic gold medalist over there with ridiculous charisma. I am but a mere future color commentator. I refuse to beat Kurt Angle. That is what Taz should have said. That is what he should have said. And this is what being connected to a win streak looks like. Could CM Punk be the most underachieving WWE champion of all time, right? And I'm talking about real champions. I'm not talking about transition champions or comedy champions or Kane's one-day title reign. None of that crap. I'm talking about real champions. Hogan, Rock, Austin. You know what I mean, Among champions that we were meant to take seriously as the guy in the business, could CM Punk be the most underachieving of all time? First of all, his name is CM Punk, but it should be CM2, because it seems like every time this guy gets a major push, Raw ratings go down to 2. When John Cena's world champion, Raw ratings are about 3 or 4. Give CM Punk a push, and all of a sudden we're looking at 2.8, 2.9, I think there was even a 2.4 in there, It's time for fanboys to start admitting that CM2's drawing power is very limited. Look, one of my favorite wrestlers ever is Bret Hart. I talk about him all the time. But even I will admit that at certain points of him being world champion, there were questions about his drawing power, right? I'll admit it. So, if even I can admit that about Bret Hart, one of my favorite wrestlers ever, then why can't you fanboys admit that about CM2? Second of all, CM2 may be the first ever long-term WWE champion who's actually a mid-carder, right? This guy is not main eventing, right? Our flagship wrestling world champion right now is walking around like a mid-carder, right? Every time the WWE title is not in the main event, it brings down the value of the belt. And in this way, in my opinion, CM2 is dragging the WWE below 1995, right? People like to crap on mid-90s WWF wrestling all the time. But at least back then, we had champions who acted like champions, who felt like champions, who were in the main event consistently, right? CM2 won the title at Survivor Series 2011. Just how much of a main eventer has he been? Just how many of CM Punk's pay-per-view matches have been main event matches? He wins the WWE title at Survivor Series 2011, but was that really his shining moment? No! The pay-per-view clearly belonged to John Cena and The Rock, who were the true main eventers and the only ones featured on the poster. Next was TLC, where CM Punk indeed was in the main event against The Miz and Del Rio. Okay, so that's one. We'll highlight this one in blue. CM Punk was in the main event. But for the next 8 pay-per-views, that's 8 pay-per-views, champion CM Punk was not in the main event. Look at who the real main eventers are on the right side of the screen. The real main eventers are John Cena, Brock Lesnar, and The Rock. Even Laurinaitis takes the main event over CM Punk. How sad is that? It's not until Night of Champions where CM Punk finally makes it back to the main event, but even then it's only because he's fighting John Cena. Then he fights Ryback at Hell in a Cell, and that completes this pay-per-view cycle. Out of 12 pay-per-views, CM Punk only main evented 3 of them. And if you take out the Cena match, look at how pathetic these matches look. Do these look like world title caliber matches to you? No. They look more like Monday Night Raw mid-card matches, throwaway matches, BS matches. And you fanboys are trying to compare this guy to Stone Cold Steve Austin? Are you freaking kidding me? Now let's look at the WWF champion of 1995, Big Daddy Cool Diesel. Diesel, of course, wins the title after Survivor Series 94. At Royal Rumble 95, he fights Bret Hart, which of course takes a backseat to the Rumble. At WrestleMania 11, he again takes a backseat, this time to Lawrence Taylor. But then, he main events the next 7 pay-per-views in a row. That's 7 pay-per-views in a row, all the way until he drops the belt to Bret Hart at Survivor Series 95. In other words, while CM Punk was only able to main event 3 out of 12 pay-per-views, Diesel main evented 7 out of 9 pay-per-views. I'll do the math for you. That's 78% to 25%. You see what I mean by CM Punk underachieving? Look, again, every time the WWE title is not in the main event, in my opinion, it lowers the value of the belt. For CM Punk to have a 25% record is pathetic and damaging to the prestige of the WWE title. So go ahead and trash talk mid-90s WWF wrestling all you want. But the bottom line is that at SummerSlam 1995, we had a proud WWF World Champion carrying his belt into the main event, and a proud Intercontinental Champion carrying his belt into an epic ladder match. At this last SummerSlam, however, our WWE World Champion was this scrawny, straight-edged, dorky guy getting completely overshadowed by Brock Lesnar and Triple H, right? CM2, arguably one of the, if not the, most underachieving WWE champions of all time, not getting the job done. In my opinion, the WWE has a dilemma. Because on one side, you got John Cena, who is loved by the younger fans, the female fans, and a lot of casual fans, but the fanboys and the older fans hate his guts, so he gets half-booed wherever he goes. Then on the other side, you got CM Punk, who the fanboys love, but it seems like every time he gets a major push, ratings go down. It's almost like a trade-off. It's like one or the other. It's like, if you make this guy champion, half the crowd boos him. Make this guy world champion, the booing half starts cheering, but ratings go down the toilet. It's like divided. It's like Republicans and Democrats. It's like, we are a wrestling nation divided. The wrestling fan base has become polarized. It's become split. And when the fan base is split like this, they become disconnected and wrestling becomes weak. What the WWE doesn't have right now is that unifying world champion. That Hogan Rock Austin, that unifying cross-demographic megastar that'll bring the fans together, united under the product, and push the industry upward. Right? Stone Cold Steve Austin walks to the ring, and 70,000 people pop at the same time. That's what makes wrestling strong. Unity makes wrestling strong, right? I never understood the Cena apologists who are like, well, even though Cena gets half-booed, well, at least he gets the loudest reaction. What good does that do? What good does a divided fan base do, all right? A divided fan base is no substitute for a unified fan base, all right? Cena getting half-booed is no substitute for everybody cheering for The Rock at the same time. What good is a polarized fan base, all right? What good is it if one fan's like, wow, wrestling's great, go watch Raw. But then the next fan's like, man, wrestling's shit, don't watch Raw, How is wrestling supposed to rise in that kind of environment? What happens is wrestling stagnates. CM Punk fans arguing with Cena fans, Attitude Era fans arguing with New Era fans. We don't have that unifying world champion. These PG era WWE champions are polarizing as shit. Like John Cena, CM Punk, The Miz, Alberto Del Rio. You got half the fans approving of them, and then the other half outright rejecting them. How is wrestling supposed to stay connected with the fans in these conditions? It can't, which is why the WWE has to bring back guys like Brock Lesnar and The Rock. As I've said before, it seems that in this post-attitude era, any time a wrestler starts getting pops, the fans automatically want to make him world champion. You know, like Carlito's getting pops, make him world champion. Matt Hardy's getting pops, make him world champion. Jeff Hardy's getting pops, make him world champion. Daniel Bryan's getting pops, make him world champion. But the thing about all this is, why? Why? I mean, just because a wrestler's getting pops, and just because you might like him, that doesn't automatically mean he's suitable to be world champion. Likewise, just because a wrestler doesn't become world champion, doesn't mean he can't be great. After all, icons like Roddy Piper, Mr. Perfect, and Ravishing Rick Rude were never WWE champion. And Daniel Bryan becoming champion doesn't automatically make him an icon. So what's with this fanboy mentality? You know, I think we need to reevaluate what makes a wrestling legend. Let's look at one of the most iconic wrestlers in wrestling history, Jake the Snake Roberts. Now, as noted in the latest issue of WWE Magazine, Jake the Snake has never won a Royal Rumble, never won a King of the Ring, never held any WWE title, and yet he is going to the Hall of Fame. Indeed, here we have a guy who's never been world champion, never been Intercontinental champion, never been tag champion, never won any Royal Rumble, never won any King of the Ring, spent his WrestleManias fighting guys like Rick Martel, and never really moved beyond the mid-card. So, by today's fanboy standards, that makes him a loser, right? That makes him a loser. That makes him inferior to Big E Langston because Big E Langston is Intercontinental Champion, right? That makes him inferior to Jack Swagger because Jack Swagger is a former world champion, right? No! As we all know, it's the other way around. As an icon of the sport, Jake the Snake currently towers over guys like Big E Langston and Jack Swagger, and I don't even think they would disagree with that. But how could this be? How is this possible? How can someone who's never really won anything like Jake the Snake tower so tall? It's because today's wrestling fans have their values all mixed up, right? Listen, Vince Russo could become a 10-time world champion and still never measure up to Jake the Snake. It's not just about giving popular wrestlers title reigns. It's about leveraging a wrestler's strengths with appropriate pushes that may or may not involve title reigns. As people in the industry have said, even though Roddy Piper was never world champion, he never really needed it. And the same holds true for Jake the Snake. Like many of you, I can't even imagine Jake the Snake holding a title belt. You know, it just doesn't fit. You know, he's not that type of character. He's not flashy, you know, like a Shawn Michaels or John Cena holding his spinny belt, you know? He was more like the opposite of that. Jake the Snake was the anti-Shawn Michaels. He was the anti-John Cena. He was this unglamorous, no-nonsense, blue-collar, straight shooter that would just walk down to the ring and took care of business, right? You never really saw him like, well, look at me, you know? He wasn't like that. When he came down to the ring, he had no costume, no headgear, no pyro, no fancy entrances, but yet, somehow we loved him. He had us in the palm of his hands, his finger, literally. All he would do was twirl his finger in the air, and we'd be like, yeah! You know, like, he had us trained. Literally, he had us trained with his finger. His one little finger generates more pops than most of today's roster. You know, think about that. Think about what makes a wrestler truly popular. And it's not just bright colors, fancy entrances, and pyro. But despite his immense popularity, the WWE never gave Jake the Snake Roberts a title reign. They never gave him a Royal Rumble, they never gave him a King of the Ring, and they never let him out of the mid-card. Does that mean the WWE used Jake the Snake improperly? No! In fact, the opposite is true. Jake the Snake's WWE run is legendary because the WWE recognized the nature of the character and leveraged its strengths, which does not necessarily include winning the title. Right? As this no-nonsense, unglamorous everyman, Jake the Snake was paired up against cocky assholes like the $1 Million Man, Ravishing Rick Rude, and the model Rick Martel to unforgettable results. I mean, Who could ever forget Jake the Snake pulling down Rick Rude's pants in the middle of the ring and Rick Rude's like flopping around on the ground? That stuff's classic. And as a heel, Jake the Snake's spine-tingling promos were put to use as he tormented the Ultimate Warrior and the Macho Man. This was a WWE run that did not need a title reign in order to be good. The WWE found a perfect spot for Jake the Snake in the company, and he thrived in it. Which brings us back to Daniel Bryan. He's been getting pops. People like his yes chant. But even if you like Daniel Bryan, should he become world champion? Is that his role in the company, to be the face of this company? Think about it. Here we have this pale, undersized guy who looks like the Berserker's maniac little brother coming out to silly theme music, pointing his fingers in the air. Yes, 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 yes. You want that to be world champion? The face of the company? You serious? Okay, now let's just say he does win the world title. Now what? Is he a legend like Jake the Snake now? No, not necessarily. Because what's good for the wrestler does not necessarily involve a title win. It's all about finding a spot in the company that's right for the wrestler and putting the right people around him so that he can thrive there. Putting Daniel Bryan up against guys like Batista and Triple H, does that come across to you as the same level of quality matchmaking as Jake the Snake and Ravishing Rick Rude? No, doesn't feel like it. So in my opinion, it's not just about pushing your favorite wrestler into the main event and having him beat whoever the world champion happens to be. A title win doesn't necessarily guarantee legend status, and becoming a legend doesn't depend on winning a title. Guys like Jake the Snake and Razor Ramon winning the world title would seem out of place. It wasn't their role in the company. But nevertheless, they're going to the Hall of Fame. So I think some fanboys need to rethink this single-minded thought process of, me like that guy, put him in main event, make him world champion, and reconsider for what truly makes a good character and a good product. In fact, I think the opposite has been true. I think that shoving people in the main event scene has been a detriment to the product. I think that Dolph Ziggler, Jack Swagger, Jeff Hardy, and others should have never become world champions when they did. And even CM Punk's first world title reign was way too early. Like I said in previous videos, I think this whole money in the bank concept has been doing more harm than good to the product. So, yeah, I think some fanboys need to rethink for what truly makes for good characters and a good product. Does the WWE reluctantly putting the world title on Daniel Bryan, is that really for the best? Lately, the WWE has been getting criticized for relying so heavily on all these old stars coming back working part-time. The fanboys are quick to defend this, however, saying, well, it's the 30th anniversary of WrestleMania. We're supposed to be celebrating these old stars. They're supposed to be taking the spotlight. The problem with that defense is, though, WrestleMania 10 and 20 were not like that. WrestleMania 10 and 20, they didn't focus on the past. They focused on the future. The intro for WrestleMania 10 literally had the words, "Welcome to the new generation," scrolling across the screen. And as you know, the slogan for WrestleMania 20 was, "Where it all begins again," right? WrestleMania 10 and 20, these were WrestleManias that looked forward, right? These are our new stars. This is where we're going from here, right? WrestleMania 10 and 20 didn't live in the past. They focused on the future and presented a new generation. But it doesn't feel that way for WrestleMania 30, does it? Rather than focusing on the future, WrestleMania 30 is completely depending on living in the past. It's going to be hosted by Hulk Hogan. It's going to have the Ultimate Warrior. Right? Matches include Randy Orton versus 45-year-old Batista, who just came back to steal the spotlight. Brock Lesnar versus 49-year-old Undertaker, both of whom are part-time stars. You got two part-time stars fighting each other at WrestleMania. Then you got Daniel Bryan versus 44-year-old Triple H, who also wrestles part-time. And you got The Shield versus the New Age Outlaws. You know, what year is this? 1999? You know? And then you got Cena versus Wyatt, the Battle Royal, and the Divas match, and that's it. That's it. That's WrestleMania 30, right? Where are all the young guys? Where is the new generation? I'll tell you where they are. They're all shoved into that Battle Royal like they're nobodies. And then you got Ryback, who was supposed to be the next big thing. He's relegated to the Countdown show. He didn't even make the main show, right? This is a show completely living in the past. We're going to be looking at Hogan and Warrior and partying like it's 1989. For a while now, the WWE has shown a total lack of confidence in today's new stars. That's why they keep bringing back all these old guys part-time. That's why pushes disappear out of nowhere. That's why Ryback goes from being a main eventer in pay-per-views to being in the Countdown show. That's why The Miz goes from main eventing WrestleMania 27 to getting his ass kicked by Hulk Hogan and getting put in a Battle Royal. And most infamously of all, that is why CM Punk became WWE Champion but was kept a mid-carder, right? The guy was WWE Champion but wasn't even in the main event. That shows a total lack of confidence right there. When CM Punk is your WWE Champion, he's supposed to be the face of the company, but the guy in the main event is still John Cena. But alas, some of you may respond, there is a ray of hope. There is a ray of hope, some of you may say, because there is still the chance that WrestleMania 30 ends with Daniel Bryan winning the world title and celebrating a new era. You know, that would at least be a silver lining, right? Well, yeah, it would be a silver lining, but what about everybody else? What about all the people stuck in the Battle Royal? That's number one. And number two, do you really believe that Daniel Bryan winning the world title at WrestleMania 30 would really signal a new era in the same way that Bret Hart winning the world title at WrestleMania 10 did? Do you have full confidence that the WWE would properly treat a world champion Daniel Bryan? Again, look at CM Punk. In my previous video, I gave you the stats on how in CM Punk's year as world champion, he only main evented 25% of pay-per-views. Think about that. 25%. A world champion not main eventing 75% of the time is a disgrace to the title and shows an utter lack of confidence in the title holder. Now, if the WWE treated CM Punk like that as world champion, how are they going to treat Daniel Bryan as world champion? Especially considering they seem to be pushing him reluctantly. Because you see, it's not just about your favorite wrestler winning the world title, it's also about what happens after he wins the world title. I mean, what does it matter if Daniel Bryan becomes world champion if he's just treated like crap afterwards? I'd rather have Daniel Bryan thrive in the mid-card than be treated like crap as world champion. Wouldn't you? In my last video, I said, okay, let's say they make Daniel Bryan world champion. Now what? That's a good question. Now what? Do you really have full confidence that the WWE will confidently push Daniel Bryan for the rest of the year? Again, look at CM Punk. One last thought on Daniel Bryan. Here's an idea. Imagine if this happened. Everybody is expecting Daniel Bryan to beat Triple H at WrestleMania and then beat Randy Orton to become world champion. Now, imagine if this happened. Imagine if, at WrestleMania 30, Daniel Bryan beats Triple H like everyone's expecting. Then, just as he's about to beat Randy Orton for the world title like everyone's expecting, CM Punk comes out of nowhere, smashes Daniel Bryan with a chair, and Batista becomes world champion instead. Then, WrestleMania 30 ends with CM Punk and Triple H shaking hands. You know, think about that. WrestleMania 17 all over again. Then, this could lead to a long program that eventually ends with Daniel Bryan beating CM Punk for the world title at WrestleMania 31. You know, I was just thinking about that. I think that would be kind of cool. But back to the main topic of this vid. In recent years, the WWE has relied on being stuck in the past. From the pay-per-views, to the TV shows, to the merchandise, to the website, all you see are images of old retired wrestlers. And it's been this way for a while. Here's a screenshot of the WWE webpage from 2011. And it's pretty much the same way now, right? But the thing is, it wasn't like this before. We did not spend the Attitude Era living in the past. We had guys like Stone Cold, The Rock, DX. We were living in the moment. We did not need part-time stars from 15 years ago. We were living in the present. Yeah, WrestleMania 10, yeah, it had Roddy Piper come back to be referee, but the spotlight was clearly on the new generation. New world champion, Bret Hart, Razor Ramon, and Shawn Michaels stealing the show. WrestleMania 10 was about the future. WrestleMania 30 cannot be about the future because its future matches are Brock Lesnar versus Undertaker and Randy Orton versus Batista. It cannot be about the future because it's intrinsically living in the past. There are two problems with living in the past like this. First of all, how long can it last? They used The Rock from WrestleMania 27 to 29, and now they're using Hulk Hogan and Brock Lesnar with guys like Jericho and RVD popping up randomly in between. Like, how long can this last? Well, do they plan on doing this forever? Second of all, what does this do to the quality of the product? When you have all these old guys popping in part-time, how do you even build a sustained quality storyline? The crappy-ass build-up, the Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar, shows the hazards of trying to build a storyline around part-time wrestlers. But what it comes down to is a lack of confidence in the new stars. If the WWE truly felt that these new guys had what it takes, then they wouldn't feel the need to bring back all these old guys part-time. Because when your biggest hope is a little bearded munchkin that runs out to the ring pointing his fingers in the air yelling yes, then that shows wrestling seriously needs to get its act together. Long live Brock Lesnar. In not one of but the most shocking pinfall in WrestleMania history, Brock Lesnar has now achieved immortality. Right? This is a feat that will never be duplicated. There are many world champions. There are many Royal Rumble winners. There are many King of the Rings. But there is only one person to ever end the Taker streak, and that person is Brock Lesnar. Okay? 2 videos ago, I talked about how you don't need to become world champion to become a legend. Brock Lesnar is a former world champion, but that's not going to be what he's remembered for. Brock Lesnar is now a guaranteed legend, a guaranteed Hall of Famer, and the answer to the eternal trivia question of who is the one in 21-1. Hindsight is 2020. As you know, right before WrestleMania 30, the WWE released a Brock Lesnar shirt that said, "Eat, sleep, break the streak," which kind of confused me because I was thinking, this shirt is going to be outdated as soon as Taker beats the Lesnar at WrestleMania. So why would they sell a shirt for such a short amount of time? In hindsight, that should have been a clue. But for most of us, it was such a given that Taker was going to be Lesnar that we couldn't pick up on it. But when you think about it, Brock Lesnar beating The Undertaker actually fits very well in WWE history. I mean, think about it. Brock Lesnar, as far as wrestling goes, is a pure WWE creation. He's a former WWE champion who has never been to WCW and never been to TNA. I'm sure that Vince would much rather have the Taker streak ended by a pure WWE creation than like a WCW legend like Sting. As for WrestleMania 30 overall, I think most would agree that it was okay. Not one of the best WrestleManias, but not crap either. Somewhere in the middle. But, despite being somewhere in the middle, I must say that I have not enjoyed the WWE like this in forever. Between WrestleMania 30 itself and the Raw the night after, the WWE has not kept my attention like this since like 2002, something like that. The combination of Cena finally getting out of the spotlight, being able to see all these legends again, and several new stars getting my attention, I have not gotten this much enjoyment out of the WWE product in like 2004, something like that. WrestleMania 30 started with Hogan, Austin, and Rock in the ring together, which was a magical moment. And by now we've all seen it, so I don't need to get into it. But the segment did offer subtle commentary and acknowledgement on the state of wrestling. when Austin and Hogan were in the ring together, Jerry Lawler said, "These are arguably the two most popular stars in WWE history." Then The Rock joins him in the ring, and the Jerry Lawler says, "Without a doubt, these are the three most popular stars in WWE history." The Rock grabs the mic and calls Austin and Hogan the two biggest names in WWE history, and the crowd pops. Then The Rock says the words hustle, loyalty, and respect, and the crowd starts booing. What does this say about the PG era? What does this say about Cena and Batista? This segment is pretty much acknowledging that the Attitude Era still reigns supreme. One thing that's been getting very annoying, though, is how the commentators can't seem to shut up anymore about how this is a WrestleMania moment. As soon as The Rock and Austin hit the ring, the commentators couldn't shut up about, look, this is a WrestleMania moment. This is a WrestleMania moment. You know? Likewise, at WrestleMania 18, when Hogan and Rock were in the ring together, they couldn't shut up then either. This is a WrestleMania moment. Look, why can't you just let history decide for itself whether this is going to be a WrestleMania moment? Why do you have to call it that as it's happening? At WrestleMania 6, when Hogan was fighting Warrior, you didn't hear Gorilla Monsoon going on about how this is a WrestleMania moment. This is a WrestleMania moment. No. Gorilla Monsoon just called the match as it was a match and let history decide that it was going to be a WrestleMania moment. Now let's talk about the matches at WrestleMania 30. The matches, they were okay. They were okay. After every WrestleMania, you got pumped up fanboys talking about, whoa, this is the greatest card ever, but usually it isn't, and this wasn't either. In fact, as people have said, other than Lesnar versus Taker, this card could have passed for like a Monday Night Raw card. Right? The first match was Triple H versus Daniel Bryan. Now, I'll want to talk about Daniel Bryan later, but I have just one small criticism about this match, which was overall a fun match. But the one small criticism is, once again, the lack of size acknowledgement in the match. Right? I've talked in previous videos about how Rey Mysterio would kick Batista, and Batista would go flying backwards, like, so unbelievable. In this match, you got Triple H, who's twice the size of Daniel Bryan, but Daniel Bryan hip tosses Triple H, and Triple H goes flying through the air. You know, it's like, yeah, right, how am I supposed to believe in that? That's like Shark Boy hip tossing Bobby Lashley, and Bobby Lashley flying through the air like, whoa, you know, come on, you know? Then at one point in the match, you have Triple H laying on top of Daniel Bryan, and Daniel Bryan actually drags Triple H to the ropes, you know? How am I supposed to believe in this? This lack of size acknowledgement in WWE matches has bothered me for a while. You know, it takes me out of the match. The next match was the New Age Outlaws versus The Shield, and I can't say anything about that match because it was so short that I completely missed it. I literally took a short phone call, a very short phone call just as the match was happening, and by the time I hung up the phone and looked over, the match was over. It was just like that. So I can't tell you what about that match. I didn't even see it. The next match was the Battle Royal, which, as I said in my last video, shows you just how much the WWE disregards its new talent. You got Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker, two part-time wrestlers, taking all the spotlight. Meanwhile, the new generation is shoved into this Battle Royal like there's a bunch of nobodies. Let's look at who was in this Battle Royal. You got Big E Langston, who's the Intercontinental Champion, but he doesn't even get his own match. Then you got like Khali, and I didn't even know he was still with the company. Then you have former world champions, The Miz and Del Rio, shoved into this Battle Royal like they're nothing more than a couple of ham and eggers, and on top of that, The Miz is eliminated by Santino. Think about the disrespect for PG era world champions. First, former world champion Jack Swagger is pinned by Santino on Raw with the help of a Muppet, and now The Miz is thrown out by Santino at WrestleMania. You know, what the hell? You know, where's the respect? The next match was Cena versus Wyatt, and the cheesy nature of this match represents everything I can't stand about Cena, the PG era, and the John Cena product that's clearly intended only for kids. You know, like, the premise was, will he turn to the dark side? Will he hit Wyatt with the chair? Will he do it? Will he do it? You know, You can just imagine little 8-year-old fans decked out in Cena merchandise going, "No! Don't do it, Cena! Don't do it, Cena! Stay on the side of good!" You know? But for the rest of us, it's like, what is this crap? You know? Cena needs to beat Wyatt to save his legacy? What the heck? The match dragged on way too long for its simple, cheesy premise, and the whole reason for this whole legacy thing is because it needed to tie in to the WrestleMania theme song because Cena has to be over-commercialized for everything. The next match was Brock Lesnar versus Undertaker, which I already talked about, but I just have one thing to add, and that's that the match wasn't actually that good. You know, it was actually kind of boring until the ending. After WrestleMania, there were reports that The Undertaker got a concussion and Brock Lesnar had to carry the match, which would make sense because the match was actually not very good. It kind of dragged on. The crowd wasn't even that into it. The next match was the Divas match. I got two thoughts on this. First of all, what is the point of AJ Lee? You got this average-looking Punky Brewster skipping around, and you can't even say she's supposed to be a hero for little girls because she's a heel. Second of all, this match is really stretching believability. I mean, you got AJ Lee, champion, in the ring with 20 challengers. First pin wins the match, and she's still able to retain. You know, that's impossible. Not even Hulk Hogan could do that. If Champion Hogan was in the ring with 20 challengers and first pin on whoever wins the match, Hogan is not retaining the belt because it's impossible. Yet AJ Lee is able to do it. But then, the next night on Raw, some random NXT girl beats her with one low-impact move to win the belt. You know, it's like, what is this crap? Speaking of impossible, let's finally talk about Daniel Bryan. Look, I understand the wrestling promotion having a storyline where the babyface beats the odds, but there comes a point where it becomes so ridiculous that you can't believe it anymore. Like, how the heck does Daniel Bryan come into WrestleMania injured, wrestle a match with Triple H, get beat down by a chair with Triple H, then wrestle a match with Randy Orton and Batista, get double teamed by them, get RKO'd through a table, get pulled out on a stretcher, get speared by Batista, and still come back to become world champion. You know, what the hell? You know, like, that's not impressive. That's impossible! You know, like, in real life, Daniel Bryan would probably be in the hospital in a coma. He'd be a vegetable. You know, look, I'm not anti-Daniel Bryan, but the WWE went way too far over the top with this comeback thing. I could not pop for Daniel Bryan's win because it was too impossible to believe in. But overall, it was an okay WrestleMania. I mean, fans are going to overhype it as usual, but it was okay, you know. Bryan Triple H was fun. The tag match was too short. The Battle Royal was fun. Cena Wyatt was boring. Brock Lesnar versus Undertaker was boring except for the ending. The Divas match was a Divas match. And the main event was exciting except it was impossible to believe in. You know, it's like Batman beating Superman with one punch. You know, even if I'm a Batman fan, it's hard for me to cheer for it because it's like, what the hell? That's impossible. But overall, an enjoyable experience and the most fun I've had with the WWE in a long time. Alright, well at this point I'm probably just talking to myself. But I wanted to talk to myself about Entertainia 31. Now, for the one or two of you that are still watching this channel, you may be wondering how Pspower still looks exactly the same and the background still looks exactly the same after all these years. Well, since you're one of the few still watching this channel, let me let you in on a little secret. None of this is actually real. All of this is actually just CG animation, alright? Pspower is actually a big, fat, smelly, 300-pound slob with a lazy eye in a basement programming this animation and providing this voice. Right? So, me and him, we would like to talk about Entertainia 31, which is actually a pretty good WrestleMania. Right? So, despite this video being mostly criticisms, we actually had a good time with it, and we're just talking about how it could have been better. Now, WrestleMania 31 begins, and it starts with Daniel Bryan coming down to the ring. And as he comes down to the ring, Michael Cole comments that this year's WrestleMania begins the way it ended last year with Daniel Bryan. Now, is that really a good thing? Is it really a good thing that the main event world champion last year is in the opening match this year? You know, this just goes to show the volatility of today's wrestling product. where the focal point main event world champion last year is the first one out in the opening match this year, right? You would never see that back in the day. You would never see that back in the day when we had real main eventers. You would never see Stone Cold be the main event world champion at one WrestleMania, and then the next WrestleMania, he's in the opening match. Never! He's a real main eventer. Therefore, the thought of that is ridiculous. The second criticism I have with this match is what I call the Cena effect. Last year, they built Daniel Bryan up to be so impossibly strong that there's nowhere to go from there. If Daniel Bryan is able to overcome Triple H, Randy Orton, Batista, getting smashed through a table, getting hit with a sledgehammer, getting put out on a stretcher, and still become world champion, then shouldn't he be running over guys like Luke Harper like it's nothing? How do you return a guy to the mid-card after he's already been established as superhuman? It's the Cena effect, right? Nevertheless, despite the Cena effect, despite the fact that Daniel Bryan should have ran through these guys like it's nothing, given last year's invincibility, it was still a very good match and I thoroughly did enjoy it. The next match was Seth Rollins versus Randy Orton, and this match made Randy Orton look strong and Seth Rollins look nothing more than a glorified jobber. The story of the match was that Randy Orton had an answer for everything. Everything that Rollins tried to do, Randy Orton had an answer for it. He was blocking, countering, and reversing everything Rollins was throwing at him, and ended the match with an epic RKO. In this match, Seth Rollins looked nothing more than a glorified jobber. A scrawny, nerdy-looking guy with a girly yellow stripe down his hair, getting a wake-up call from Randy Orton, who looked like a real man. Right? This was probably one of the most exciting Randy Orton matches that I've seen. The next match was Sting versus Triple H, and the image of Sting walking down the WrestleMania aisle, it was like surreal. You know, when he was walking down the aisle, it didn't even feel like a WrestleMania anymore. It felt like Starrcade. You know, it's like the eye sends the image of Sting walking down an aisle to the brain, and the brain's like, okay, must be Starrcade. Oh wait, it's WrestleMania. No, wait, it's Sting, it's Starrcade. No, wait, it's malfunction. It was hard to process. You know, that alone, Sting walking down that WrestleMania aisle alone was a WrestleMania moment. But then after that, Triple H walks down the aisle in one of the most stupidest, corniest, non-Cena WrestleMania entrances I've ever seen. The whole Terminator thing with the target Sting, you know, it was just so stupid. You know, I like the Terminator, I like Triple H, but that was just so stupid. How do you go from sitting on a throne surrounded by women last year to being dressed up as a robot this year? That was so stupid. As for the match itself, it was actually a really boring match. It was clunky. It was like Sting and Triple H had no real plan for the match and were just kind of winging it until DX came out. But the biggest problem with the match is that there was no reason why Triple H should have won this match. None. Alright, number one, this was Sting's first WrestleMania. He should win it. Triple H has already been in a million WrestleMania main events. Why does he need to win? He doesn't even wrestle anymore. And number two, Sting losing at WrestleMania kills the momentum of a possible Sting versus Undertaker dream match. If you're setting up for a possible Sting versus Undertaker dream match, don't you want Sting to win his first WrestleMania match and have him be 1-0 headed into his match with The Undertaker? Why have him lose to Triple H? If you're going to have Sting lose his first WrestleMania match at WrestleMania 31, why not just have Sting lose to The Undertaker at WrestleMania 31? Why have him lose to Triple H? It accomplishes nothing. The whole thing screams of ego. Fans have talked for a long time now on how the WWE seems to only value its own creations and everybody else needs to look like shit. And that's why, one of the reasons why the Invasion angle sucked. But given how guys like the Warrior and Savage are now in the Hall of Fame, I was hoping they'd turn over a new leaf. I was hoping they would put their egos aside and let Sting beat Triple H at WrestleMania. Guess I was wrong. Not only was Sting not allowed to win the match, but in my opinion, the commentary during this match was repulsive. Repulsive. Talking down on Sting's career, talking shit about Starrcade, and then when Triple H wins, gloating about how the WWE wins again! The last WCW soldier has been defeated! You know, repulsive. Repulsive. That doesn't come across as being what's best for business. That comes across as pure ego. right? Pure WWE ego. And I wonder why Sting agreed with it, all right? He must have known, Sting must have known that they were bringing him in just so they can beat him and say the last WCW soldier has been defeated. I wonder why he agreed to it. But on a brighter note, the imagery during this match was unreal. Unreal. The image of Sting in a WrestleMania ring alone is surreal, causing brain malfunctions everywhere. It's like DC versus Marvel. It's like Batman showing up in the next Avengers movie. Did you ever think that you would ever see the image of Sting doing a flying crossbody onto D-Generation X? Unreal. But the most iconic image of the whole match to me was when Sting got super kicked by Shawn Michaels, right? Mr. WCW getting super kicked by Mr. WrestleMania. That is unreal. That's DC versus Marvel. That's Superman versus the Incredible Hulk, right? Forget Sting versus Undertaker. Sting versus Shawn Michaels is the bigger dream match, right? The guy who was never in WWF versus the guy who was never in WCW. Epic, right? When Sting got super kicked by Shawn Michaels, it gave me a rush of adrenaline that those two guys might be squaring off. Now, after Sting versus Triple H, they started that stupid concert thing, so I left. By the time I came back, it was Cena versus Rusev. Now, first of all, I don't know what the big deal about Rusev is. He looks just like another recycled heel foreigner gimmick, alright? Like, we've been through this like a million times before. We've been through Yokozuna, we've been through Ludwig Borga, we've been through heel Sergeant Slaughter, so why the hell should I care about this guy? You know, I don't get it. Feels like I've been here before a million times. Second of all, if you're going to rehash the whole babyface American versus heel foreigner gimmick, you better make sure that people actually like the babyface American, right? WrestleMania crowds almost never like John Cena. So despite the well-done video package before his entrance, they just booed him like they always do. WrestleMania 7 worked because people actually like Hulk Hogan. So when he walked down waving the American flag, people cheered like crazy for him. People don't like John Cena. So when you put him in a storyline like this, people in the crowd are waving the flag of the other country because they like the other guy better. John Cena is not right for this kind of storyline because people don't like John Cena. And one more thing. During this match, the commentators talked about the prestige of the U.S. title by referencing former U.S. champions like Ravishing Rick Rude. But wait a minute. Ravishing Rick Rude, U.S. champion? That's not WWE history. That's WCW history. So wait a minute. During the Sting match, they talk shit about WCW, but then during this match, they praise the U.S. title by referencing WCW history? You know, contradictory bullshit. The next match was Bray Wyatt versus The Undertaker, which brings me back to my point about Sting. If Sting was going to lose his first WrestleMania match at WrestleMania 31, and The Undertaker was going to win his comeback match at WrestleMania 31, then why not just have The Undertaker beat Sting at WrestleMania 31? You know, why have Sting lose to the Triple H at WrestleMania 31, killing Sting's momentum, and have Bray Wyatt lose to The Undertaker at WrestleMania 31, killing Bray Wyatt's momentum? You know, it makes no damn sense. Finally, we arrive at the main event, Lesnar versus Reigns, and I could not believe that Roman Reigns actually only has 2 moves. The guy literally has 2 moves. When fanboys were talking about it, I thought they were exaggerating. But no. Superman and Punch and Spear, and that's it. The guy does 2 moves the whole match, over and over again. How the hell does a guy make it to the WWE only have 2 moves? I've never seen that before. I don't ever want to hear you Roman Reigns fanboys criticizing the movesets of guys like The Warrior and Batista ever, right? Because your boy only does 2 moves the whole freaking match. Unbelievable. As far as the ending of the main event, I have mixed feelings about it. I understand the arguments in favor of making Seth Rollins world champion, that this was the best thing they could have done, that Brock Lesnar's part-time, they were booing Roman Reigns, this was the best way they could have gone. But my problem with it is that I generally don't like paper champion storylines. And I just don't like paper champion storylines. To be the man, you've got to beat the man, alright? Seth Rollins did not beat the man. So storyline-wise, he's set up as a weak world champion who got decisively beat by Randy Orton, then took advantage of a situation to become champion without beating the man. So right now, he's the champion, but he's not the man. You know, I don't like these storylines. I didn't like it when TNA did it with Magnus, and I don't like it here. And it's one of the reasons I don't like Money in the Bank, all right? Brock Lesnar spent so much time rebuilding prestige into the world title, and now it's back on a weak world champion. You know, I don't like it. right? To be the man, you've got to beat the man. If you become champion without beating the man, you're not the champion. You're like interim champion or something. I don't like these storylines in general. Overall, in my opinion, one of the big lessons we've learned is the volatility of today's wrestling product. Daniel Bryan main events last year. This year he's in the opening match. So Cesaro wins the Battle Royal last year. This year he doesn't even make it onto the main pay-per-view. Seth Rollins is in a throwaway tag team match last year. This year he wins the title in the main event. You never saw this kind of volatility back in the day. You would never see The Rock main event one WrestleMania, then the next WrestleMania he's on the pregame show. You would never see Stone Cold main event one WrestleMania, and then the next WrestleMania he's in the opening match. That just would not happen, because Stone Cold and The Rock are real stars. Today's wrestling product has a star power problem, which is why they keep bringing back these old guys to come back part-time, and why the roster movement is all over the place. In my opinion, it would surprise no one if by next WrestleMania, Seth Rollins is not even in the main event anymore. Right? It's hard to get into the product when it's so volatile like this. And in my opinion, one of the first steps towards building a more stable product is putting aside that ego and truly doing what's best for business. Okay, at this point I probably have 2 viewers left, so to the both of you, thanks for your loyalty. Now, before I get started on my WrestleMania review, I would like to give an update on my friend J-Body, who, as you remember, used to do videos on this channel. Well, J-Body got married, and he's having a baby, and he wants to share his journey with all of you. So in the description to this video is a link to his new channel that he just set up. There's not many videos there, but he invites you to join him on his journey towards his new little wrestling fan. Now, on to my wrestling review. After WrestleMania 31, how many of you wanted the main event of WrestleMania 32 to be Roman Reigns versus Triple H? How many of you wanted Shane McMahon to come out of nowhere to fight The Undertaker? The answer is none of you. Let's face it, this is a WrestleMania card that nobody wanted. Yet, 100,000 people still showed up, allowing Triple H versus Roman Reigns to beat the attendance record of Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. Now, in my opinion, there is a serious problem with the mentality of today's wrestling fans, which I hope to address in a future video. For years, I have talked about how WrestleMania has become an overbloated, overproduced, substance-deprived mess of a show. A card barely worthy of Monday Night Raw, presented in front of a massive crowd with all these colors and special effects, and declared the biggest event of the year, right? Like Razor Ramon would say, all bluff, no stuff, right? At this point, I wish they would go back to a normal arena like Madison Square Garden, just for a change of pace, just so it looks different, because it's like all the same thing now. Every single one looks the same. They have the big WrestleMania letters in the back, and then the giant stage, and then the long ramp to the ring, and it's like the same routine. They start out with like a ladder match or a Money in the Bank match. Then there's the Randy Orton, AJ Styles type match, a big Undertaker match in the middle, then the Divas match, then the Hall of Famers come out, then they announce the attendance record, then The Rock comes out and wastes a whole bunch of time, and then the main event. It's like the exact same thing now. It's like it's become routine. At least WrestleMania 6, 7, and 8, at least they look different, right? When you watch WrestleMania 6, it's completely different from WrestleMania 7. It's completely different from WrestleMania 8. They all have their own unique identity and are completely different in feel and look and environment. Now it's like the exact same thing, and 100,000 people show up for it. So as usual, WrestleMania 32 starts out with a ladder match, and it was a nice match with some good spots, but again, it's routine. It feels like the same old thing. Like, remember that other ladder match where Booker T pulls the tiny ladder from under the ring? He's like, are you kidding me? It's like the same thing. They all kind of blend together now. But what this particular match did confirm is that the WWE no longer cares about proper build-up. Right? I've said for years about how the WWE needs to get rid of Money in the Bank because it is killing proper build-up. You have some random guy running down to the ring, and all of a sudden he's world champion. Well, here, they decide to slap the IC title belt on some jobber with no build-up. Look, putting the IC title on a jobber does not make him Intercontinental Champion. All that does is make the IC title a jobber's belt. Right? Nobody is going to think of Zack Ryder on the same level of guys like Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, The Rock, Stone Cold, and the other IC legends. All right? Putting it on him makes no sense. As much as I think Kevin Owens is a pudgy jobber-looking Pillsbury Doughboy, they should have kept the belt on him and gave him a long heel, honky-tonk man style IC title reign. Putting it on Zack Ryder serves absolutely no purpose. The next match was AJ Styles versus Chris Jericho. Now, isn't it funny how WWE fanboys ignore AJ Styles for 10 years when he's in TNA, but all of a sudden now they treat him like he's this huge deal? Again, the messed up mentality of today's fanboys. But anyone who knows WWE knows that there was no way that AJ Styles was going to win this match. Just like there was no way that Sting, Mr. WCW, was going to beat Triple H last year, there was no way that AJ Styles, Mr. TNA, was going to beat Chris Jericho this year. The WWE likes to talk about what's best for business, but their ego still supersedes everything. The WWE creation must win. Chris Jericho must kick out of the Styles Clash and then win the match at WrestleMania. The next match was the League of Nations versus New Day. Now, can you believe that we used to have tag teams like the Hart Foundation, the Road Warriors, and the Bulldogs, and now we have New Day? These goofy guys acting like over-caffeinated 9-year-olds dancing down to the ring with glowing unicorn horns. It takes no acting skill to do that, you know? It's stupid. They deserve the beatdown that they got at the match. That's all I got to say about that. The next match was Brock Lesnar versus Dean Ambrose, and this is a match that should have never been on the card. Brock Lesnar is the guy who destroyed Super Cena at SummerSlam and then ended the Taker streak. How the hell is a jobber like Dean Ambrose supposed to stand a chance? The answer is he's not. Brock Lesnar is supposed to destroy him in like 2 seconds, and thankfully that's pretty much what happened. This match should have never been on the card. The next match was the women's match. Now, you know one of the biggest complaints about wrestling now is how all the wrestlers look the same? Well, the same holds true with the women. From the indies all the way to the WWE, they all look the same now. They have the tight, bright, colorful outfits and the glittery neon hair. You know, they look like a bunch of assembly line Gem and the holograms. Like when they're coming down to the ring for like a battle royal, they all look like the same. You can't tell them apart. Like, remember when we had badass women like Medusa and Chyna? You know, now you have these tiny little female wrestlers that they look like they're getting ready for some Disney Channel music video. Now, as far as the women's triple threat match goes, we knew one thing for sure, and that's that Becky Lynch was the one that was going to tap out or get pinned, because Charlotte is Ric Flair's daughter. Sasha Banks is Snoop Dogg's cousin. They have the political power, and therefore Becky Lynch is the one that's going to get her ass kicked. The only question is, who had more political power? My guess was Ric Flair because of his ties with the industry, and it looks like I was right. Charlotte beats Becky Lynch to become the new women's champion. The next match was The Undertaker versus Shane McMahon, and all I got to say about this match is, you know what you're getting into. When I first heard this match was announced, the first thing I thought about was Shane McMahon doing the elbow drop off the Titantron. And that's pretty much what happened. I also expected him to do the Van Terminator, which he did. Again, you pretty much know what you're getting into with this match. Now, the next match was the Battle Royal, which was won by this big, tall ham and egger. Now, I don't see how this big, tall ham and egger is going to be a star. First of all, he reminds me too much of Drew McIntyre. Rudy Poo Drew. He's like another one of those big, tall, goofy guys. You know, I don't see how someone with goofiness, Rudy Poo levels this high is going to become a star. The next match was The Rock destroying that Wyatt guy. Now, first of all, have you noticed that Bray Wyatt is just a glorified jobber? He gets beat by Cena, he gets beat by The Undertaker, he gets beat at pretty much every house show, and now The Rock makes a fool out of him at WrestleMania. Bray Wyatt and Dean Ambrose are glorified jobbers, right? Second of all, as much as I love The Rock, I am getting tired of him hogging so much airtime at every WrestleMania. Look, he comes out to the ring, and then he stays on the ramp like forever. He like walks back and forth forever. Then he goes down to the ring, grabs the mic, and then he starts pausing after every word just to hog up airtime. It reminds me of WrestleMania 4, where halfway through the show, Hogan started posing in the ring for like an hour. I remember trying to fast forward through that part. When Hogan was posing, I would like fast forward through it, and it would still take forever. Well, that's what The Rock's doing right now. As much as I love The Rock, as much as I love the Hogan, I am getting tired of these mid-show hoggings of airtime. Now, the next match was the main event. Now, isn't it interesting how Triple H, knowing that this WrestleMania was going to break the attendance record, puts himself in the main event? So, last year, he makes himself beat Sting in Sting's only WrestleMania, and this year, he puts himself in the main event with 100,000 people. He really is the game, isn't he? Mr. Politics. At WrestleMania 3, 90,000 people, about 90,000 people, showed up to watch Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. Do you really think 100,000 people showed up just to see Triple H? No! This WrestleMania was going to get 100,000 people no matter what. Right? Nobody's going to believe that 100,000 people showed up just for Triple H. But he wants to make it look that way, apparently, because he's the game. So another WrestleMania ends with the top babyface getting booed by the fans. Now, the last time a top babyface got cheered at WrestleMania was Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 30. But before that, it was John Cena getting booed. The WWE has been unable to create new stars. Isn't it sad how the last three cover boys of the WWE video games have been The Rock, John Cena, and Stone Cold? Since when do WWE video games use cover boys from 15 years ago? Likewise, isn't it sad that the best parts of WrestleMania now are when the Attitude Era people show up? Like when Shawn Michaels, Mick Foley, and Stone Cold show up, and then when The Rock shows up, that's the best parts of the WrestleMania, when the guys from 15 years ago show up. The WWE fanboys have really got to wake up. Because when 100,000 of them show up for an event main evented by Roman Reigns versus Triple H, all you're going to get are more mediocre, run-of-the-mill WrestleManias. So, Raw finally got a 1.9 rating. I hope this is a wake-up call to a lot of fanboys out there because it's been headed in this direction for a long time. I mean, remember when Raw used to get ratings of 5s and 6s? The all-time high rating, as you know, is an 8.1 during the Attitude Era. Then, for a while there, the standard rating was about like a 4.2 to 4.5. Remember that? Remember when every episode of Raw would get about a 4.2 and it was like the standard rating? Well, now we're at a 1.9. And through it all, from 8.1 to 1.9, these fanboys have been in denial every step of the way. When Raw ratings were in the 4s, they're like, dude, it's still good, dude. As long as it doesn't drop into the 3s, we're fine. Then Raw ratings go to 3.9, and they're like, dude, come on, man. Come on, it's 3.9 still a lot, dude. As long as we're above 3.5, we're good to go. Then Raw ratings go down to 3.2, and they're like, dude, come on, man. We got the internet, we got social media now. As long as it's above a 2.9, it's fine. Then ratings go to 2.5, and they're like, dude, come on, man. Raw is still awesome and big, and everybody loves it. As long as it's above a 1.9, there's no reason to panic. Well, now we're at a 1.9. Is it time to panic yet? Think about it. We went from 8.1 to 1.9. I hope this is a wake-up call for all these fanboys who actually thought that people would give a crap about these PG-era cheesy wrestlers. Can you believe that before Backlash, our world champions were Dean Ambrose and Kevin Owens? Can you believe that? A pudgy-faced mouth breather with a comb-over and a big fat bearded jobber were our world champions. Think about it. For crying out loud, we used to have The Rock and Stone Cold, cross-demographic penetrating megastars, and now we have this. Did you really mentally convince yourself that that big fat bearded jobber was going to bring the fans back? What were you thinking? These characters are terrible. I mean, look at Dean Ambrose, alright? A pudgy-faced mouth breather with a comb-over, wearing a white tank top, and when he's in the ring, he's punching people like this. What the hell is that? Can you imagine if I created a wrestler like that, in a video game create a wrestler, imagine if I created a wrestler and I gave him a punchy face, a comb over, his mouth is hanging open all the time, he has a tank top, and then he's in the ring going like this. What would you think of that character? You'd be like, dude, Pspower, what the hell is this? Did you make this character at the last second? Why don't you make someone better? Yet this character, who would make a ridiculous creator wrestler, was somehow our world champion. The WWE has brainwashed fanboys into thinking that anything that's in the WWE is automatically good. When Jeff Hardy was in the WWE, oh, they loved him, they cheered for him, they bought his merchandise. But then when he went to TNA, they don't like him anymore. Then he comes back to WWE and oh, they love him again, they cheer for him again, they buy his merchandise again. Then when he goes to TNA again, oh, they don't like him anymore. AJ Styles was in TNA for 10 years and these fanboys couldn't give a crap. Now that he comes into WWE, oh, they're popping for him like he's the next big thing. It's completely ridiculous. The WWE has brainwashed fanboys into being company-oriented instead of wrestler-oriented. They've brainwashed these fanboys into thinking that a wrestler only matters when he's in the WWE. I see a lot of people calling this the vanilla indie midget era of the WWE. Now, while that may not be a very politically correct way of saying it, in my opinion, there is a legit underlying message. When you look at guys that we had like The Rock and Stone Cold, and now you look at guys like Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins, it's not even close. You can see why the rating is a 1.9. This is a wake-up call for the WWE fanboys. Have you noticed the difference between what women wrestlers used to look like and what they look like now? Women wrestlers used to look more grown up, like Chyna, Trish Stratus, Medusa, they look more like adults. Now when you look at the women wrestlers, they look like little girls, from AJ Lee to Bayley, they look like Disney Channel cast members skipping around the ring. They're so tiny, and they've got the bright colored hair and the bright neon outfits, they don't look like wrestlers. They look like background dancers at a Disneyland concert. We went from Medusa and Chyna to Gem and the Holograms. I will say this though, there is one possible exception, and that's Becky Lynch. Now, when I first saw Becky Lynch, I hated her steampunk gimmick. Where the steam would literally rise up and she would come out with the goggles. It was so stupid and corny, and I hated it, and I was on TV cameras multiple times booing the shit out of it. In my view, it was no better than the Atom Bomb gimmick of the 90s, when he would come out with the goggles. It was so stupid. But then something happened. Somehow, she started to win me over. There's something about this girl, Becky Lynch. Remember when I said that even before Bret Hart was famous, there was something about him? There's something about this girl, Becky Lynch, right? Something that many of the other girls don't have. And the icing on the cake was when she won the title. She acted nothing like one of those Barbie doll divas. When I congratulated her, she was so genuine and appreciative and thoughtful. There's something about this girl, Becky Lynch, and I hope the WWE doesn't mess it up. Another wrestler I've had my eye on is Alexa Bliss. Now, as you know, I have a bunch of friends who are fighters/bodybuilders, and Alexa Bliss was doing kickboxing and bodybuilding competitions at around the same time. So we kind of sort of see her as, kind of like one of us, She also has that cool looking face, with the cheekbones. She kind of reminds me of that actress, Jamie Presley. But even though I'm biased in her favor, there are two things currently keeping her from winning me over. One is her stupid gimmick, alright? I already talked about how Atom Bomb was given that stupid gimmick in the 90s, with the goggles. Remember when Chris Candido and Shane Douglas joined the WWE in the 90s and they were given those stupid gimmicks? Alexa Bliss, she has that cool looking face, She could have been one of those cool women wrestlers like Medusa or Chyna. But instead, they make her wear the same neon-colored Disney Channel crap as other girls, and she comes out with those two big pigtails like some kind of cartoon character, like Lollipop Chainsaw. Her character could have been so much more. The second thing about Alexa is that she is tiny as hell. Dude, this girl looks like she's 4'10". You know, when she walked by me, I couldn't believe it. It was like, what the hell, man? This girl looks like she's in elementary school. How'd she end up in the ring? What, she get lost during recess? Dude, can you imagine her fighting someone like China? Dude, she'd get destroyed. Therefore, how are we supposed to buy into her being a future women's champion, you know? Doesn't make sense. Like I said, I am very biased in her favor, but these are two things that are preventing her from winning me over right now. So the PG era has been a near total disaster. Remember we had the youth movement, which went absolutely nowhere? Then we had the part-timer movement, where they brought back all these stars from 15 years ago back into the product to take away main event spots part-time, which completely contradicted the youth movement. And now we have the vanilla indie movement, where our world champions are a big fat bearded jobber and a TNA original who never even had any charisma even when he was in TNA. You know, you can see why the ratings are what they are. But these WWE fanboys have been so brainwashed that they seem baffled by what the ratings are. Let the brainwashing end and the wake-up begin. You know, it's interesting having done videos for 10 years, because I remember reviewing WrestleMania 23, and now I'm reviewing WrestleMania 33. And the thing is, honestly, it hasn't changed much. Like, people are saying it's starting to be the same thing every year. Every year it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the big stadium environment, the ring with the 4 big pillars on each corner, the big long ramp, and the big fancy stage where you have all these ham and eggers coming out to these big fancy overproduced entrances, and you don't care about those wrestlers for the rest of the year, but you care about them now because it's WrestleMania? Like, remember WrestleMania 27? Where the Miz main evented and he had that big entrance where he busted through his logo, you know? You don't care about him for the rest of the year. You just care about him now because it's WrestleMania and you're here for the spectacle. But it's starting to be the same thing every time. But I do admit that things have gotten better. I do admit that the WWE actually looks like it's trying to make WrestleMania feel like WrestleMania again. I used to talk about how ever since WrestleMania hit its 20s, the WWE seemed to have forgotten how to put on WrestleMania. I mean, you look at some of these WrestleMania cards, they look like glorified, over-bloated episodes of Raw. I mean, you look at some of the cards, they barely qualify for a SummerSlam. I mean, come on. WrestleMania 27, main evented by Cena versus The Miz? But it looks like they're finally trying to make it better. Finally trying to make it epic again. I mean, this WrestleMania, you had Goldberg versus Lesnar. You had Triple H versus Sting at WrestleMania 31. You had Lesnar versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 30. They're trying to make things feel larger than life again. But it's a double-edged sword. Because the WWE can't make new stars, in order to make these epic matches, they have to bring back all these part-time wrestlers from 20 years ago. Like Brock Lesnar, Goldberg, The Undertaker, Sting. So you either use these old stars part-time to make these epic matches, or you focus on the current roster full of ham and eggers, where it's a lot harder to make epic matches. So it's a double-edged sword. But still, I can appreciate the WWE trying to make things larger than life again. Now let's talk about WrestleMania 33. I actually got on an airplane and flew to WrestleMania weekend. But on the plane ride there, I had to sit next to this big, fat-ass behemoth of a woman. You know, like, remember a few years ago there was controversy because some airline was charging fat people multiple seats? I can understand exactly where they're coming from, because this fat woman, her gut was like coming into my area, you know? Like, I got economy plus seats, but it didn't matter because she took away the plus. Like, I was taking my water bottle, like, trying to create distance, you know? Then the flight attendant comes by with drinks, and of course she's like, I'd like a Coke Zero. And I'm like, bitch? Really? Coke Zero? What are you going to tell me next? That you're tired because you just came from the gym? Then she starts scrolling pictures on her smartphone. And it's like alternating pictures between food and motivational quotations. Like, chocolate cake, apple pie, always remember that you're beautiful. Caramel sundae, French toast, I am woman, hear me roar. mac and cheese, mashed potato. Then she starts complaining to her friend about how Tinder is not working for her. And I'm like, bitch, you got to be out of your mind because you are too much. And I mean too much. So I go to Orlando and I go to WWE Access, which is their WrestleMania Fan Fest. And honestly, it was a disappointment. You know, there's nothing there. The best part was the food. I mean, you go into this big convention hall, and one corner of the room is just a big merchandise booth where they just want you to buy more stuff. Then you got all these interactive stations where you can do things like cut your own promo and walk down an entrance aisle doing a wrestler entrance. You know, but I'm like a grown man. Why the hell would I want to do an entrance for Dean Ambrose or Bayley? You know, but that's exactly what I saw. I saw all these grown men and middle-aged men coming down the aisle pretending to be Bayley. But more on that later. Then you had all these autograph stations, and I know it depends on what time you go. At certain times there are a lot of big-name stars, but on the particular time I went, there was nobody. It was all these no-name wrestlers I never even heard of. It was like all these people I never heard of, and then the Ascension. But why the hell would I want a selfie with the Ascension? Why the hell would I want to wait in line for an hour just to take a picture with them? You know, all that's going to happen is I'm going to spend the next 5 seconds deleting the picture. You know, you see what I mean when I say the best part was the food? Now let's talk about the actual WrestleMania 33 show. First of all, the entranceway. The entranceway doesn't even look like a WWE entranceway anymore. It looks like something WCW might do. Like, remember when WCW would always have these corny entrances in their pay-per-views? Like at Halloween Havoc, they would have the big inflatable pumpkin. In that Beach Blast, they would all have all the sand and beach balls near the entranceway, and people would be laying on the sand trying to get a tan, even though it's in an arena. Like, that kind of corny entrances, I associate that with WCW. But the WWE are the ones that are like that now. Like, this time, the WrestleMania is in Orlando, so it's the ultimate thrill ride. So the entranceway is designed like a roller coaster, like a theme park, you know, and you got this elevated walkway, this ramp that's raised above the fans instead of being down with the fans. You know, I associate that with WCW. All right, if WCW did a modern day big budget stadium show, that's what the entranceway would look like. Anyway, the first match on the card was AJ Styles versus Shane McMahon, and there isn't much to say about this match except it was the typical Shane McMahon match. Everyone remembers the classic King of the Ring moment where Kurt Angle threw Shane McMahon through the window, or when Shane jumped off the cage and jumped off the Titantron. This was more the typical Shane McMahon match. He did his usual elbow drop through the announce booth and the Van Terminator, and that's pretty much it. There isn't much to talk about. I will note that I did notice how quiet the crowd was. Although at this point I thought it was just because it was an open stadium and you just couldn't hear the noise. The next match was Kevin Owens versus Chris Jericho in yet another "You're not my friend anymore" storyline. I mean, how many of these "You're not my friend anymore" storylines are we going to have in this PG era? I mean, even in the WWE family era of the 80s and 90s, the storylines were more than just "You're not my friend anymore," you know? As far as the match itself goes, there's not much to say. I mean, Kevin Owens beat Jericho, but who cares? Fandango beat Jericho at WrestleMania 29. So if Fandango beats Jericho at WrestleMania, then who cares if Kevin Owens beats Jericho? The next match was the Raw Women's match. Now, okay, now let's get back to Bayley, right? What the hell is the appeal of Bayley, right? Why do people like her? I mean, you have to understand, I'm an Attitude Era fan. I grew up on women like Chyna and Medusa, all right? So from that perspective, I'm looking at this kitty-looking female wrestler with a sideways ponytail frolicking down to the ring. Like she just busted out of some Disney cartoon, and I see all these grown fat men in the crowd in their Bayley shirts like going crazy. You know, like, what's going on? What am I missing? You know, like, I mean, look at her face. It looks like a peanut, all right? Like, she looks like the planter peanut guy's daughter, you know? Like, I'm not cheering for a peanut. Charlotte should have won this title and brought some class back to the women's belt. The next match on the card was a tag team title match, which was the best part of the show for obvious reasons. This just goes to show that anything from the Attitude Era is awesome. Anytime anything from the Attitude Era comes back, whether it's The Rock, Stone Cold, Kurt Angle, or the Hardy Boys, it's like they never left. The crowd just picks off where they left off. Anytime something from the Attitude Era comes back, it immediately outshines the current roster. In this tag team match, before the Hardy Boys came out, Enzo and Big Cass were getting all the attention, right? But the moment the Hardys come out, it's like Enzo and Big Cass weren't even there. They were completely outshined. And the way the crowd went crazy when the Hardy Boys came out just goes to show that the crowd had no excuse for being so quiet during the Shane McMahon AJ Styles match. The next match was the Cena match. And can you believe that Cena still can't win over a WrestleMania crowd? They've been booing him since 2006. It's been 11 years. And as for the post-match segment, in my opinion, it was obviously pre-planned and does not compare to the Macho Man Elizabeth segment. I mean, when Macho Man was on his knees and he was sweating and he had that terrified look on his face, man, he sold the heck out of that segment. And just goes to show what a great performer the Macho Man was. The next match was Triple H versus Seth Rollins, and this was during my food run, so I missed most of the match. However, I did catch an apparent contradiction by the commentators. During the Shane McMahon AJ Styles match, the commentators talked about how if Shane McMahon landed that corkscrew splash, that the match would be over. However, in this match, Seth Rollins does land the corkscrew splash, and Triple H kicks out. So, I guess the commentators are wrong. It's not the end of the match when that move is landed. The next two matches were the world title matches. So basically, the world titles are back to being mid-card titles, just like when CM Punk had it. As for the matches themselves, Randy Orton versus Bray Wyatt was a boring match with a quiet crowd, as if we're supposed to be scared of earthworms. And Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar consisted almost entirely of 10 suplexes and a bunch of spears. Can you believe that? 10 suplexes and a bunch of spears. Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior looks like a 5-star technical wrestling match compared to 10 suplexes and a bunch of spears. Now at this point, I thought the show was over. I mean, Brock Lesnar beat Goldberg at almost exactly 11 o'clock, so I thought the show was over. But for some reason, it kept going. And the next match was the SmackDown Women's match, and I was so happy to see Mickie James back at WrestleMania. You had Becky Lynch with her braided hair. She looked like the Orange Predator. Maybe she should fight Bayley. Peanut versus Predator. And while it was great to see Naomi win the women's belt, they really should have kept on Alexa Bliss. I mean, they should have given Alexa Bliss a long-ass, New Day, honky-tonk man style title reign. I mean, we have so many belts in the company right now. They should have kept on Alexa Bliss with a long-ass title reign to build some prestige into it. The next match was the main event, which was Roman Reigns versus The Undertaker. Now, my first thought during this match was, why would The Undertaker character dye his hair and dye his beard, right? The Undertaker character is a zombie character. Why would he care about looking pretty? You know that new Wolverine movie that just came out, Logan, which had Wolverine as like an old man with like gray hair and a gray beard? That's how they should have done The Undertaker. Gray hair, gray beard, embracing his position as a grizzled old veteran, right? Especially considering this was supposedly The Undertaker's last match. You could have had that same parallel with Logan. Old man Taker. That's how they should have done it, instead of him still trying to look young. So overall, WrestleMania 33 was okay, right? Like most WrestleMania, somewhere in the middle. But I do appreciate the WWE seemingly listening to the fans and trying to make things better and epic again. Other than that one concert, there were almost no stupid backstage skits like in previous WrestleManias, like Khali doing that American Idol singing thing. There was almost none of that crap, and there was almost no extended celebrity segments that have nothing to do with anything. Virtually the whole show was focused on the wrestlers doing their entrances and doing their matches, and I appreciate that. Even though Raw is pretty much unwatchable now, I still try to watch the Raw after WrestleMania, because that particular Raw is usually special. It has a history of being special. After WrestleMania 11, Alundra Blaze wins the women's title and Shawn Michaels turns babyface. After WrestleMania 30, Paige wins the women's title and the Ultimate Warrior gives his final speech. So, stuff usually happens on that Raw. That Raw is usually special. So I try to watch the Raw after WrestleMania 33, and I almost make it through the whole thing. But then, this guy named Finn Balor comes out. He comes out, he points his fingers in the air, and the whole crowd goes, dun, dun, woo! Then he walks a few more steps and does it again, dun, dun, woo! And I'm like, the hell am I looking at? Then he gets on the top rope and does it. And at that point, I turn the channel and I never come back. Alright? This just goes to show how the wrestling fans have isolated themselves away from the mainstream. Everyone in that crowd probably subscribes to the network and knew exactly who Finn Balor was from the start. When Nakamura debuted on SmackDown, almost everyone in the crowd seemed to know exactly who he is and how to sing along. Right? But for people outside this wrestling bubble, you can see how this looks weird as shit, you know? Let's talk about Finn Balor. Finn Balor is a skinny little guy with a big head and a stupid little jacket. Alright? This reminds me of years ago when fanboys were trying to hype up The Miz. Like, this is it. He's the one. He's the next big thing, you know? But then when they convince me and actually turn on the TV, all I see is a fish-faced fool with almost no crowd reaction. And now they're trying to hype up Finn Balor like he's the next big thing. But then when he actually walks out, it's like this skinny little guy with a big head going, woo! You know? He looks like one of those Nintendo Wii characters, you know, with the big head and like the skinny little body. Woo! You know? He kind of reminds me of Adam Cole from Ring of Honor. Now, there's another skinny little guy with a big head who tries to act like a badass. Except when he sticks his arms out, the crowd's like, Adam Cole, baby! You know, slightly different, equally cheesy. But what would we call this tag team? What would be its name? You know, like, what, the Lollipop Kids? Hey, wait, I know. They should add a third member like the New Day. Austin Aries should join that team. You know, like, remember I told that story about how I went to a live TNA event and those fangirls were cheering like crazy for Austin Aries until they realized that, in their opinion, he has no ass. You know, they were like, he has no ass. You know, like, so Austin Aries should join the team of Finn Balor and Adam Cole, and their team could be called Two Heads, No Ass. Yeah, Two Heads, No. Watch out, New Day, because here they come. Two Heads, No Ass. Like, you could even see how we would cheer for them. You know, like, Two Heads, No Ass. Two Heads, No Ass. See? They should have me booking this shit. Let's talk about something. Remember when Shawn Michaels was a heel? He would always have like a bodyguard or a manager, and they would be outside the ring helping him and cheating for him? That dynamic made complete sense because Shawn Michaels was a cocky, arrogant, undersized heel who was going to take any advantage he could get, especially against larger opponents. The same goes for EC3. Even though EC3 is physically bigger than Shawn Michaels, he's still a rich, spoiled brat, so it makes sense that he would come out with bodyguard Tyrus. So using that logic, why doesn't Alexa Bliss have a bodyguard? Now here's a spoiled, arrogant, undersized heel who's only 5 feet tall, and yet even when she wins the title, she's walking down to the ring by herself. That doesn't make any sense. The WWE used to pay attention to stuff like this. There is no reason why World Champion Alexa Bliss would be walking down to the ring by herself. She's going to have a bodyguard, like a female Psycho Sid or Diesel. She's going to take any advantage she can get to retain the title. And one of the basic things of that is having someone at ringside to help her. Alexa Bliss walking down to the ring by herself looks all wrong. I can't believe the WWE missed this. Speaking of Alexa Bliss as champion, like I said in my last video, they should have given her a long-ass New Day style title reign. In my opinion, Alexa Bliss should win the Raw title with the help of her bodyguard and keep it all the way to WrestleMania, cheating like crazy along the way. Then on the SmackDown side, Charlotte Flair should win the SmackDown Women's title and keep it all the way to WrestleMania. And then at WrestleMania 34, Charlotte should face Alexa, champion versus champion, title for title. That would make for one of the most epic women's matches in WrestleMania history. But, as we know, there is no way the WWE would have the patience for something like that. They seem to have this uncontrollable desire to bounce the belt around to all the women in the roster. Give it to Naomi, give it to Bayley. Which brings me back to Bayley. Why the hell do people like Bayley? Like I explained in my last video, she looks like a freaking peanut. She looks like the mascot at a Chuck E. Cheese birthday party. She has this hugger gimmick, but she's not even that good of a hugger. The first time I saw Bayley was at a WWE live event. She comes out and I have no idea who the hell it is, but on the big screen it says I'm a hugger or something like that. So I figured she's going to be coming down and hugging everybody. But no, she just walks in a straight line. I see her hugging fans sometimes on TV, but it's always like this awkward hug, you know? Like the kind you give to a relative you don't like awkward as hell. You know, so why the hell are they calling her hugger then? She's more of a peanut. Now let's talk about another WWE women's wrestler, Maurice. Did you notice that when The Miz and Maurice dressed up like John Cena and Nikki Bella, that they looked better than the real John Cena and Nikki Bella? Even with the fish lips, The Miz looked better than John Cena's ogre face. And Maurice, when she dressed up like Nikki Bella, she looked better than the real Nikki Bella, you know, because the Bella twins, they have that long face, you know, like the mask from the Scream movies, you know, so when Maurice, who has a more proportioned face, dresses up like Nikki Bella, she looks better than the real Nikki Bella. I was also impressed that Maurice stayed in shape. She had the flat abs. You know, this just goes to show how much the Bella twins rely on their costumes, because so many females, it seems, can come in, dress up like the Bella twins, and immediately look better than the Bella twins. I think Maurice should be the new Nikki Bella. But the bottom line is, look at all these ham and eggers, alright? The WWE is loaded with ham and eggers. In all these videos I'm making, I'm just talking about ham and eggers because it's what they have, alright? In this video, I'm talking about people like The Miz and Bailey and Finn Balor, unless he joins Two Heads No Ass, of course, in which case he becomes the greatest. By the way, The Rock could never beat Austin Aries because The Rock is boots to asses and Austin Aries has no ass. Therefore, Austin Aries wins. But anyway, the WWE is loaded with ham and eggers, and it is getting so tiring. It is getting so tiring watching the WWE's inability to make new stars. I mean, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. I've been doing these then-now comparison screens for 10 years. It is getting so tiring, and the WWE really needs to start getting its act together. They need to get on the ball. They need to get on the stick. They just need to get down to business. Since I have some time at the end of this video and I'm tired of talking about ham and eggers, I wanted to talk about the legends and some of the issues they face. In my last video, I talked about how The Undertaker should have embraced his position as a grizzled old veteran instead of dyeing his hair and dyeing his beard and trying to look like he did 30 years ago. And that holds true for a lot of wrestlers. Shawn Michaels is a middle-aged married man, alright? He is no longer the Heartbreak Kid. And yet, when he comes down to the ring, he's still coming out to his Sexy Boy song. It's ridiculous. He looks like he's cosplaying a younger version of himself. That holds true for a lot of wrestlers, especially the ones with the pretty boy gimmicks. The model Rick Martel was doing the model gimmick into his middle ages. Buff Bagwell still looks good, but how long is that gimmick going to last? These wrestlers, many of them, later in their careers, in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, they're still cosplaying themselves from when they were 30. And it doesn't look right, alright? They need to start being more like Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash is doing it right. He's still not trying to be Diesel from 1995, alright? He has a short gray haircut, a short gray beard. He's embracing himself for who he is right now. And that, in my opinion, looks a lot better.